Hello?
What up, everybody? It's good to see you. Guys, I'm a little behind here, so give me a moment. They just started. But here we go.
1, 4, 5, 8 through 13.
Let me go put my contacts in, guys. I'll be right back.
The department also recommends to receive and file the liens for items 2, 6, 7, and 14, in as much as the liens have been paid. There's a request to receive and file item 11. Items 20 through 65 are items for which public hearings have been held. The Housing and Homelessness Committee reports for items 31, 32, and 33 have been submitted and uploaded to the respective council files. The Government Operations Committee reports for items 63 and 64 have been submitted and uploaded to the respective council files. Items 66 through 81 are items for which public hearings have not been held. Item 82 is a closed session item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
All right, without objection, those items are now before us. Specials members, any specials? To my right, Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm recusing myself from items 30, 31, and 34 because my wife's employer has worked with applicants on these items.
All right, Councilmember Yaroslav. All right.
And I ask that we continue item 62 to January 7th. This is the Television City project.
I think we did we do that already?
Did you already do that? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I was in the restroom.
All right. Councilman, yes. Substitute motion.
So the substitute motion reads, the 5th Council District is fortunate to be home to several neighborhoods with tree canopy coverage that exceeds the canopy average of Los Angeles County. As a result, the district needs more funding than that which has already been allocated to maintain the health and integrity of our urban forest. I therefore move that the $40,000 be transferred/appropriated from the Public Works Trust Fund, number 834-50, Revenue Source Code 574202, Council District 5 Special Projects Deposits Account, to the Street Services Fund, number 100-86, as follows: $36,000 to account number 1090, Salaries Overtime, and $4,000 to account number 3040, Contractual Services, for additional tree trimming and maintenance services for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. I further move that the Bureau of Street Services be authorized to prepare controller instructions for any technical adjustments subject to the approval of the City Administrative Officer, and that the controller be authorized to implement the instructions. And I believe this is being seconded by Councilmember Lee. And for anybody who's here, just to clarify, this only changes the account numbers.
All right, Councilmember Yaroslavsky for another.
Thank you. I also ask that we continue item 1 to January 7th. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to call item 50 special for comments. Items 67, 68, and 81, special for a separate vote. And item 37, special for a technical amendment. And I believe that the city attorney has a copy to read into the record. Thank you.
I didn't even do nothing bad. I was going after Daddy so bad all the time.
So the amendment on item 37
I didn't do
reads,
nothing bad.
I move that item number 37 on today's council agenda be amended to adopt the following in lieu of recommendations 1 and 2 with the changes indicated below. 1. Approve the key terms to lease C-28 detailed in attachment A of the, and it strikes November 6, 2024 Board of Recreation and Parks Commissioners and replaces that with October 8, 2024 Board of El Pueblo de Los Angeles Historical Monument Authority Commissioners.
Good to see you guys.
In this new language. Board report attached to the council file. To Celia Quezada for the Mirena retail business. 2. Authorize the general manager
Thank you, Jonathan.
with the assistance of the city attorney's office to execute, and it strikes an
Morning,
amendment
Cubby.
to the end of the struck language, concession agreements, and strikes to effectuate the transfer in accordance with the October 8th, 2024, and that date's
Getting
new,
close to
and it
Christmas
strikes
and
November
Hanukkah.
6th, 2024,
So I got to get into
board
the
report attached
spirit
to the
of
council
things.
file. 3. Amend the following paragraph in the November 6, 2024 cover letter, enclosing the board report as follows. The Board of El Pueblo de Los Angeles Historical Monument Authority Commissioners respectfully request the City Council approve the key terms to lease C-28, Attachment A, to Celia Quezada for the Mirena retail business, and authorize the General Manager of El Pueblo, with the assistance of the City Attorney's Office, to execute, and it strikes in amendment.
No, I don't put lights.
And then continues the concession.
There's no point. Like, my neighbor, two houses over, is like Clark W. Griswold.
With the attached report.
I mean, no joke. Dude has 30,000 in imported twinkling lights right now. Fucking reindeers, all kinds of shit. That's the point.
And if I may,
I mean, literally, dude sits out there every day for a week.
That would be items 50.
Just putting up more and more lights. It's like, how many more lights you need? Nah, I still got a whole nother. I got this whole thing here.
And which ones were first? A separate vote? I'm sorry. There were
67,
he loves
68, and 81.
That's all that matters. The kids love it. You can see the cars stopping.
All right, Councilmember Jurado.
They're stopping to look.
Good morning, Council President. I'd like to call item 29
here's the new one.
special in order to continue it
stole
until
De
January
Leon's
7 and call item 30 special for comments.
At least you could have done
All
is
right,
comb your hair first day
I
in.
request
But that's
to
just
continue
me.
item 27 until
Could have at least combed it, girl.
Sorry, 29.
item 29 until what date?
January 7.
January 7th. All right. So without objection, that'll be the order on that one. And then a second one for comments.
Item 30 for comments, please.
All right.
Yeah, Deanna, a lot of people out
Any other
here,
specials,
like the
members?
whole neighborhood, lots of them, lots of people in the
Councilmember
neighborhood do
Padilla?
it. They're all either like me or like them. Either they go way overboard and really enjoy it, or they're like me and
All
don't
right.
do one light.
Request to continue item 5 to January 10th.
What's up, Terry?
Without
Good
objection,
morning.
that'll be the order.
All right, Los
All right.
Santos. So yeah,
Mr. City Attorney, I hereby move that the council adopt the
not
recommendations
wasting my time to put all that
of the
shit
Los
up for
Angeles
2
Department
weeks.
of Building and Safety for the
Too much
liens as
wasted
noted
time.
by
I
the
got
clerk.
better things to do.
The liens before us today, and that
Besides,
we
the second I
receive
go
and
out there and
file
start stringing
item
lights,
number
as soon as I'm
11.
on the top of the ladder, guess what'll happen? A
liens.
chase. I'll run
Councilmember
down in
Park.
here, we'll get the chase going, then it'll stop as soon
second.
as I get in
Thank you.
here. Then I'll go back out there, and then the same thing will happen over again. I know it.
All right.
I know it.
Which items?
Padilla's a Fauci lover. Oof, don't tell Ian. Where is Ian? I miss him.
All right, Mr. Clerk, which
I think
items
he's
are
busy
available
working.
for the council to vote on at this time?
Mr. President, the council may now vote on items 20 through 28,
No, they do the Robin.
32,
Alan.
33,
They ain't getting robbed.
35.
They're doing the Robin.
36,
Why am I being
38
Scrooge? I get
through
I get
49.
a Christmas tree every year. Put a real one, and I put
51
lights and all the fun
through
stuff, everything but
61,
tinsel. So that's what I
and
do.
63 through 65.
All right. Those items are now before us. Let's
Your house,
open the
your
roll.
hubby's Clark
Close the
Clark
roll.
W. Griswold. You can
Tabulate
see
the
it
vote.
from space. That's what I'm saying. Some people just really enjoy it. I get it.
All right.
In fact, I like watching those videos on YouTube where it's like a
council may
house
now
with fucking
consider items
lasers
31
and
and
fireworks
34
going
called
off, and
special
it dances
by
to the
Councilmember
fucking
Price for
music, and
refusal.
it's timed.
All right.
Like, dude, those are pretty crazy. If I was going to do anything, I'd be doing some shit like that, and annoying the fuck out of my neighbors, having songs being blasted through the neighborhood with the lights, just
All right. Those items are now
lasers beaming
before
into their
us.
house.
Let's open the roll.
That's how I do it.
Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
Blow all these people out the water with their shit.
14 eyes.
All right. What's next?
Yeah, Malibu's still burning. They're about 4,000 acres this morning. It grew quite a bit last night. It's still windy. It's not windy now.
Council
Wind
may now
wind has
consider
died
item
down.
31.
So.
Excuse me, item 30, called
I mean,
special
it
by
may be a little
Councilmember
gusty,
Price
but it's
for
not like it
refusal,
was.
and by Councilmember Jurado for comments.
All right.
I'm Cousin Eddie for
Councilmember
sure. I
Jurado.
am. I love Cousin Eddie.
All right, thank you.
Shitter's
this
full.
year, we saw a reduction in unsheltered homelessness because of projects like this,
Yeah,
which are moving
sure.
forward investments
Really, we
in
can
long-term
see.
solutions like permanent housing. This project is a perfect example of how I want to prioritize permanent housing in my district. 97 units of extremely low and very low income will be created. Services will be provided and the community will continue to be built with the other Downtown Women's Center residents. I would like to thank all of the departments that work together to bring this forward. I would also like to thank the Downtown Women's Center, the only organization in Los Angeles focused exclusively
winds at 8 miles
on
an
serving
hour.
women and gender diverse
Sustained
individuals
to 8,
experiencing
14
homelessness,
gusts.
and I
So-
look forward to partnering with them as this project
It's way
moves
less than it
forward.
was.
Thank
It's
you.
half what it was.
Thank you so much.
Yesterday.
All right, seeing no other comments.
Still
Thank
breezy,
you,
but
Councilmember
not
Alvarado. This is
not as bad.
okay. Let's open the roll.
It's crazy. We're going from 70
Close
down
the
to
roll,
57 tomorrow.
tabulate the votes. Councilmember Rahman.
It's a weird shift.
That all items are moving forthwith today.
All items are moving forthwith today. Thank you,
Thank
including
you.
this one. All right.
All items are
Councilmember from the
forthwith.
2nd District, it's our understanding that you have a special.
Thank you, Council President. I have amending motions on item 66, and the city attorney has the language to read into the record already.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the amendment reads that I move that item number 6 on today's council agenda be amended to instruct the chief legislative analyst in consultation with the planning department, Department of Building and Safety, Los Angeles Police Department, and any other relevant departments to report with recommendations prior to the consideration of the revised HWMO, which would incentivize hotel production and hotel permitting in the city, including but not limited to exploring providing recommendations on streamlining and/or eliminating unnecessary hotel permitting requirements, permit renewals, or regulations within the city of Los Angeles, identification of duplicative, unnecessary, or overly burdensome regulations that the city of Los Angeles currently imposes, which are not standard across the other 87 cities in Los Angeles County. The preparation of this report shall include input from stakeholders, hotel operators, and representatives from the hotel industry to ensure
Super
that all
cold, huh, Terry?
perspectives are considered. And I believe it's being seconded by Councilmember McCosker.
All right. Any other specials members, just to take one more swing around?
Still 66.
One more motion on 66 from Councilmember Nazarian. So, and that reads, this is the second amendment. I move that item 66 on today's council agenda be amended to instruct the chief legislative analyst in consultation with the Department of Tourism and Department of Finance, city administrative officer, Los Angeles World Airports, and other relevant departments to report back annually until 2028 to assess the impact that they've had on the hotel and tourism industries and airport businesses. This report should include, but not be limited to, jobs loss, number of hotels open and closed,
We
analysis
just went
of
through
the
this whole
findings
thing with that
made
idiot
in
that
the
you guys tore apart that
PEAR
you hired to do this.
dated September
So
5th,
again,
2024.
we wasted our money.
Impact of the city's transit occupancy tax, the TOT, and an overall evaluation of the economic impact of the wage increases. And again, this is being seconded by Councilmember McCosker.
All right.
Do you remember the guy about 2-3
special
weeks ago they
members?
brought in for the special report and he didn't know anything?
All right. What's next, Mr. Clerk?
They,
Mr. President, there is a request.
everybody
to
tore him a
continue
new
item
asshole
12
on the
to
dais, but
Friday,
yet they all
January 10th,
hired him.
2025.
All right. Without
Here we
objection,
are
under
again.
the order. What's next?
The council may now consider item 50, called special by Councilmember Hernandez for comments.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Where's that one? Right here? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I introduced this motion to address some gaps in training and skill set development of the Planning and Transportation Commissioners. I met with a lot of our planning commissioners and some of our transportation commissioners, and what they said is that there's a lack of uniformity in the training that they receive. There's a lack of training even for some of the tasks that they have to take on, and that they would really benefit and really appreciate more access to training for them to do their job better as commissioners. There are dozens of commissions, boards, and committees that are overseen by the city, including area planning commissions, HPOZs, and design review boards. These commissions, boards, and committees make important community development decisions and have profound impacts on the general well-being of the neighborhoods and constituents we all represent. We should make sure that we are doing all we can to provide board members and commissioners with the tools to be successful in their positions. This motion will direct city departments to prepare a report with recommendations to enhance these commissions, boards, and committees with any existing and potential training materials and procedures to be implemented into the onboarding process for the individuals who take on these roles. As it is the responsibility of those in these positions to make evidence-based and informed decisions about their neighborhoods, it is our responsibility to ensure that they are in the best position to get this important work done for Angelenos across the city. I urge your aye vote on this item, colleagues. Thank you so much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you,
Let's
Mr.
open the roll on
Acabano.
this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Mr. President, the council may now proceed to public comment.
All right, let's read the instructions for public comment into the
What's
record.
going on? That's
and
2 days in a row
begin
without
public
one
comment.
person honored.
Thank you,
What's
Mr.
going
President.
on? Not
As
one
indicated
frame
on the
given
agenda,
out?
members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160.
If you wanna call in, there you go.
535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press star 6 to unmute. Let me repeat, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant
Morning,
ID.
Laguna.
Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press
Man,
star
everybody's
6
going to be on
unmute.
Ozempic sooner or later. It's going to be like Brondo, the thirst mutilator. Sponsors and owns the world.
Just 1 second. I'm trying to figure out which items are open. for
Ozempic's going to
public
buy the FDA. So they can just put out whatever they want to put out with no issues. What's up, Russell? Hi, BJ. 35 there, huh?
To people providing public comment, when it is your turn to speak,
It's cold in the
either
40s
at
in the
podium
morning
or on the
right
phones,
now, but
please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak to.
but the day
You will
it's
have
not
1
that
minute
bad.
per item,
It's
up
not
to
that
3
cold
minutes
during the
total
day.
for the items open for public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When
Yeah, see,
speaking
it
on
was
the agenda items, you must be on
41
topic.
this morning was the low.
Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you are not on topic, or if you
70
cannot
is the
tell
high.
whether you are on topic, you will get one brief warning from me or the council president. At that point, you need to get
You want
immediately
Ozempic?
on topic.
Don't
and
do
clearly
it, Terry.
on
You'll
topic.
start looking funny.
If
You'll
you
be
do not do
skinny,
so,
but then you start
if you
looking
begin straying
funny.
off topic, you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time. and
You'll
we
be
will
like,
move on to the
what's
next
his
speaker.
name?
The
Al
items
Sharpton.
open for public
We went
comment
from
on
this
the
huge
agenda
dude to
are
like a
items
Q-tip.
2, items 4,
He looks like a Q-tip.
Items 6 through 19.
His body's
and
way too
items
skinny for that
66
big-ass
through
head of
82.
his.
So again, let me repeat. The items
Yeah.
that are open for public comment on the
want
agenda
that.
are items 2,
Saggy.
4, 6 through 19, and 66 through 82.
All right, nice milky
Items number
bag. You
1,
can't even see my
item number
face.
3,
Let's get it.
Item number 5 were all continued to a future date.
Well, I just keep the house at like 70, 71. Anything over 71, it's
Item
like
12 was also
warm for
continued.
me.
So let me revise that.
71's hot.
The items that are open for
Inside
public
the house.
comment on the agenda are items 2, 4, 6 through 11, 13 through 19, and 66 through 82. So again, 2, 4, 6 through 11,
You didn't miss anybody's
13 through 19, and 66 through 82.
part. Hasn't started yet.
Members of the public may also
It's all their
speak for up to
same
1 minute for
bullshit
general
every
public
day
comment.
that they could just put on
During
tape,
general
play,
public
and
comment,
have
members of the
coffee while
public
it's
may speak
playing,
to
but they're
any of
not
the
smart
items
enough to
or
do that.
anything else in the city's subject matter jurisdiction. For members of the public calling in, when it is your turn to speak, an automated message from Zoom will prompt you to press star 6 to unmute yourself. If you do not do so, council staff will prompt you once more. At that point, you need to immediately unmute yourself, or unfortunately, you will forfeit your speaking time, and we will have to move on to the next caller. Additionally, because of a brief time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, 2 things are important. First, while waiting for your turn to speak, please keep an ear to the phone so you know in real time when it is your turn to press star 6 to unmute. Second, if you're listening to this meeting on another device,
Al the rat
please turn
Sharpton.
down the volume on that device immediately when it's your turn to speak.
Yeah.
Between feedback and the time delay, it will cause a great deal of confusion if you continue to listen on your other devices. One final announcement, if I could have the interpreter make it aloud for the room. If you are here and require a Spanish language interpreter for your public comment,
Para las
Yeah, it also
personas aquí
depends
que
on how big or
requieren un
small the
español, un
room is that
intérprete
you're
al
eating.
español para su comentario público,
please pause every few sentences so the interpreter
I'm just
can
glad
do
I
their job.
changed my air filter.
por favor, hagan
Starting
una
to sneeze, it
pausa
was
cada
dusty.
frase para dejarle al
Now
intérprete
it's nice and I don't
traducir.
sneeze as much no more.
We will pause your time so you will get the same amount of time as everyone else.
Y le pausaremos su tiempo, así que ustedes recibirán el mismo número de tiempo que las otras personas.
And before you begin your comment, please let us know the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to, if it includes general public comment too. Thank you.
Y antes de que usted hable, por favor, indique su nombre y sobre cuáles temas quiere hablar, además de comentario público. Gracias.
Stuart Waldman, Yvonne Wheeler, Tim Maddox, Alejandra Valles, Diana Latorre, and Maria Salinas.
All right, some regular names. Get her into get her feeling comfortable, and then the next set will be Mike Cunt and Connie Lingus and Jason Jenkins.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under.
Nah,
and the
Jamie,
items
because
you'd
he
like to
doesn't
speak
ask
to.
for it.
Stuart Waldman, item 66 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item.
Thank you. Stuart Waldman, I'm president of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. I want to thank some of the council members who were willing to meet with us to talk about this issue. Some of you would not, which is unfortunate. Not showing leadership by doing that. You should be able to meet with people that you disagree with. And on this issue, we disagree. We think that this rapid increase will hurt the community. It will hurt people, and people will lose their jobs. We have tried to come up with a solution. We've tried to work with everyone. Unfortunately, it does not appear that people really want to work with us on this. And it's a shame, because the fact is that at the end of the day, it's going to hurt the city. It's going to impact our ability to host large-scale events in the future, and it is going to end up costing people jobs. And that's not just
1 minute.
That's not just speculation. That's reality, and it's unfortunate. It's happening today. It'll happen tomorrow. It'll happen next week, and it is very real. The consequences of this are real. The reality is we do not need to rush this today. If the implementation is July, we can come back and all work together and come up with a solution that works for everyone. And the business community isn't saying, no, don't do it. We're saying work with us. We have real solutions for the problems that have been identified, the problems that our council members have identified. There were 9 amendments that were introduced previously, and they haven't been discussed. They haven't had a hearing. They haven't had an economic development report. We're just asking for some time to work together, because this does not need to be rushed for the betterment of the city. So thank you.
Well, and reality is they don't care. Even the ones who pretended to care to talk to you for a few minutes. They don't care either. That's
Speaker,
reality.
please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Yes. Good morning, Council President and members of the City Council. My name is Yvonne Wheeler, and I'm the president of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor. And I would like to speak on item 66 and general
Federation
public
of
comment.
Labor?
You'll have 1 minute for each.
Thank you. Today we gather to advocate for something fundamental: dignity, justice, and fairness for the hardworking women and men who are the lifeblood of Los Angeles tourism industry. The workers at LAX, represented by SEIU, USWW, and HERE Local 11. These individuals are not just employees. They are the backbone of the city's ability to welcome millions of visitors each year. The LAX living wage ordinance is not merely a policy. It is a lifeline for those who give their all yet face insurmountable challenges in meeting their basic needs. These workers ensure our airport runs efficiently, terminals are clean, passengers are cared for, and safety is maintained. Despite their essential contributions, many earn wages that forces impossible choices between paying their rent or putting food on their tables. USWW member Laura Esquivel, a mother of 4, works demanding night shifts at the airport, yet her wages barely cover her family necessities. Her story is not unique. It reflects the daily struggles of countless workers. This ordinance is about survival, ensuring that workers like Laura can live with dignity and avoid homelessness. Raising wages also fosters community stability. Workers like HERE Local 11 member Lorena Mendez often face grueling commutes from distant neighborhoods or live in unstable conditions because they cannot afford to work where they live. Finally, this is a moral responsibility. Our city cannot claim to tackle homelessness and poverty without addressing the root causes. When full-time workers are at risk of eviction or homelessness, something must change. Ensuring a livable wage is tangible, a meaningful way to uphold our commitment to equity and justice. This ordinance is a reflection of our values. The city truly cares for their people, and the labor tourism workers deserve more than our gratitude. They deserve action. Let's ensure they receive a living wage, not just as a gift, but as a right. Thank you.
Where's Flying Foods, man? I want Flying Foods up in here.
Speaker, please remind us of the name you signed up under and which items you'd like to speak to.
Maria Salinas,
What's up,
President and CEO of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. Public comment in item 66.
You'll have 1 minute for each.
Great. Thank you very much for having me here this morning, allowing me to say a few words. 55%. This living wage ordinance is a 55% increase over 3 years, not including the additional health care costs that is being proposed. 55%, if you think of your own individual offices, is that sustainable? I tell you that it is not. That we have spoken with countless small businesses, concessionaires, restaurants, flower shops, hotels, small and large, that understand the true economics of what this proposal that is before you. We have major concerns, and we have worked with many of you well over a year to come to the table and to ask for the opportunity to work together and come up with a solution that works. We're not saying no to a living wage ordinance. We're not saying no to $30. But you need to be able to have a sustainable business, a sustainable jobs, so that those jobs are there and that they don't get taken away. This is a real threat to our economy, a real threat to our small businesses, a real threat to the city that should be in a position of investing in this economy, in businesses that can create jobs that are good paying jobs. So I ask you to hold off on passing this proposal today, to hold off on going into this abyss with this incredible amount of increase. 55% over 3 years. That is not sustainable to anyone, and that is something you should all consider as you evaluate this proposal before you. Thank you very much.
I can't read the signs Italiano, but it probably says
Before the next speaker
I
begins,
need $50 an hour
more
to
names.
feed
Jason
food.
Bautista, Jeff Ragones, Kara Bartlett, Kurt Peterson, Laura Esquivel. A reminder to please only line up
I need
if your
50
name
an
has
hour
been
to
called.
serve food, probably something like that. I don't know.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Fix the
Javon
mics today.
Houston, 66, and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Javon. I'm airport worker at LAX. I've been
yeah, I got the
fasting
belly and the
for 3
beard.
days for this living wage ordinance. I'm tired, I'm weak, I'm cold, I'm hungry, and I just want to let you guys know how serious this is to me. Healthcare is very important to me and needed to survive. So when I say I need this, I need this. We can't go backwards on health care. We can't go backwards on our wages. We need this as a City of Los Angeles workers. And when I say this, I say directly to this section right here. Please have kindness in your heart to hear us out. We are the workers in your city.
General
We
public
need
comment?
this. Thank you.
I don't see any of the regulars in there, but they could all be outside because they
Good
see
morning.
so
If
many
you could
people
please
in there.
let us know,
I don't see
if
one
you could
regular.
Please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yo voy por el número 66 y comentario público.
I'm here for 66 in general public comment.
So you'll have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please
Tiene
begin
un
with the
minuto
item.
para la pauta y un minuto para general.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Laura Esquivel y trabajo en el
Good
aeropuerto por
afternoon.
22 años.
Hi, my name is Laura Chibel and I've worked at the airport for 22 years.
Yo soy una de las personas que también
early.
está en huelga de hambre estos 3 días.
I am one of the people on a
right,
hunger
everybody.
strike during these 12 days.
Hunger strike.
Y sí, me siento débil,
And yes, I feel weak,
pero estoy fuerte de fe, espíritu y convicción.
but I am strong of conviction and of spirit.
Y ahora yo les digo a ellos que se quejan de $30. ¿Quién trabaja?
And I'm telling and I'm saying to the people who are complaining about these $30, who are the people who are working?
Tenemos un aeropuerto que es el más importante del mundo.
We have the most important airport in the world.
¿Quién da la cara?
You want it like that, it's less
And
blurry.
who's showing their face?
It's harder to see them.
Nosotros los trabajadores estamos día a día luchando
We, the workers, are fighting day after day
para que las grandes corporaciones se embolsen el dinero.
so that these giant corporations can fill their pockets.
Porque ellos no nos pueden dar algo a nosotros que no merecemos.
Why can't they give us something that we deserve?
Es un derecho.
It's a right.
La vivienda,
Living,
la comida,
food,
la renta,
rent,
seguro médico.
Those
health insurance.
Nosotros no estamos pidiendo aquí limosna de nadie.
Here, we are not coming here to beg.
That's really true.
Nosotros
Crystal.
somos la clase trabajadora.
We are the working class.
Nosotros no lo merecemos.
We deserve it.
Y ahora a ustedes les digo
General public
que
comment?
pongan su mano en su corazón
And
y
now
nos
I'm
apoyen.
saying, put your heart on your hand on your heart and support us.
Hagan lo correcto.
Do the right
I'm
thing.
sure,
Gracias.
cousin.
Thank you.
I'm sure all of a sudden they found some fraud. Makes sense.
Yes, Tim Maddox speaking on public comment.
You have 1
Item
minute.
66.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Okay. Tim Maddox, I've been working at LAX for 30 years, and I'm a proud SEIU member, USWW. The past Thanksgiving travel has broken records with over 2.2 million passengers going through LAX. Surpasses the pre-pandemic levels. They did so because of workers like me and my coworkers. The independent CLA report confirmed what we've been saying for the last 609 days. When workers are paid a true living wage and receive quality health care, we do better and LA's economy does better too. $30 an hour would help me and my family feel less stressed when we have to pay rent, bills, groceries, try to have an emergency fund, and save for the future. Right now, you all are investing billions of dollars into LAX, making it nice, making it modern. But where is the investment of the people, the workers that make it happen? What are you going to do for us? So we're asking today for you all to stand with the workers, stand with Los Angeles working families, and do the right thing and pass this legislation today. Thank you.
Crystal, again, a lot of them don't want to
Good
live
morning.
up to
If
the
you could please
mistakes
remind
they
us of the
may
name
or
you
may
signed up
not
under
have
and the items
made
you'd like to speak to.
by not paying
My name is
attention in school, by
Alejandra Valles.
having a bunch
I'm
of
Secretary
kids
Treasurer
before
of
they could
SEIU
afford it, that kind of
USWW,
stuff.
And I'm here speaking on item 66 and public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute.
Now we
got
got to help dig them out of their hole.
Please begin with the
'cause
item.
they can't afford what they've
Council
created.
members, I am here with Stoke Ashley, who works at the airport as a custom porter, who is home insecure. I am here with Laura Esquivel,
Home
who has been
insecure?
working for the airports for 22 years, scrubbing the toilets of the airplanes, a cabin cleaner, humbly. I am here with Jovan Houston, who is an emergency response alarm operator at LAX, who has COPD, and whose son plays football and also has asthma. And they happen to live on the border of Inglewood. We have come to you time after time, and it's shameful. You have said you needed a study. You have said you needed an economist. You said you need the economist in person.
Yeah, they wasted the money
You
on
have
that.
said we need a new committee. You have said to the opposition, who, by the way, stood in line after 16 fasters, have not eaten for 3 days, with their carne asada and their coffee and their bread this morning. That is an example of what they do to these workers every day. And these workers are barely making it. They're struggling to get by. So today, we know you have the power of your vote to vote yes. But don't hide behind the over-academic, articulate hiding blocks. Just say, if you're going to vote no, have the courage to vote no to our members' faces. This is a David versus Goliath story, and we need to know where you're at. And what we know is that we have red and purple together, and we know what that means.
Speaker, your time's expired. Next speaker. So,
Thank you. That's your time. We got to go to the next speaker.
Speaker, you're now delaying our public comment. We have to move on to the next speaker. So this is your first and only formal warning. Please vacate the podium so we
Well,
can
you
continue
throw
with
out
public
Herman
comment.
after one. Why don't you throw
For
out her
everyone's
after
here,
one?
You can notice we have a lot of people who are here to speak on this item. So these types of
fair.
delays take away from the time that would be given to the people who are here.
Herman gets tossed. Spindler gets
So
tossed.
the sooner we can
Why don't you
continue with
toss
public
her?
comment, the more people we can hear from. I'm sorry, Speaker, we can't continue.
It's okay, take your time. I like this song.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
My name is Kurt Peterson. I'm a co-president of Unite Here Local 11. And 1 minute under public comment and the item, the living wage.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the item.
Thank you. Economic inequality is our existential crisis. The CEOs of Hilton, Hyatt, and Marriott all made more than $50 million last year. Yet these workers who have struck, marched, and now fasted, whose body and talent fuel this thriving sector, cannot afford to live in Los Angeles. They live in the just hope economy, where they must literally hope and pray
wasn't that Kamala?
that they will avoid a car breakdown, an
wasn't that
illness,
just hope?
a missed paycheck
what you
that
get
will
when you
land
vote
them
blue, brother.
on the street. And just so we're clear, $30 is $60,000 a year. CEOs,
To
the
clean
ones I just
toilets.
mentioned and many others, will still earn 1,000 times more than these workers.
Well, they were smart enough to have an education, not have too many kids,
which side you're on.
and create
This
something.
has taken far too long. It is time today to pass this Olympic and Paralympic wage. Thank you.
And see, what you're not thinking about, idiot moron, is the people that actually are skilled, unlike those folks, at 30 an hour right now will then be making 50. And then where does it stop? The scale goes all the way up,
and general public comment.
including to your CEO.
Hello, my name is Jason Bautista with the Thai Community Development Center, or Thai CDC, serving the community of East Hollywood, Thai Town, or Council
Get a
District
goddamn
13.
skill.
I'm here to urge City Council to raise the wage of tourism workers
Don't have
and vote
kids
yes in support of the
until you
tourism
can
workers'
afford
rising
them.
policy. As Los Angeles gears up to prepare for the FIFA World Cup in 2026 and the LA Olympics in 2028, it is crucial that the workers who uphold these events and the entirety of the tourism industry are able to support their families and live with dignity. Among the 150 community organizations, that is why us at Thai CDC have been a firm supporter towards uplifting the livelihood of the tourism workers that have been experiencing housing struggles, eviction, being pushed out of the city and forced to commute long hours for work, and a lack of adequate health coverage. This is unjust and unfair to those that have contributed so much to the city's economy and vibrancy as a global city. Tourism workers need an Olympic wage. I urge City Council to vote yes on the tourism workers rising policy right now. Thank you.
That's the great part about this country. You can do anything you want to
As we
do.
wait
Just
for the
start your
next
own.
speaker,
Become your own
I
CEO
understand and
then,
realize
like
that
they
most
are. And then
people
you
are
can
here
hate
for item
yourself.
number 66 in general. So then rather than ask for your name and which items, just let us know that you're here for 66 in general, and then you can start your 2 minutes. If you're here for any other item, please let us know at that time as well so that we can give you the additional time. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they're
Kara
gonna want
Bartelt,
pity.
66 in general. Again, my name is Kara Bartelt, and I'm the general manager of the Hoxton Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. And I'm extremely concerned that the current council recommendations are going to jeopardize jobs. I can tell you that. I know it. We are currently waiting to hear in wrapped arms about what is happening. We will be forced to close services, and we will be costing Los Angelinos their jobs. There will be grave consequences that these high prices that visitors to our city cannot afford. Los Angelinos will not be able to afford a staycation in downtown. They won't be able to afford $90 parking, a cup of coffee in our hotels. The hotels are here to support the Olympics, but I tell you, I hope we make it to the Olympics. That's the important thing.
Who gives a shit
We have
about the
proposed
fucking
reasonable
Olympics?
changes that help the city
Fuck
meet your
the
goals.
Olympics.
And while keeping
And
hotels
fuck the
and our
World Cup,
businesses
too.
in them open.
Fuck FIFA.
We believe in fair wages, but we also believe it's important to ensure that our hotels don't lose their jobs. Please listen to our recommendations.
Please
Thank you very
sit
much.
down, ma'am. Because you notice, ma'am, the people with skills aren't up there asking for more money. You notice that? Because they paid attention in school, got a fucking career, right? And make
Just to
really good
reiterate
money.
what the city attorney just
Or
said,
became their
if
own
you're
boss.
signed up
And
to
then
speak
hired other
on
people
the
and
living wage
had
item,
them
you
working for
may
them.
Line up in 15 to the
It's funny.
left of chambers.
How come?
If you're here to speak
How
on
come
any
the
other
guy who
item,
makes
you may
$100 an
still
hour
line
isn't
up.
in there asking
Just
for
please be sure to
125?
state what item
How
you're
come?
here to speak on.
How come? At some point, you're going to have to turn the mirror, look at yourself and say, yeah, I fucked up. I shouldn't have had fucking 2, 3 kids, even 1 kid, and I couldn't have fucking afforded it. That's one thing, because I guarantee you there's a lot of parents in that crowd. Or I was the asshole clown that was always acting up in school.
My name is Nick Stewart-Block. I'm speaking
Never
on item
ditching
66
all
in
day,
general
not
public
doing
comment.
nothing. No
I'm
skill.
a research and policy analyst with Lane. We're hearing that the industry is in crisis, but data from city and industry sources paints an entirely different picture. Since 2023, in hotels citywide, RevPAR, average daily rates, and revenue have risen to record levels in hotels, as has transient occupancy taxes collected from hotels and overall visitor spending. On every performance metrics, larger hotels covered by this policy outperform hotels citywide. Overall, LA's Tourism and Convention Board writes that we are seeing, quote, consistent demand and strong occupancy rates in 2024 in the LA area so far. This can hardly be considered a crisis. What we do know from data and what workers have been saying all along is that there is a crisis right now, one that will worsen with inaction. Simply put, wages have not kept up with health costs or rent, and Angelinos are struggling as a consequence.
'Cause I didn't want kids.
But LA
and
City
I couldn't
Council has
afford
an
them.
opportunity to change
Ellie.
this and has taken bold action before. In 1997, in 2007, in 2009, and most recently in 2014. In each instance, The industry cried catastrophe and yet continue to break records in visitors, performance metrics, and revenue. We know they will do so again, and we urge that you ensure that tourism workers can thrive too. Thank you.
Well, I get that, ZZQ, but you can always become your own, right? CEO, what's stopping you from starting your own company?
I'm just going to comment.
Nothing.
My name is Laura Banuet.
I mean, you're
am
literally
here
watching somebody who
fasting for
started
the third
nothing.
day because
with nothing.
I was here actually when
An idea in my head
my
created
union,
a show that
our
people
union
like.
came up
And even
with
that
a
earns a
proposal
little
to
bit
the
of
city
money.
to raise
So it can
the
happen.
wage in April of 23.
From nothing.
And it has been nothing but obstructions and postponements and
I'd say
situations
$30 an
that
hour to
don't have
wash
anything to do
toilets
with
is a lot of
what
money.
We're asking for, which is
I'm sorry,
that you
it is.
or officials
I'm
listen
sorry.
to us.
I think that's a lot of
we
money.
Most of us are your constituents. Most of us are here because we're working a decent job. We're doing it.
If you told me I was a kid,
For the
when I was a
city,
kid,
for
$30, go wash those toilets, I would have
I'm a
washed the
single
toilets
mother.
at 30
I
an
work
hour.
at
Because I
LAX,
wasn't making that.
and,
Working hard
I
washing
used
cars.
to live like in the west side. I had to move out of the west side because the rents were uncontrollable. So then
All right,
I found
everybody.
a converted garage with a bathroom with no access to a kitchen. And I've been living there with my daughter for about 8 years. And this has to change. This has to improve because you guys are in the sitting chair right now to make the vote. And I'm asking you
Well, I'm
to
not
vote
interested,
yes
ZQ. Anybody
in
can do what
the
I can do.
raising the
Anybody.
Olympic wage.
You can have a monkey if you teach
I'm
him well
here
enough.
because I'm part of the union and I'm ready.
I'm just like you,
to
ZK.
continue this fight, but this has
Two
been gone long
unspecial,
enough.
normal
It's
dudes.
been a year and 3/4. And
I've done nothing
for
in my
heaven's sakes,
life.
I mean,
But I'll tell you what I haven't done. I
I
haven't gone over here to beg for money.
Thank you.
I have 3 jobs, okay? 3, and you're looking at one of them. So if I couldn't afford something that I
Item
needed,
66 and
I'd get a
public
4th
comment.
job. Or guess what? I just wouldn't get it. I want a Lamborghini,
Sure. So
but I can't
am
afford
one
it.
of the fasters. I've been fasting with 3
I
days.
just don't have
with
it.
My union,
No
SEIU,
Lamborghini,
local
dude.
USWW.
I'll buy a little
and my
Matchbox car.
brothers and sisters
Lamborghini.
from Unite Here, local
Look at
11. The reason why we're fasting is because we're representing thousands of people that live in Los Angeles that cannot afford groceries. We also haven't been in our homes for the past 3 days. And that represents all the people that have been living in their cars and cannot afford rent.
They won't
So
change the tax.
what we're
Hold on,
asking
ZQ.
from you today, City Council, is, and I'm pretty sure I've spoken to some of you in front, are you with us or not? At least have the dignity to say us no or yes. We've earned that from you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, let's make an example of Los Angeles. Let's pass this living wage. Let's be the example for the rest of this country that corporations and the working class could thrive. The Olympics are coming. 4 years ago, we were considered essential. Now, we're just, what? We're not considered essential anymore. We're just considered trying to basically take them out of your pockets. And it's crazy how these multi-billionaire people are here and they're flossing their watches, and we have the opposition drinking coffee while we're fasting. So I tell you this, lead boldly, show the example, so we could show how this country is supposed to be run by the working class. Thank you.
I'm going to pause it for just 1 second because I want to answer ZQ really quickly. ZQ, just tax the ultra rich to expand the earned income to make it 30 per hour. Well, again, so you want me to appease the ones that fucked up. Okay, you want me to bail them out. You know, that's what you're essentially saying. Okay, now the rich people, the tax code needs to be changed. It won't change. Why won't it change? Because the people that are in power, that are still in power for the next few days, even them, have their buddies donating and making lots and lots of money to stay super, super rich. And that's why they don't change that tax code. Okay, so blame it on them, the legislators. Okay? Not on us, because we have to end up bailing them out. When you end up increasing their wage, it's us, the people that go to at the airport, that have to end up bailing these people out. And again, I'm going to appease the ones that fucked up over the ones that decided to create something with their mind and hire hundreds, if not thousands of people? That makes no sense to me.
I got 30 seconds left. I just want to say David Huerta's in the phone and he will like TikTok.
Okay? At some point,
Morning,
you have to
President,
take responsibility
Council,
for your
Council
actions
members.
in
My
life.
name is,
Stop
Adam
asking for the
66
bailout.
in Power
Dodge,
Plant.
Chevy, Ford,
My
I
name
hope
is
they all
Douglas
go
Marmor.
under.
I
I hope they don't get a
LAX
dollar,
for 30
but they're
years,
already getting the money. They
and
already did
I
before. They'll get it
participated
again.
in the first,
That's why they ain't going to
living
sell these
wage
cars, and they'll sit there rotting because
and
of the
right now
legislators.
I'm doing it because of
ZQ,
other,
not us.
My company, Areas USA, Hudson News, and Host already gave us our contract, so we're making
Well, it's
living
nice
wage.
of you to
We're
tell people
having
how they can
the
spend their money,
healthcare that we
ZQ.
need, but I'm doing it.
I think
the
you should
fast
give all your
for
money
the
to
other
these people
companies that
so they don't
they're
have
not
to make
paying
30 an
yet
hour.
those
How does that feel,
those wages
ZQ?
and those benefits.
Don't save a dollar for yourself. You should hurry up, and you shouldn't be talking to me right now. You should be working a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth job to pay for them.
Buenos días.
And hopefully they have
por el
another
número
kid, so you got to get a
66,
sixth job.
I am here for
por
66.
comentario público. Mi
And
nombre
public
es
comment.
Ana.
Perdón, ¿se puede repetir, señora?
Vengo por el número 66, comentario público.
I'm here for 66 and public comment.
Mi nombre es Ana y pertenezco a la industria hotelera. Soy recamarera.
Hi, my name's Anna, and I work in the hotel industry. I am, perdón, señora, usted es recamarera
Soy
entonces en
recamarera,
cuartos,
trabajo
waitress o housekeeping?
Soy housekeeping, recamarera.
And I'm a housekeeper.
Estoy aquí para decirles que un grupo de compañeros hemos estado haciendo huelga de fasting y, perdón.
I'm here to say that me and the people with me, we have been fasting.
Soy una de las trabajadoras que viven en el área del downtown.
I'm one of the workers who lives in downtown.
Pero esto me cuesta mucho por el incremento de sueldos en las rentas.
Enjoy watching
But it's costing me a lot due to the increase in rent.
Pero tengo que estar cerca a mis niños porque estudian aquí. Mi trabajo pertenece aquí. Entonces tengo que trabajar cerca.
But I have to be here because I need to be close to my children. They go to school here. I work here. So I need to be here.
Close to my
Las
children.
rentas están muy altas, pero
Not
aún
kid
así
or
tengo
child.
que hacerlo.
The rent is too high, but either way, I need to do it.
A diferencia de mis otros compañeros también, que se les dificulta al llegar aquí. Son 2 horas de camino para llegar a su trabajo.
My other comrades, they would like to be here, but
Your
they
comrades?
can't. It takes like 2 hours to get to work.
Estoy aquí viéndole las caras a ustedes,
who calls
a
their-
los que tienen el poder de decidir.
Their co-workers,
I am here
comrades.
looking at your faces, you, those who have the power to decide.
Que la clase trabajadora, por quien votó por ustedes,
For the working class that gives you their votes,
está aquí pidiendo, exigiendo algo justo.
is here asking, is here demanding fair wages.
Espero que ustedes puedan reconocer a nosotros, a todos los miles de trabajadores de la industria que necesitan el dinero para poder subsistir.
I hope you can recognize us. You can recognize the millions of workers in this industry that need the money to be able to get by.
He escuchado aquí presente a una de las participantes de la industria hotelera decir que a los que vienen, los turistas que vienen, les va a costar mucho dinero el hospedarse en sus hoteles o el estar aquí por las Olimpiadas.
I've heard someone representing the hotel industry come here and say that it's going to cost the tourists too much money to come here to stay at the hotels to go to the Olympics.
Yes.
Quiero decirles que esto es totalmente falso. La industria hotelera, los dueños de los grandes hoteles, porque están viniendo aquí a decir como nosotros que necesitan que digan, que voten que no, nosotros estamos diciendo lo que eso es falso. Eso es falso porque ellos tienen el dinero en sus bolsillos que no quieren soltar para los trabajadores. Nosotros estamos pidiendo que hoy ustedes tienen la decisión de votar yes, que sí.
We're here to say that that's a lie. They have come all the way over here with with all the money in their pockets. We're asking you for the workers to vote yes.
Like you demand the more money, I demand you stop having fucking kids and get
66
yourself
in
a
public
skill.
comment.
Close your fucking
My name is
legs.
Reverend Matthew Waite. I
Maybe
live
learn
and serve
another
in Los
language
Angeles
like
City
English.
Council
Maybe
District
that'll help you
5.
because
I'm a
bilingual
pastor at
folks
First
make more
Lutheran
money
in
than
Palms
folks
and
who
part of
aren't
Clergy and
bilingual.
Laity United for
Those are
Economic Justice.
helpful tips.
Christ called his
Close
disciples
your
to
legs.
care for the marginalized
You have
and
enough
the oppressed.
kids.
And so I stand
Close
in
them.
solidarity with tourism
Put a
workers
cork in it.
as they seek fair wages and access to health care. That's why I'm here to urge you to vote yes, with no amendments or exclusions that negatively impact
I demand
these
you
workers.
do that.
These workers have been
I
waiting
demand
too
you
long
close
for
your
this
legs.
law, and it's placing people in impossible situations as they struggle to afford basic necessities like housing or medical care. And so it is time that this group of workers who are essential to the economy of LA be
stop
treated
it.
with dignity rather than being treated as expendable cogs in a machine. Let's get this to the city attorney and raise the wage now, or in the words of Isaiah, cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice, correct oppression. You have that power.
Watch
Thank
live. FBI Director Christopher Wray announces resignment. There you go.
Buenas tardes.
Or resignation.
Voy a hablar
There
en
you go.
español.
Good evening. I'm going
He's
to.
resigning.
Good afternoon. I'm going to
Get the
speak in
fuck outta
Spanish.
66 y comentario público.
66 in general public
Give him
comment.
30 an hour. Make it work for flying food.
Adelante.
Ooh, look who's
Mi
in the
nombre
back.
es Lorena
3 inch
Méndez.
shrimp.
My name is Lorena Mendez.
8 años trabajando para SkyChef en el aeropuerto.
I've been working for Skyship in the airport.
Mi situación es muy difícil porque debido a las rentas que están muy altas, no hay control de rentas, ya no pude más sostener mi vivienda acá.
It's been very difficult because due to the rent going so high and without rent control, I wasn't able to maintain my rent here.
Soy madre soltera con 3 hijas y tuve que moverme a Bakersfield, que son un poco más baratas las casas.
I'm a single mother and I had to... Perdón, señora, ¿se puede repetir? No alcancé a escucharla.
Sí, soy madre soltera de 3 hijas y tuve que moverme a Bakersfield para poder rentar una casa grande para mis hijas.
Oh,
y
yeah,
para
they're
mí.
entitled, Terry. I
A
agree.
Burbank, señora, para aclarar.
It's on high.
Bakersfield, la ciudad de
Bakersfield.
Bakersfield.
Gracias. And I am a single mother of 3 daughters, and I had to end up moving to Bakersfield so that
Single.
I could rent a house for me and my 3 daughters.
Single.
So ahora tengo mi trabajo a 2 horas de lejos, lo cual me está costando mucho llegar a mi trabajo.
So now I have to commute 2 hours to work, and that's costing me a lot of money just to get to work.
Así como yo, habemos muchos compañeros.
Where's Dad?
And just like me, there's a lot of coworkers that are dealing with this.
Y creo que es
see?
justo,
You
creo
see?
que lo merecemos, tener una vida digna, un salario digno que nos permita por lo menos vivir tranquilas cerca de nuestro trabajo con nuestras familias.
And I think it's just. I think we deserve a just wage so that we can support our families.
Ya que nosotros somos los que hacemos el trabajo más duro, preparando los vuelos, preparando comidas, todo lo que se necesite para que el aeropuerto funcione al 100.
Because we're doing the hardest work, repairing the planes, preparing the food, the things that we need so that the airport can work 100%.
General public comment.
Me gusta mucho mi trabajo y estoy feliz de servir, de dar ese servicio, pero me siento muy triste cuando veo que no hay un respaldo para nosotros los trabajadores.
I really love my job, but I find it very saddening that there isn't anything for us workers to
And you're
fall back
bilingual,
on. There's
Terry.
no support.
Ojalá este día puedan ustedes darnos ese
And I'm
sí
sure
que
you're
tanto
making more 'cause of
necesitamos.
it.
Y no estamos viviendo,
That's what I'm
estamos
saying.
sobreviviendo y creo que no es justo.
I hope today you can give us the support we need because we're not thriving, we're not living, we're surviving, and that's not fair.
Muchas gracias por estar acá, por poner esa atención a nosotros. Necesitamos ser escuchados.
Thank you for being here and for giving us your attention to those of us who need to be listened to.
Que Dios les bendiga a todos y así como nosotros un día ponemos el apoyo, yo soy una ciudadana de Estados Unidos y pongo mi voto para ustedes cuando ustedes lo piden. Espero que esta vez puedan poner ese voto para nosotros, la clase trabajadora, que también merecemos estar comiendo saludable, bien. Ahora tengo 3 días sin comer, me siento débil, pero tengo fe que van a pensar un poquito más de nosotros.
Okay, she said she's
And I hope today you can support us. I am a citizen of the United States. I put forth my vote for you. So I hope that you can put forth your vote for us.
Should have voted
Muchas
Republican.
gracias y que Dios les bendiga.
Don't
esta
worry,
tarde.
they'll end up
Thank
taking
you so
care of
much, and may God bless you.
So you're a single mother who's struggling.
Sister
She
Diane
just
Smith.
told you that
I'm here in
others,
solidarity for the workers.
the others
I
are doing
speak
it
for
too.
What kind of person to say a
66,
toe-to-so?
The
You know
social
what? A
teachings of
toe-to-so.
my church,
A
the
fucking
Catholic
a
Church,
toe-to-so.
on the dignity and rights of workers affirm, and the state the economy must serve the people, not the other way around. Work is more than a way of living. It's a form of continuing participation in God's creation.
Maybe they
If
would
the
have
dignity
ZK
of
if they didn't
work
have
is to be
kids
protected,
first.
then the basic
They
rights of
decided to
workers
do
must
the
be
business or
respected,
their idea
including
first,
decent and fair
and then
wages
have a
and
kid.
health care benefits.
But they decided they see
And I might
everybody
add,
else.
I'm
Oh, she's
proud
got a
that
kid.
my own
He's got a
religious
kid.
community,
I got to
the
have
Sisters
kids
of St.
too. The
Joseph
next
of
thing you know, I got 2 or
Carondelet
3. I'm collecting
made
them
a
like baseball
commitment
cards.
many years ago to
Whose
pay a
fault is
livable
that?
wage for
You can
their
point
employees
fingers all
with
you
health
want,
benefits,
ZQ.
care,
But
and
I
other
live in
benefits
reality. This is
included.
reality. It's a real world.
And I'd like also to quote scripture.
They created their own
In
problem.
Matthew 20,
You
Matthew
don't
7,
hear
Jesus
highly
says,
skilled people
"In
at that
everything you
podium
do for, others,
for a reason."
What you would have them do to you. In Judaism, think about your actions and make
This
sure
is
you
beggar's
do not
paradise.
do to others that you would cause you suffering. Hinduism, do not do to others that which was cause you
Yes,
pain
Mom. See
if done
that,
to you.
Mom. Come on, you know.
Islam.
You know what I'm saying.
None of you will believe until
You
you
understand
love
what I'm
for
saying?
your brother what you love for yourself. And what these scriptures are telling us, that as you, counsel, receive a just and livable wage for the work you do, you are called to do the same for those workers who are the backbones of LA's tourism industry. The moral authority of our faith traditions demands just wages, dignified health care for workers. We need LA to be the city of working families, families that can afford to live here.
You know what I mean? The Lord ain't going to help you, ma'am.
The wrath of God will strike you down.
Okay? We can beg and pray all we want.
Morning.
You know what they say?
Comment 66 in public comment.
Wish in one hand and
So you
shit
have
in the
2
other.
minutes. It'll be 1 minute
See which
for
one
the
fills
item
up
and 1
first.
minute for general.
Thank you. My name is Maria Romero, an employee of LAX at Terminal 1. I work at Southwest.
I don't want people to go hungry, but again,
Last week
at
in
some
December
point,
4,
you got to say it's your
we had a total of 700 passengers
your actions
on
that created the
wheelchairs.
mistake.
From the 8 hours that I worked, I assist 300 passengers. I went upstairs with 15 pages of passengers that I logged in, that I took them to check in their bags and sit them in the wheelchair and bring them back into the building and wait for their assistants to come. These passengers come with how can I say, they come late, they come an hour to their flight. There's other passengers that are offloading, are coming to LA. So they're come paranoid, scared, nervous. You know, they're coming from the hospital, they're coming, sick. So I have to be the one to cheer them up, to tell them that there's a new day come here. We're just giving their hopes up, right?
Huh?
So I'm here to ask you, please don't take my work for granted, right? I worked so hard for 18 years at the airport. I go with pride, I go with love. I do it for my coworkers. I'm fasting, I'm part of the group. Did it for 3 days. I've been up here many times. I said, let me do an action that's more tougher, and what it is fasting. Let me show them how serious I am. This is, there's traveling, there's movement going on. You know, there's work, I'm not sure what they're saying, that there's no jobs or something's gonna happen. No, it's all lied. So I thank everybody.
Yeah,
Please
she's
vote
rambling.
yes.
She's rambling because she's hungry. She ain't ate for 3 days.
Buenos días.
Good
Estoy por el
morning.
número
Body needs some
66.
sugars.
66.
Comentario público.
And general public comment.
So you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Mi nombre es Mabel Calles.
There he
Yo
is,
trabajo
man. The
en
man, the
Hampton
myth, the
Inn,
legend,
Santa
right there.
Mónica.
My name is Mara Calles, and I work in the Hampton Inn in Santa Monica.
Estuve 10 meses en huelga. Fue difícil, pero no imposible.
I was
Ganamos.
on strike for 10 months. It was hard, but it wasn't impossible.
Ganamos y tenemos mejores beneficios.
We won, and we have better benefits.
Es por eso que estoy ayudando
So
y
give 'em an
ayudando
inch, they take a mile.
solidaridad con los compañeros del aeropuerto.
And that's why I'm here in solidarity with my partners who are out in the airport.
Porque ellos también merecen un sueldo justo.
Because they also deserve a just wage.
Es fuerte estar
All right, everybody.
en una huelga o en algo así como están ellos ahorita. Porque
It's-
se lleva el sol y la agua al mismo tiempo. Estar aguantando día tras día esos momentos.
It's
Ellos se
impa-
merecen todo, así como a todos y cada uno nos gusta usar el aeropuerto, que vamos
Everybody's paying
a
more,
otro
Shadow.
país o a
Everybody.
otro estado.
For
Nos
bilingual
gusta ver
folks.
un aeropuerto bonito, limpio.
Sing it now.
Terry makes more
Sorry.
money, I'm sure of it,
Um,
because she can speak both languages
¿Puede
fluently.
repetirse, perdón, y
It's a
pausar
great
un poquito
skill.
más entre...
Shows higher intelligence.
Ok, sí. Es justo y creo que es bueno que ustedes pongan el voto positivo.
It would be fair, and I think it's good if you guys vote yes.
Ya que a todos y a cada uno de los que estamos aquí nos gusta usar el aeropuerto.
Seeing as each and every one of us who's here enjoys using the airport.
Cada quien va a cada diferente estado, a diferente país, y nos gusta tener un aeropuerto limpio y bonito.
We go to different countries, we go to different states, and we like to have a beautiful and clean airport.
Así que por favor, póngase la mano en el corazón y voten por todas estas personas que se merecen esto justo. Gracias.
So please put your hand on your heart and vote for all of the people who deserve this.
Well, I wish
Thank
you the
you.
best health, Snoop. But see, look at that. Snoop's got a bachelor's in biology, 25 years work experience. He's making 28 an hour.
Hi,
He's
good
got
morning.
skills.
Item 66, public comment.
Some of these people here are literally
My
just
name is
washing
Eddie
the
Diaz.
toilet on
I'm
the
a
plane.
tourism worker at the W
Cleaning up
Hollywood,
the
and I'm
trash
here to
that's on the
support my
plane.
brothers and sisters from USWW at the airport to get their wage increase because it is necessary
They're not a college
for us
educated.
to have a life in the city. It's very expensive to live here, and from personal experience, I've gone through it on my strikes and stuff, my fight for my contract at my hotel. We won, but it was a long fight. It took us a year to win. But during that period of time, I was unemployed. I went through one of my darkest periods. And during that time, the people that was there supporting me was my brothers and sisters from the airport and Unite Here Local 11. Those CEOs and rich people that came here to support the airport, hotels, they weren't there to help me. Instead, they were laughing at me, throwing shade at me for being in my strikes, for supporting my brothers and sisters.
Oh, shade.
Earlier in the morning, when we got here, they were eating in front of us, drinking coffee in front of us. That shows you the kind of people that they are. They don't care about us. They don't care about you guys. They only care about the money you guys can bring them and to fill up their pockets. Here today, I want you guys to see who you guys are supporting. A group of employees that are here for each other, like my brothers and sisters have done for me, or a bunch of greedy people that are here just to make more money and don't give a shit about anybody. Thank you.
Newsflash. A lot of employers don't really care about you, bud. Newsflash. Unless you're working for small mom and pops where it's a small group of people and they want a tight-knit chemistry. You know, they want a tight-knit group.
Good. Which
everybody
items would you like to speak
working
to?
well together.
I'd like to speak to all of them, please.
Audit LA.
And public comment.
So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Okay, for the first item is the one for the Church of the Cult of Scientology to get its ITT renewal, I'm going to say no, because you know what? They have massive, massive, massive amounts of surveillance of people. They have licensed readers. They have even their own Scientology officer, friendly officers like Senior Lead Officer White.
Gross, Matt.
No offense, but I'm going to say it, has even admitted that they have an exorbitant amount of cameras and surveillance. And it makes me, it's a concern to the community because you all made a rule now where LAPD can just hook into their stuff. Why does a church, an alleged church, need so much surveillance? Like, what's going on in there? What are they hiding? What are they protecting that they need massive, massive amounts of surveillance? So I'm going to say no, unless you go in and really investigate what's going on. But you guys, I can't even get you guys to do, Mr. Hugo, to do anything about the, the non-ADA compliant, everything on your easement. So you're not going to do anything about this massive amounts of security.
Speaker, you should move on to your next item.
Sure. And when it comes to all the ones, like all the items where you're doing a nuisance,
thanks, Boosted,
then I'm going to say no until you guys realize that there's a lot of people in the community that are finding everything that's going on around L. Ron Hubbard Way with all the planters, without all the street closures, with everything going on there and the harassment, that until you deal with that nuisance, why are you going after all these other people? And, that's really what I want to talk about. And when it comes to hiring and all these things, I'm just asking that why are they taking it away from the civil service? There's a lot of people wanting jobs, but by taking it away from civil service, you're taking away a lot of the screening, a lot of the everything that needs to protect us to make sure we get the right people hired. It's to protect the city from nepotism. Okay, and so the fact that you're taking that away is ridiculous. I'm saying no, and I hope you all say no. We don't need more nepotism. We don't need everyone, bringing in their friends, and all that. And as far as the one on 33 with the housing, the homeless, I do agree with, that we have to help the homeless shelters get their right permits and everything that they need to be able to do what they need to do. But that's Miss Rahman's thing, and she still owes me an apology. So that's just a reminder, Miss Rahman. Remember how you interrupted me before I spoke, and I didn't appreciate it, so you owe me an apology. Okay, so now am I on
General
my
public comment?
Public comment. First of all, I would like to say that Janet Wheeland, the Cult of Scientology, she is a handler for somebody who I will not mention their name because they do not deserve to have their name mentioned. And they are on my chat right now trying to harass me and intimidate me from talking right now. It's not him, it's them. It's the Church of Scientology and OSA trying right now. They have had this person try to instigate violence against me, and now they're having him try to instigate a coercion and intimidation for me. But it is Janet Wayland. I will stand on that. And when it comes, also I want to say yesterday that people were taking pictures from that side going here. That can be seen as intimidation. That should not be done, even though you do have a right to do it. I thank Mr. McCosker for listening, but there's so many people that do not listen when people are talking, and that's right now. And I'm disappointed in...
Here. There it is. There it is. Out of LA.
Good morning. My name is...
Before you begin, I'm sorry. The gentleman in the back, I believe he's in a gray hoodie with the camera. He's like right in front of the blackboard. This is your first and only warning. Please do not disrupt this meeting. Again, there are a lot of people who speak, so the more disruptions we have, it actually takes away from the time for people to give public comment.
Look at that face.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Go ahead.
Good morning, Reverend Eddie Anderson, speaking on item 66 in general public comment. Good morning, honorable members of council, sisters and brothers. I stand here to remind you that Scripture declares that it has not yet appeared what we shall be, which means we can lean into our moral imagination And imagine in Los Angeles where the ambassadors, not just workers, but they're the ambassadors for Los Angeles who work at LAX, make $30 an hour. We can lead into a Los Angeles where people don't have to make a decision between whether I'm going to pay for the child care that is rising in Los Angeles or the rent. We can live in Los Angeles where people can make sure they can provide food on their tables and still work one job, not two, not three, and have dignity. For they are our ambassadors. They are the ones who represent us on the streets. So I implore you to pass this legislation, to pass $30 an hour, to create a place where everyone in Los Angeles can live and not have to be hungry.
General?
All right.
Oh, general public comment?
You don't have to.
We don't want to listen to you.
I don't have to. But I will say this as a general public comment, that when you think about this, I was talking to a small business owner, and they were talking about they are not against the $30 for their workers. And I thought, the work belongs to you all. This is the work. How can we create a Los Angeles where all of us can exist? Where the workers who are fasting, who are giving away their food so that they can dig spiritually and bind themselves together, can have their existence. This is not a binary decision. This is a decision of bold choice and of courage to make sure that everyone has what they need. It's Advent, it's Christmas. I remind you, there was no room for Jesus in the inn. But there was one person who was bold enough to say, there's a place for you in this city as well. Let's make our city that city where all angels can fly.
Thank you so much. Mr. City Attorney, I want to recognize, pardon me, Speaker, I want to recognize Councilmember Rodriguez for continuation.
Thank you. Would like to request that item 9 be continued to January 10th.
Without objection, that'll be the order.
Shut up,
All right, let's
Meg.
proceed.
Shut up, Meg.
Go ahead.
Here in General and 66.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jessica Durham with Lane. I'm director of our Tourism Workers Rising campaign. Our coalition consists of over 150 organizations and 360 small businesses across every single council district. This broad coalition, many of whom are with us today, has been joining workers here at City Hall for almost 2 years now. And at Lane, we've stood with workers in every fight to raise the wage over the past 3 decades. From the landmark 1997 Living Wage Ordinance to 2009 when LAX workers fought for and won access to health care for their families, and 2014's historic citywide hotel worker minimum wage. Today's vote is continuing that noble legacy. Every time it's been a fight. Every time the industry has echoed the same hollow proclamations of doom, which I'm sure you're about to hear more of, and every single time the tourism industry has only continued to grow and to thrive. The sky has never fallen. This ordinance is really just a straightforward fix to catch up with the current economics. You just heard why this is so urgent directly from workers. In their own words, workers who've been fasting for 3 days to shed light on this crisis. We know this will transform lives. We know the industry can afford it. We appreciate the leadership council has shown in moving this forward at long last. This will be a great day for workers. This will be a great day for Los Angeles. So again, we encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Item 66 and public comment. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rabi Nasser, General Manager of a 450 rooms hotel in downtown Los Angeles. Today, I stand before you to express our concerns regarding the proposed living wage ordinance. While I fully support reasonable wage increases, the aggressive wage levels being proposed are simply unmanageable for our industry, particularly in light of the drastic decline in hotel profitability over the past few years, especially following the COVID-19 pandemic. Our local market has yet to fully recover, and imposing such significant wage hikes coupled with the exorbitant healthcare subsidies being suggested could lead to an estimated increase of $2 million in benefit payment for our hotel alone. This is unattainable. If this ordinance passes as proposed, we fear it will force many hotels, including ours, to make painful decisions, potentially closing outlets and laying off valuable staff. I have spoken with many colleagues in our industry, and we all share the same concerns. So please work with us to find a more balanced solution that supports both our employees and the future of our businesses. We're not saying no, don't do it. We're saying let's do it in a way where we can work together and do not end up hurting the same people we're trying to assist. Thank you.
Español, comentario público número 66.
Spanish, public comment number 66.
Mi nombre es Diana de la Torre. Represento al Hotel Mama Shelter en Hollywood, un hotel pequeño de tan solo 70 cuartos.
Señorita, le voy a pedir que se repita. Aquí estoy. ¿Sí me puede ver? Aquí estoy.
Ah, ok.
Le voy a pedir que se repita y que pause entre sus frases, ¿sí?
Ok.
Puede comenzar de nuevo, detendrán el reloj.
Mi nombre es Diana de la Torre. Represento al Hotel Mama Shelter.
My name is Diana de la Torre and I represent the Hotel Mama Shelter.
Un hotel pequeño de tan solo 70 cuartos en Hollywood.
It's a small hotel in Hollywood of only 60 rooms.
Okay. Estoy aquí para comentarles la situación de nuestro hotel en los últimos meses.
I'm here to tell you about the situation in our hotel that we've been experiencing for the last couple of months.
Nuestro hotel no ha tenido los niveles de ocupancia en los últimos meses o años comparado a años anteriores.
Our hotel hasn't had the same level of occupancy in comparison to prior months or years.
Do you think the room rates going up is going to help that? Thanks to your
tener que reducir el horario de nuestro personal, cortando drásticamente horas de labor.
Due to this, we've had to drastically cut the hours of our labor force and drastically cut our labor force.
Desafortunadamente, yo recibo personas en mi oficina casi diariamente pidiéndome que les regresemos sus horas de trabajo.
Sadly, every day I get people coming into my office asking us to please give them back their work hours.
Desafortunadamente, si esta propuesta va en efecto,
and unfortunately, if this proposal goes through,
nos veremos forzados a no solo eliminar horas de trabajo, pero desafortunadamente eliminar por completo ciertos servicios y trabajos en nuestro hotel.
Unfortunately, if this goes through, we're not only going to have to cut more work hours, but cut out complete services and jobs.
Les pedimos que juntos solucionemos lo que está en debate y les agradecemos. Queremos seguir que nuestros empleados tengan su trabajo y que tengan un trabajo estable.
We're asking all of us to please find a solution together so that our employees have a stable
I have a solution.
Line of work.
Gracias.
I have a solution. Let's cut to the chase. Let's give you $50 an hour, which you'll ask for soon enough anyways. And then in 6 to 8 months, you'll be out of a job because the hotel will go out of business.
Number 66.
Problem solved.
Okay, go ahead.
Then you have no job.
Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Nick Cruz. I'm here just really seeking for a living wage with a reasonable and sustainable increase that can retain jobs and our business's viability. I definitely appreciate certain council members' willingness to talk with us in the business community, and I'm very disappointed in some other council members and their lack of engagement in the details and what the adverse impact could be from this living wage. Traffic is down 13% at LAX from 2019. Sales are lagging 21% from 2019. And you're seeking a 30% increase in just 1 year and 50% over 4 years? Look, I'm a second generation minority owned business owner, and the majority of my employees are minorities as well. And we're all trying to improve their lives. But what you guys are going to do today, potentially in passing this, will have an adverse effect and negative impact because there will be net job loss.
Of course.
Look at the FAST Act. It just came out, the report. There is a net job loss from the FAST Act wage increase, and this wage increase is not as sufficient, or is even more sufficient. Currently at LAX today, people are laying people off in concessions because traffic is down and the businesses have not recovered. Sales does not mean profitability. Businesses are not profitable right now. Unfortunately, the terminals I'm in are also down from last year. So we had to rebid our schedules and lay off 30 people just the other day. And that's not to be punitive. That is just so we can sustain our businesses. So I implore you to take more time, understand what the impact of this will be. This is not going to go into effect until July next year. We have time to meet on this in January and pass something that is sustainable for the businesses and doesn't have the negative impact of job loss to the people that we're trying to help the most. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Nice expensive watch you have. Jelly. You're all jelly.
Item number 66 in general public comment.
Okay, go ahead. You have
Hello,
1 minute for
Council
each.
President and distinguished council members.
Rolly.
Unlike the multi-billion-dollar companies referenced, we are a disadvantaged business owner local to Los Angeles. We've worked tirelessly for 20 years to build our business and be in a position to be here today and to be a fabric of LAX. We're a direct byproduct of the robust inclusion and diversity, inclusiveness efforts that the city of Los Angeles have put forth. Our track record more than demonstrates that we care greatly for our 300-plus team members.
Knee bender.
Unfortunately, as we've communicated previously, the reality is that many people will lose their jobs as a result of this very steep and immediate urgent wage increase. It is a fact that today, many people at LAX are already starting to receive WARN notices. WARN notices are a requirement as a result of massive layoffs. That is a fact. I dare somebody to dispute me. For the record, we're not here to say we do not appreciate or do not support a living wage. We pay above living wage for many of our team members, every team member actually. But what I'm saying is take a more calculated, measured approach to make sure that this is sustainable and allows our business to remain viable. This next portion of the message is to my team members. I want to go on record to say, for those of you who will be laid off in the future, I am deeply sorry I have failed you. We have worked very hard the last year to educate, inform, and advocate for a more calculated, thoughtful approach to this measure. But the reality is, we will not be able to retain all of our team members, unfortunately. For the people that will remain, I'm more so ever committed to providing a more thriving and equitable outcome for all of us. And so I would like to end on saying thank you to the council members who've really taken the time to learn, understand our business, and really appreciate the thoughtful consideration. Thank you. God bless.
Oh, they've been here
Good morning.
over a year
I'm here to
doing
speak on
this.
66 in general public comment.
Okay, you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Good morning, council members. My name is Chad Mender, and I serve as the president and CEO of the LAX Coastal Chamber of Commerce that represents close to 700 businesses in and around the LAX community. 550 of those businesses represent small, local, minority, and women-owned businesses right around the airport itself. For decades, the city of Los Angeles has thoughtfully increased the living wage ordinance. It has been incrementally adjusted due to CPI and other factors. Today, you will be potentially voting on a 55% increase on wages overnight for our hotels and our LAX-related businesses.
55.
That's not thoughtful.
Who does that?
Tourism, aviation, and hospitality have not fully recovered to pre-pandemic levels. This ordinance will have a crippling effect beyond just the hotels and LAX. Think about the spillover to small and diverse businesses. Jobs will be cut, and local and small businesses will close. Think about the small woman-owned florist that is no longer getting orders from the hotel around the corner, or the bakery that is no longer partnering to service a hotel restaurant because it has eliminated services.
Come on.
I urge you to make a decision today that doesn't create winners and losers. Yes, we need a thriving workforce, but we also need thriving businesses for them to go to every day. Have an awesome day. Thank you for your time.
I'm telling you, it's going to collapse all those businesses, and then these people that are begging for 30 an hour aren't going to have anything an hour.
Speaking on item number 66.
Then they're going to feel the
in
pain.
public comment.
having to go into that
My name is Mark
workforce
Davis.
and make
I'm
less
the
money than
president
they're
and CEO
making
of
now.
the Hilton Universal, a very busy hotel at a destination location. I'm very concerned about the ordinance going forward in its current form. It will cost jobs. It likely is to kill the project that we have planned to build 400 more rooms needed in that area for the activities that happen at Universal City. Very proud to be in Council District 4 and want to make this project work for our Councilwoman Rahman. I know she supports that. We appreciate, and I want to send my gratitude to those who have sat down and been willing to listen to us, to make sense of what is about to happen. If you go forward with this without pause, we really urge you to continue to think about this. Smart decisions are made by listening, and that's what you're doing today, and we appreciate your time. We do the same thing with our team members. Our team members, we listen to them. Our team members are happy. They feel like they're getting fair wages. We always listen to them. Our housekeepers, as soon as they touch the 9th room, they get $40 an hour. And that happens in a busy hotel. So, you know, we do listen. We do the right thing. And we want to go forward with this project that is about to kill 1,000 construction jobs if it's killed, and 200 permanent good-paying jobs. So I urge the council to continue to pause, to listen, to think about this and the impact that it will make and the jobs that will be lost. Thank you very much for your time.
I got another solution for you. The tax, the room tax that goes to the city, right? That portion, or the tax itself, should be given to these people.
Good morning. My name is Adam
That way they
Robles,
don't have
and
to
I'm
get
here to
the
speak on
increase.
agenda item 40
Doesn't kill
regarding
the
expanding
business,
leave time after a
and
late
they're just
term
gonna
and term
steal or
stillbirth
squander the money
and general
anyways.
public comment. I had the opportunity to
won't happen,
previously
though.
address the council during Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month back in October. During that meeting,
Sorry,
on behalf
Speaker,
of my
hold on
sister
just for
Selena
1 second.
Robles, and in remembrance of her
Speaker, can you
son
pause this time?
Noah Robles,
Speaker, I just wanted to clarify. So item number 40 is not open for public comment, but you have 1 minute for general. So go ahead. This is your minute for general.
understood, thank you. So I respectfully urge that the City of Los Angeles take the lead on addressing maternal and infant health. Today, you have an opportunity to take a critical step in doing so by addressing the needs of parents that experience stillbirth. Parents that experience stillbirth have higher rates of depression, anxiety, and other psychological symptoms, not to mention the physical recovery needed after pregnancy that results in stillbirth, be it a vaginal delivery, C-section, or other delivery method. Not having adequate maternity leave following such a tragedy only exacerbates these unimaginable circumstances. Women who experience stillbirth should not suffer in silence, and they should be treated with the dignity and care that they deserve, and the ability to recover from these tragic pregnancy outcomes without needing to take their personal vacation or sick time. Please support this effort to expand leave time, and please continue to prioritize maternal and infant health. Thank you.
They'll do their job and give you a handy for 40, Cosmo.
Item 66 and general public comment. Good morning, council members. My name is Alec Mesropian. I'm here on behalf of the LA County Business Federation, representing 240 business organizations and over 420,000 employers. Our members include many small businesses that are already operating with slim 4 to 5% margins, and that's before debt service. The proposed wage increase today is unprecedented. For small businesses like hotels, this could mean up to $400,000 in annual increases in payroll costs. These businesses cannot absorb such a dramatic spike without cutting jobs or closing their doors altogether. As we all know, the last thing this city needs is a sharp decrease in available hotel rooms as events like the World Cup, Super Bowl, and Summer Olympics approach. It's important to remember that LA has had a living wage ordinance since 2008, with annual adjustments for inflation, including increases to address the pandemic. Yet, the City Council is pushing for an unprecedented increase today, which has never been done before in this way. We urge you to consider the historic destabilizing impact this 50% wage hike will have, not just today, but across the next 4 years, on small businesses and on tourism jobs, and to seek balanced solutions that allow businesses and workers to recover and thrive together. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm telling you, my idea would work. City would
Good
never do it because they
afternoon.
want their money.
Item 66 in
They hate
general public
Airbnb
comment.
because Airbnb
My
doesn't
name
give
is
them that
Rabbi
tax.
Robin Podolsky. I'm with Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, and we're here to support the tourism workers in their fight for an Olympic wage. We learn in Deuteronomy 24:14, you must not oppress a needy wage worker, be they kin or a stranger, an immigrant in your land.
What's up, Taiji?
Business owners can say, well, they are in business
No,
to make
not
money.
yet.
Why
I'm
should they
tired.
sacrifice their interests? Well, we can ask, why is it in our interest as a polity to have businesses
Probably
in our
Dash.
city? Because we have a commitment to make billionaires richer? Or because we support businesses that uplift our entire community? An economy is a web of relationships. Just as a city, a polity, is a community of mutual obligation. Now, we have the report that indicates, is that the bell?
You're on general public comment now. So you're on general public comment now.
General public comment, thank you. We have the report to indicate that the tourism wage will not negatively impact the economy of Los Angeles. And we know that the Olympics will be a gold mine for local businesses. They will not suffer, they will thrive. It is only just that those workers whose labor makes it possible for businesses to thrive should get their fair share of the prosperity they produce, should be able to live where they work, should be able to get their kids what they need to go to school, should be able to have health care and breathe a little bit, to live in dignity and security. Thank you.
Uh, 66 in general public comment. Hey. Hello, I am Sarah Seidman, a resident of for almost 12 years of Council District 13 and the chair of the Echo Park Neighborhood Council. Earlier this year, we passed a community impact statement in support of raising the wage for tourism workers, joining 16 other neighborhood councils. The Echo Park Neighborhood Council is in full support of the tourism workers' rising motion and see this as a matter of economic justice, housing justice, and public safety. These workers have been taking days off of work, sacrificing time with their families, and skipping sleep to come speak to you about the need for this policy. Tourism workers are disproportionately rent burdened. As city leaders, you have the responsibility
burdened.
to
Isn't
ensure
everybody
working
rent
families
burdened?
don't end up on the street.
Or mortgage burdened?
I want to thank the leadership of
Fucking
Councilmember
idiot
Soto Martinez
communist.
and ask that the rest of the council vote yes in support of an Olympic wage. Thank you.
Again, it's free rent. That's essentially what she's saying. Housing is a right.
I'm here for
Then when
item
is
66
food,
in public comment.
healthcare, a car, when does
My
all that
name
become
is
right?
Nancy Berlin.
Right after that.
I'm one of the co-chairs of the California Poor People's Campaign. We have 4,000 members in the city of Los Angeles across all city council districts. One of the core tenets of the Poor People's Campaign is that every person has the right to a living wage, to have decent housing and health care. Sadly, workers here today have told me that their wages aren't high enough to guarantee that. Working at their current wages, they would have to work more than 96 hours a week simply to afford a modest two-bedroom apartment. That's not right, it's not just, it's not moral. In our campaign, we say, somebody's been hurting our people and we won't be silent about it anymore. The Olympics will put our city in a global spotlight. We have an opportunity to show the rest of the world what we value. That's why we urge you to vote for this living wage, so that all of our workers who are our neighbors and our families, and we love them, so that they can have decent and dignified lives. When we lift from the bottom, everybody rises. Los Angeles, we can do better. Sí se puede.
The Great White Hope, everybody.
Hi, my name is Mike Royce. I'm here for agenda item 66 and public comment. I'm a member of the WGA and the DGA and SAG union. I have listened to a lot of business people come up and say they are not saying no to $30 an hour. You know, the best way to not say no to $30 an hour is to not say no to $30 an hour. Yes is the word that you're looking for. There's been references to the thoughtful increases of the past. They fought all of those too. So what are we talking about? Now the Olympics are coming, and somehow they can't make it work when the biggest tourism event of the century is going to be in Los Angeles. People are going to make a lot of money during the Olympics. Why shouldn't the businesses that make that money not share that with the workers? That's all these people are asking for. This is already a gradual approach. This is already leading up to a big event that's going to cause a lot of money to come in, and it's already extremely reasonable and overdue. I can keep going, right? These are workers who are already working double shifts. They can't afford to live in the city they work in. Some of them are sleeping in their cars just to avoid to make enough money to drive to the house that they had to buy that's 4 hours away. I know this because I read it in the Los Angeles Times, which is owned by a billionaire, and he still printed it. I think that paying these people fairly is somehow going to cause the entire world not to come to the Olympics is simply not credible. You have to ask, why does the business model depend on paying people unfairly, even during this gigantic tourism event that is coming? Please, please end the madness, give these workers what they need, and vote for the Olympic wage. Thank you.
You are, BJ, so we are. I'm telling you, it's a slippery slope. You give them one thing, they're going to want another and another.
Hi, I'm here for 66 and public comment.
Give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Fatima Murrieta. I live in CD4, and I'm a senior organizer at the Writers Guild of America West. I'm here today representing our 12,000 TV and screenwriters, many of whom work in the hospitality industry to stay afloat during downtimes, a reality of how expensive it is to live in this city. In 2014, I stood right here as a hotel worker delivering the same message. Workers deserve dignity and a living wage. Bosses use the exact same talking points you're hearing today, but workers won. And that victory was truly transformative, not just for me, but for thousands of workers who finally gained the stability to build a better future, and the hotel industry thrived as a result. Today, I'm asking you to stand with us again, because everything in price has gone up except wages. The tourism ordinance is about making sure hardworking people who make LA a world-class destination can afford to live and work here. Vote yes, let's make history and transform lives once again. Thank you.
Good afternoon. General public comment on item 66.
You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council President Harris Dawson and members of the Council. My name is Rob Notoff. I'm with the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, where we proudly represent over 800,000 workers across LA County, including these brave workers at Unite Here Local 11 and SEIU USWW, and especially those who fasted for the past 3 days in support to bring attention to this important piece of legislation. And I'm here today to make it clear that enough is enough. Let's move forward with an Olympic wage for our tourism workers. The time to act is not tomorrow. The time to act is today, and the eyes of the labor movement are upon each and every one of you, and we want to know, will you support dignified wages for these brave workers behind me, or will you maintain the status quo of poverty wages in this industry? As a side note, did you all know that poverty is the 4th leading cause of death in the United States? These workers literally cannot afford to maintain the status quo of poverty wages. So let's make sure that our tourism workers can afford in the city in which they work. Let's make sure our tourism workers can access affordable family health care. And let's make sure that we restore the dignity to the lives of those who make our hospitality industry thrive. Thank you.
Fellow members of the Roman Senate, hear me. Shall we continue to build palace after palace for the rich, Or shall we aspire to a more noble purpose?
Good afternoon,
and build
council members,
decent housing for the
President, poor?
council
members. I'm speaking
How does
on
the Senate
66 and a general comment.
Fuck the poor!
Yes, we can. I'm Naresh Bhakta, Regional Director of Minority Immigrant Business Owners, representing over 650 small and mid-sized hotels. Olympic is into 2028, and only for 2 weeks. All CEO making millions are not us. We are minority immigrant small business hotel owners.
It is
we are
such a
not
great
those
movie,
who
Randy.
are making millions. Please don't compare apple with oranges.
Apple
I
is
stand
orange.
here today to express my deep concern about the proposed minimum wage increase and significant impact on a small and a mid-sized hotels, particularly those with 150 rooms and below. Hotels operate within a very limited income framework, and this increase will create a domino effect that reaches beyond and just the hospitality industry. Tourism already facing challenges, and this change will only make it harder to sustain. The repercussion will only to impact the hotel owners, also employees, vendors, and ultimately the broader community. The decision is taking a scenario where both employees and employments will suffer. Business will force to close the doors, and including potential layoffs, reducing services, and hurt overall. Please do not force us to pass this to increase the labor cost to the customers who are fellow Los Angeles. Please vote yes to carve out 150 rooms and below and limited service hotels. Otherwise, this will make life harder. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Is it my turn, sir? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Turn his mic on.
Rick Tuttle.
There we go.
I'm here on behalf of the Clergy LA United for Economic Justice, CLU. I'm a volunteer member. As some of you may know, I used to spend a lot of time in this building. I was Los Angeles City Comptroller from 1985 to 2001. I assure you, there are ghosts in this building. I also must say it's great to see old friends, and so many of us have done so much together over the years. It is great to see each of you. Why am I here today? Why am I standing here instead of online? Because our friends in security realized there's something wrong. I've come off 2 hip surgeries, as in hip surgeries. I'm getting better, don't worry. I'll be on the basketball court by April or May, but I appreciate not just standing online so long. Why am I here? Because of the importance of this issue. And here's, what do I have, 16 seconds? That's all I need. This is an historic vote. If you were in Congress in 1935, where were you on the Wagner Act? If you were in Congress in 64-5, where were you on the Civil Rights Act? On this city council in 1997, where were you on the Living Wage Act? It's that time, it's this time. Last point, let's not slow walk this, folks. I understand all this. Don't slow walk it. Vote today. It's in your hands. Vote today. Don't let this get slow walked. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for taking care of me. Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Thank you very much.
Good morning, council members. I'm here to represent the hundreds of hotels in the city of LA that are immigrant-owned mom-and-pop businesses that are barely surviving. These are small, family-run operations, not big corporate chains with endless resources. Since COVID, tourism has disappeared from our hotels. We now primarily serve locals and support Mayor Bass's Inside Safe program, offering affordable, budget-friendly rates. The proposed wage ordinance of $30 an hour plus $8.25 an hour will devastate us. We can't just raise our costs and figure that guests will just pay it. No, they will leave us to go to Marriott, to Hilton. They have so many more amenities like spas, gyms, bars, restaurants. We can't compete with that. We're limited service hotels. This ordinance was clearly designed for large corporate hotels near LAX, not small hotels like ours. After reviewing the BEAR study, I found it was based on a series of huge assumptions. These didn't take into consideration
To get
the
their attention.
realities faced by
Why
small
she's yelling.
business hoteliers or the actual
But they don't
operating
care.
expenses we
Look,
incur.
they're not paying attention.
Everything in that study was theoretical, disconnected from the real world.
None of them.
And
Look, they're
yet,
talking to each other,
the city
sidebarring.
spent $180K
She's eating.
on taxpayers' money on this bogus and inaccurate
She's not even paying
study.
attention.
Why?
She's new.
This
She's
money
2
could have
days
been
in.
spent elsewhere. Even Unite Here's president pointed out that big hotels, CEOs, make millions, but us small hoteliers aren't even making minimum wage when you
don't
factor
care.
into stress, risk, and hard work we put into running our businesses. We built these businesses with hard work, and we cannot afford this drastic wage increase. I urge you to carve out hotels with 150 rooms or fewer from this ordinance. If you do the math, as I have done with many of the council members who actually agreed to meet with us, you'll see it's impossible for us to survive. Please carve us out. Thank
Your
you.
time has expired.
So she's a mom and pop. They want them not associated with the big Marriott and all that. Is that fucking Candido? No, that ain't Candido.
Ray Patel. I'm a resident of Los Angeles and a business owner in the Eagle Rock area. I echo what these folks are saying. It's gotten expensive in Los Angeles. Housing's expensive. Food costs has risen. But that's not the responsibility of the business community. It is your job. We, your constituents, put you in these seats to govern for us. And all we see is legislation after legislation where you're increasing the cost to do business in Los Angeles, and then you force us to pass these costs on to the consumers. They're the ones that suffer. Now, these limited service hotels, 150 guest rooms and below, there's an amendment in front of you to carve us out of this motion to make us pay $38 an hour.
Thank you, Daily Disclosure.
Now, the reason for that
For
is these
17
limited
months.
service
Let's
hotels,
go.
they're not tourist hotels per se. They cater to Los Angelinos, your unhoused program, folks that are transitioning from apartments, they need to stay in hotels. People that have bad credit stay in our hotels, the limited service hotels, because they're affordable and they'll never qualify for renting an apartment because of bad credit. Then you have people that have events in Los Angeles. They rent the rooms from us for their families to come to Los Angeles. And these are small families. These aren't gazillionaires that can afford $1,000 a night room. And then you have people that simply cannot afford vacationing in Paris, like many of you had witnessed during the Olympics to go see the aftermath of that. Someone will talk about that. But that's a good example where they use these local motels as staycations. So what we're asking you is to consider a pause, study these amendments. Many of our people in the business community have already spoken before me. You know the facts now. And my community of small business owners, limited service hotel owners, have been coming here for 24 months now to talk to you about our industry. So you cannot deny one thing, that we haven't done our job to educate you as your constituents. So this time, let's work together to bring down the cost of living in Los Angeles. Do not pass it on to the consumers who are Los Angelinos.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Sure. What happened to the sound? Oh, there it is.
Good morning, Council. Let me just start by saying
Why are they all
mentioned
Indian?
the CEOs making $40-50 million or something. I would love to make that money and definitely consider this motion and say, go for it, let's do it. But we are minority-owned small businesses over here. And let me just debunk some myths for you. If you guys remember the '84 Olympics over here, the hotels and the economy, the tourism economy did not do as well in other years as they did in '84. Okay, '84 was a bad year. Check Disneyland's number and you will know the mathematics behind that. I also, people talk about increasing the wage to $30, but they're not counting the healthcare costs. The right math on that is $79,000 per year cost. Someone studying 17 years in a college, getting an accounting degree, barely at a bank makes $60,000 or something around that, and you want us to pay $79,000 of cost for front desk employees. That's great. We definitely, I'm just surprised how you come to that conclusion. And lastly, talking about, I see most of the people over here, you're having the Starbucks coffee. So go to McDonald's and where we buy the 99-cent coffee over there and see how much in line we have to wait to order on kiosk, how many people are working over there. Do not force us to hire and hurt our community members. We stand with them. We stand with them, and we do not want to take their jobs away. We want to have a fair discussion about that. Carve out 150 rooms or less limited service hotels from this ordinance. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
That's it.
Good afternoon, general comment and item 66. My name is Neil Bhakta. I'm a small hotel owner, a 70-room hotel here in LA area. This significant wage increase is cumbersome for our hotel industry. This will have a significant negative impact on the hotel touring and travelism industry. This will lead to massive layoffs, reduction in workforce hours, and even hotel closures. No developer, small business owner would want to build a hotel in the city of Los Angeles, as the study has found. Surrounding metro areas and cities will take so much of LA business, including TOT and the retail tax revenue. Hope Council give it a real thought before deciding on the living wage increase. I would like to support the amendment of 150 rooms or less. With that, my limited service hotel with no restaurant, no bar, I cannot survive or afford to keep my current employees. This will destroy small businesses like mine. Thank you.
Hi, council members. I would like to provide a general comment on items 66 and 67. Numerous constituents could not make the meeting today, but wanted to
Three
send
and
their
shrimps
input
about to
on
come
these
up.
items. They recorded their messages on Sandlines, an app that connects voters to politicians. Here's a couple of their comments. This $38 minimum wage will hurt businesses, and limited service hotels will have to cut payroll. This ordinance is necessary so I can live closer to my work. And then I support a 150-room exemption because limited service hotels don't have any other revenue sources than selling rooms. There are dozens of other comments that have been sent in over the past couple days, and Sandlines has sent multiple emails updating you with these comments. Your constituents are asking for you to participate, not just to listen, but to lead with insight. I invite you to join the app and see the live polling for yourself and experience how Sandlines can help you enhance your connection with the public. Many people simply just find it hard to get here, and this tool is specifically designed for Los Angelinos. Thank you.
Los Angelinos. Los Angelinos.
And just a point of order, I am the president of a certified neighborhood council, and I do have a community impact statement to read, if I would be allowed. Okay, thank you.
He is the certified
my name
president
is Joel Gonzalez, and I represent the Boyle Heights
Neighborhood
Council, and I have a community impact statement.
Speaker, hold on just 1 second.
He's the hall self-elected hall monitor. Why did they mute it?
So you have 3 minutes for the neighborhood impact statement.
And so this community impact statement was approved unanimously on November 15, 2023. The Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council is in unanimous support of the Tourism Workers Rising motion introduced in April of 2023 to amend the Los Angeles Living Wage Ordinance and the Los Angeles Hotel Workers Minimum Wage Ordinance, requiring 25 hours now and $30 by 2028. Quality health care and worker protection as a matter of economic justice, housing justice, and public safety. The tourism industry is rebounding beyond pre-epidemic levels, and infrastructure investments are assuring the future growth of Los Angeles as it prepares for the 2026 World Cup and the 2028 Olympics. In 2022, the U.S. hotel industry reported an average daily rate and a revenue availability of rooms, that was the highest of any year on record. While LAX is investing $6 billion in an expansion, and Los Angeles is #1 in the nation for new hotel rooms. Thousands of tourism workers and their families are among the hardest hit during the pandemic, and yet many now lack quality health insurance, as the health benefits required in the Los Angeles Living Wage Ordinance have not kept up with the rising cost of family health insurance coverage, according to an April 2022 report presented by the Los Angeles City Administrative Executive Office in compliance with the LWO. It is unacceptable that many workers at LAX and in hotels are struggling to keep a roof over their heads and support their families, all while being the backbone of a major economic engine in Los Angeles. The workers that keep Los Angeles tourism industry functioning, safe, and profitable, including hotel workers, LAX janitors and security guards, airplane and
He's
cabin
armed and
cleaners,
dangerous, too.
airline caterers, airline passenger service
be a
workers,
good one,
LAX
guys.
restaurant and retail workers, primarily from BIPOC and immigrant
None of the
communities.
news is up
Tourism
yet.
workers are disproportionately rent burdened and are facing housing insecurity as housing costs in Los Angeles rise, meaning that at the current living wage levels, an LAX or hotel worker could have to work in excess of 14 hours a day to be able to afford a single apartment. The proposed amendments to the living wage ordinance would help prevent displacement of our community members and ensure over 36,000 Angelenos are healthy and are housed. We believe that everyone who works in this city should have the ability to live in this city. When we ask you all, city council members, to support this, 16 other city council members, neighborhood councils have also joined on to this CIS as well. So we ask you to support this. Thank you.
48th and Crenshaw, armed and dangerous. So hopefully the news catch it. I'm looking on the other camera. I don't see anybody else
My name
yet.
is Ainsley Herford, and I'm here on behalf of CAST, which is the Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking. For over 25 years, CAST has provided vital services to survivors of labor and sex trafficking here in Los Angeles. We know that poverty is a key risk factor for human trafficking. Workers whose wages do not keep pace with the rising cost of housing are especially vulnerable to victimization. To effectively combat human trafficking, we must prioritize increased resources, access to health care, and robust workplace protections, especially trainings and through limiting subcontracting. These measures are not just necessary, they are critical in preventing exploitation. CAST fully supports the Fair Wage Ordinance and urges the Council to consider its importance in our collective fight against human trafficking. Vote yes.
So guys, if the news comes up, I'm going to end the whole feed, and then we'll come right back with a new title and all that.
Item 2, 4, 6, general. Number 2. 你的手一挥，说要往北飞，爱情被一刀剪碎，我的心一片黑。你讲得很对，说永远多累，但是这一声再会，以后谁记得谁？我以为我的爱情可以满足你想买的罪，风一吹，我才知道自己早已崩溃。Item number 2. 风往北吹，你走得好干脆，我的眼睁不开，流着泪，你用一句话把一切收回，我往北追，用迷了路的腿，我只有往前飞，退不回，北方没有你，要我如何收拾你给我的美。Item number 3. 夜深人静的时候，我就潜伏在你的伤口，梦是氢气球向天外飞走，最后都化作乌有。一个人在梦游，像奔跑的犀牛，不到最后不罢休。爱若需要厮守，恨更需要自由，爱与恨纠缠不休。Number 6. 我拿什么
Hard crash.
拯救？当
2 ambulances.
水难收，谁能把谁保佑？心愿为谁等待？我拿什么拯救？情能见血封喉，谁能把谁
No chase, guys.
保佑？能让
We
爱
won't be seeing it.
我拿什么拯救？情能见血封喉，谁能把谁保佑？能让爱永不朽。
Shit is hard.
Public comment. I'm really surprised. I'm here to support the hotel worker $30 minimum wage. Why do I support that? So that means 50% of the hotel worker will get fired. That means all of the hotel, restaurant, or hotel owner will move to other states. That means all of the hotel workers will lose their employment, will lose their health benefit. So if we are trying to, if our city of Los Angeles, we are having a $500 million deficit. However, we are giving some sort of 55% increase for a hotel worker. They cannot even get $3 minimum wage in their home country. And somehow they come to the United States illegally, somehow asking for $30 minimum wage. They have been denied by their own home country, and somehow they can come to Los Angeles, demand a $30 minimum wage. Last year, Los Angeles Police Department get a 10% increase, and everybody called them the racist. So right now, they are getting 55% increase. Everybody are okay. So I don't understand if anyone right here are capable of doing math. Do you have an increase 55% revenue in order to accommodate a 55% increase in salary? So if you are failed to do your math, then good luck for you. Hopefully, all of the hotel workers move to other states. That means City of Los Angeles will no longer collect taxes. So let the wokes give them 55%. Everybody else, we're gonna do our own way.
Let the wokes. Shout out to 3-inch Shrimp. Little truth bomb there for you, ladies and gentlemen. The entitlement is high in the room. This is Beggar's Paradise.
Good afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hi, my name is Tyler Reed, and I'm 14 years old.
You 14, dog?
This is my
You
mom.
look like you 27. Homie, what you eating, big doggy?
I come here to speak today
Bro, you
because
14. Stop it.
I want to say it's hard to see what mom come every day home crying.
Bro looks 27.
Because she has to go.
Bro's already getting in clubs at 14.
And then I also have to go through the same thing because of the community I live in, with the jet fuel and the airplanes dumping over in my community. And I come here today to speak for y'all to vote on 66. for y'all to vote on 66 yes. And that's it.
Bro looks 27. Just saying, he getting into clubs at 13 or 14. Bro, I wish I was getting into the clubs.
Good morning,
Fucking
Council.
14.
My name is Deborah Lewis. I work at LAX for the last 40 years for HMS Host. I'm also a constituent for Ms. Park in local CD 11. I'd like to say, as our constituents there, we're proud of the work that Ms. Park has done for our community. We believe that you have the integrity and the wisdom to see how important it is that the constituents can earn a good wage to be able to live near where we work. I am fortunate enough to be able to live where I live because I live in the rent control area. But my husband and I, even with the rent control, find it very difficult to be able to pay those high rent. We're beginning to struggle a lot, even though we do have rent control. Where my other coworkers, they're struggling with their families to be able to live in an area close to where they work. So we're asking that you use some of your expertise in being able to pass this legislation to help our coworkers to be able to live
gamer, dude.
and support their families.
It's nice to make tots, too.
Thank you very much.
You ever made tots in there, boy? It makes the perfect tots. Just like Napoleon likes them.
My name is Jasmine Atkins, and
Hi,
I have
Jasmine.
worked at LAX for 15 years. I am now currently a supervisor in Hudson in Terminal 1, and I am here to speak to support the Olympic wage because I know that this will help that the policy making sure that the wage floor is lifted and ensure that no family or worker will left behind.
Pocket tots
My
for sure.
coworker and I recently won the union contract, and I am now making $27 an hour. No workers at LAX should be treated like second-class citizens. We all deserve to make enough money to provide for our families, and it's time to unite, not divide. When you vote for this policy, vote yes.
Let me guess, he owns a hotel that's less than 150 rooms.
Respected council members, I'm a hotel owner in Los Angeles. And regarding this ordinance, we all have to look at a very big picture. What is good for Los Angeles, what is good for business, and what is good for all workers. For this, you have to look at the facts. Fact number one, LA right now is next to at bottom for convention business. Number two, the reason being it's very, very expensive to do business in LA. So that's why there's no big hotel projects. And number three, we are losing convention businesses. So this $38 an hour increase in wages will really, we're not going the right direction, we're going the wrong direction, and will kill businesses, will kill jobs, and employees will lose jobs. So best it is go for a gradual wage increase so that everyone benefits. And more important, carve out hotels for less than 50 rooms to be away from this ordinance. Take action which is economically good for everyone, and they'll be good for everything. Thank you.
Called it. That, you know what the council's saying right now.
We do not care.
If I was on the council, I have a little button, a little speaker that plays that. As soon as I hear some shit I don't like, we
All
do
right,
not care.
We're going to go to telephone public comment.
Wait, hold on a second. Wasn't
Caller
there more in the
ending
room?
7255, unmute yourself.
Nah. Jipping fools. Hold on a second.
This is Richard Serrano, number 66,
There's Richard.
and general public comment. With what's being said at the city council today, it's a double-edged sword. It all depends on what side of it you're on. But did you notice everyone representing the hotels all had nice suits on? All the workers, they didn't have suits on, not even the union representatives. Why? Because they're united. And the owners are not amongst
Chase
the
on
people
11. Let's see.
that care for the people that are workers. They are controlling the numbers, and at the end, like one gentleman said, he's going to lay them off.
Oh,
If that's
Chase
what
on
he
11.
needs
Why
to
you
do
lying?
to close his
You've
business,
been there lying.
that's his will. But these people deserve that living wage. If you can afford to give it to them because you're increasing
lying.
everyone else's. Marquis and De Leon,
General
they
public
gave raises to Kevin De Leon's staff, didn't he? I'm glad the controller's office caught it.
I see the helicopter moving. I don't see no
Ethics
chase.
Commission, and I'm glad they're paying attention to this.
Sure,
stuff.
they went to the one we just
you can
heard
vote
that
to
ended
give your own
in a
people raises,
nasty 2-car crash.
These workers that do the actual work,
It's probably
deserve
where they're
that raise
headed.
too.
We just listened to
And
it.
not one of them makes $250,000 a year. So if you're going to vote, don't vote like lobbyists that they came in and gave you votes and support. Vote for the people you're supposed to represent, the people of LA. And those are people that don't agree with me, I understand. Shout out to the Smoking Scan and
Hey.
the people out there. You guys understand that I speak from my heart.
2-car wreck. This is the ending of the
And for the
chase that we
people.
saw. Look at that. Oof.
God bless you guys.
They caught the guy. He got out and ran.
Merry Christmas.
Where's the other car? This was the chase we heard. Dude, there's the other car. Look at it. The white car. Look at it.
Been a
Holy
substitute
smokes.
motion submitted. I'll ask you to read it into the record.
Went into the front yard. Went through the fence.
Yes, the motion reads that
Dude, it
I
must have been
move
a
that the
dramatic
council
wreck.
adopt
I mean, he
the
said it in
following
the helicopter. He called for
One,
2 ambulances
approve
right away.
recommendations number 1C, 2E, 2F, 2G, and
They're
3
just a little late.
contained in the Chief Legislative
Late by
Analyst
about
CLA
6-7 minutes,
report,
I think.
dated September 5th, 2024. Attached
So that's
to
the
council
one we
file
were just
number
listening to. So.
14-1371.
Armed and dangerous suspects are usually a good chase because they're desperate to get away.
Request the city attorney
Is that a
to
Porsche?
prepare a
No.
revised LWO and
That might be a Porsche.
HWMO that A, raises the hourly wages as follows. I,
Shout out to Stu.
$22.50 an hour on July
The
1st,
Stu Crew.
II,
The
$25
legends,
an hour
dude.
on July 1st, 2026. III,
Oh, girl, you finna get a settlement. You better hope you got some money. Otherwise, you finna sue your
And
own
IV,
insurance.
$30 an hour on July 1st,
Get you a new Camry, though.
2028. B, provides a health payment of $8.35 an hour on July 1st, 2025. The health care benefit payment for hotel workers
here's
shall
the
be
vote.
applied in the same manner as applied to
You know what
airport
it's gonna
workers
be.
under
They're
the
voting yes on
LWO,
it. I bet you they
including
are.
that if an employer's hourly health benefit payment is less than that required under this article, the differences shall be paid to the employee's hourly wage. Los Angeles Administrative
ain't got no
Code,
insurance.
Section 10.37.3A3.
Probably not.
C. On July 1st, 2026, and annually thereafter, the health care benefit payment provided shall be adjusted by the percentage
Whiplash,
equal to the
Keon.
percentage
That's
increase,
it.
if any, in the California Department of Managed Healthcare's large group aggregate
Yeah, they
rates
got him. He
report,
got out and ran.
as measured
They
from
caught him.
January to December.
It is a
of the
Porsche.
preceding year.
Oh, boy.
The DAA shall announce the
I was
adjusted
right.
rates on
I was
April 1st
right.
and publish a bulletin announcing the adjusted rate, which shall take effect on July 1st of each year. D. Adds a hardship exemption clause to the LWO for concessionaires with 50 or fewer employees.
Total that thing. Look at the
LAX
look at the roof line in the
under a
back.
lease in effect at the time of the passage of the ordinance, applicable only to the proposed amendments and to the HWMO. Similar to the Hotel Worker Protection Ordinance, Los Angeles Municipal Code.
Bro, the
section
entire back tire's gone.
182.04,
Front one's
subsections
off.
B and C. The ordinance rate at the time of application will remain in effect
Nasty
for
wreck.
employers who qualify for the hardship exemption.
Yeah, that Kion got
E.
totaled.
Requires the following criteria be met before
Maybe the
an
headlights
employee
are still
or
good?
employee's representative can file a civil action for a violation of LWO, or can file
Maybe
a
the
complaint
seats?
or civil action alleging a violation.
The
of
engine might still be good too. You know,
I.
doesn't look
The
like there's any
employee
damage
or
in front,
employee's
really.
representative provides written notice to the employer
It's a
of the
parts
provisions
car.
of the LWO/HWMO alleged to have been violated, and the facts to support the alleged violations. And II. The
Look at the
employer
debris
does not,
field.
within 30 days from receipt of the
Oh, it's
written
not a
notice,
Camry, it's a little
take
Ford.
action to cure the alleged violations. Three, instruct the CLA with the assistance of the city attorney to report within 60
Right
days
next to the smoke
on
shop right
limiting
there.
subcontracting for hotel housekeeping, including collecting data for findings and information on the New York policy proposal, and request
Looking
the
for
city
drugs
attorney
or
to draft
guns.
an ordinance based on the report. 4. Request the Los Angeles World Airports, in coordination with the Economic Workforce Development Department, to report within 45 days with recommendations on business assistance programs for concessionaires at the airport, including assistance for disadvantaged business enterprises, DBEs, local business enterprises, LBEs, and financially distressed concessionaires. The assistance should include options for rent relief, modifications to hours of operations, facade improvements,
Yeah, it did,
permit
my
fee
left
refunds, technical assistance, and
I
assistance
think she
securing
T-boned him
low-interest
hard,
loans.
like, you know, right on that corner.
Request the CLA in coordination with
He was
the city
probably
attorney
going left to
report
right. She was
within
going
45
down
days
the
on
major.
alternative policy recommendations
Straight clacked
for
him, I don't know.
businesses, including but not limited to restaurants.
'Cause look at,
spa
she only
or
has
retail
damage in the
businesses
front.
That lease space from a
He has
hotel.
no damage in the front. His
6,
damage was on the side.
Instruct the Bureau of Contract Administration,
Spun his ass
BCA,
over there.
the City Administrative Officer, CAO, and request the city attorney.
Oh, he's
to
in one of those
report
cop
within
cars, I'm
45
sure.
days with regard to the necessary personnel and
And
budgetary
see, she ain't
resources
bad,
to
'cause
enforce
otherwise
the
they would have left
LWO
already.
And HWMO.
She's still in the back of that ambulance.
7,
They know.
Instruct BCA
They're not rushing.
to report back within 90 days.
She might have
with
some
a plan to
whiplash,
implement
you know,
the public
hurt,
housekeeping training
some bumps and
ordinance by
bruises. 'Cause that's a
December
good lick, that's for sure. Bro, look at the whole back.
Instruct the
It's
CLA
straight blown out
with
the back.
assistance of the BCA and the city attorney.
Straight
to
got
report in
blown the
45 days
fuck
with
out.
recommendations on alternative ways to administer
Blow out the booty.
healthcare waiver provisions in LAAC section 10.37.15 subsection E, specifically looking to see how the state of California
There isn't one good
and the
tire
city
left.
allows its employees to
Not one.
opt out of the healthcare benefit provided by an employer. This report should include an evaluation of providing flex cash to an employee that already has an insurance policy
See,
of
so
equal
the
value from
one
another
that
source.
has her is staying. The one that should have
Instruct
him
the
is
chief
going.
legislative analyst in consultation with
So
the
he's
planning
in the back of the
department,
car. He's just
Department of
fine. They had
Building
him
and
checked
Safety,
out, I'm sure
Los
of it.
Angeles Police Department, and any
But
other
if he got
relevant
out and ran,
departments
you
to
know he's
report with
okay.
recommendations within 45 days that would incentivize hotel production and hotel permitting in the city, including but not limited to exploring and providing recommendations on streamlining and/or eliminating unnecessary hotel permitting requirements, permit renewals, or regulations within the city of Los Angeles. Identification of duplicative, unnecessary, or overly burdensome regulations that the city of Los Angeles currently imposes, which are not standard across the 87 cities in Los Angeles County.
Taycan.
The preparation of this report shall include
I think that's a
input from
Cayenne.
stakeholders, hotel operators, and representatives from the
I don't
hotel
know.
industry to ensure that all
Hard to tell
perspectives
now.
are considered.
Looks to me like an old Cayenne.
10. Instruct the
Cayenne
chief legislative
pepper.
analyst in consultation with the
Onion,
Department of Tourism
garlic.
and Department of
Where's he in
Finance, City Administrative Officer, Los Angeles World Airports, and other departments to report back
We
annually
had a good chase
until
last night, Eric?
2028
Electric?
to assess the impact they have had on the hotel and tourism industries and airport businesses. This report should include, but not be limited to,
This would have been a
jobs lost,
dramatic
number of hotels
crash to
open and
watch
closed,
live.
analysis of the findings made in the BEAR report dated September 5th, 2024, impact to the city's transient occupancy tax, TOT, impacts to workers' financial stability, including testimony by workers and an overall evaluation of the economic impact of the wage increases. And 11, receive and file amending motions 23A, 23B, 23C, 23D, 23E, 23F, 23G, 23H, and 23I, 23J, and 23K to council file number 14-1371-S13.
I don't know why people paint their houses
introduced
pink.
in the council
I guess
meeting
it-
of November 20th,
it's your choice, but
2024. And 66L
I still
and
think
66M
pink's like, you know,
introduced
for
in
a,
the council
a
meeting of
girl's
December
room or
11th,
something, maybe a
2024.
powder room, a
And
bathroom.
this is
Like,
being
you know,
presented
get that.
by Council President Marquise Harris Dawson.
The outside of a
and,
house shouldn't be
Councilmember
big,
Curran Price,
my
and
opinion.
seconded by Hugo Soto Martinez, Councilmember Heather
I'd
Hutt,
rather even have like a pastel yellow
Councilmember Tim McCosker,
over that.
Councilmember Isabel Jurado,
Bro, it hit that palm tree.
And
Now what I'm
Councilmember
seeing, look at the, it looks like there's a divot in the palm tree.
All right, before we go back to the phones.
So she
Mr. Lee
smashed
has
him.
a
He probably
lean.
hit the palm tree and then went in
Thank you, Mr.
there.
President. I apologize. Earlier, I forgot to ask
Bro,
if we can continue item number
it's
16
caved in 2
to
feet.
March 18th,
Looks like it hit a palm tree.
All right, without objection, that'll be the order. Mr. Clerk, we didn't vote on 16 already, did we?
Or that
No,
pole.
sir.
The pole's
Okay,
knocked
so
down.
that's-
I guess
that
the
item's
pole
continued.
maybe
Thank
did
you.
it.
All right, we'll go back to the phones.
That pole looks pretty small. Going back to the phones? Okay,
Caller
let's get it.
9519, unmute yourself.
Yes, my name is Jason, and I'm a smoking scan viewer.
Caller, you have 3 minutes for the items. Again, that is the items on the agenda and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Thank you, Pumpkinhead. So the other day I got on Figure Road this chick, and I paid her $5. Let me backdoor a turd cutter. She was telling me how she was she was like one of these little Mexican y'all out in here who was looking for little help with the little job thing there. And I was trying to tell her how, all right, it's cool that, you want to, you don't want to get your money up, but, maybe some of these, these illegal aliens and you're looking for money from y'all can do the same thing. Rent out the Figueroa, rent out your mouth or your turd cutter for, $5 a pop, get some of these Johns to go in there, bust you wide open for, 5 minutes, get $5. You make, you can probably make,
Speaker, I'm not sure which agenda item you're on. Which agenda item are you speaking to?
Mm-hmm.
The one about these illegal aliens want y'all to give them more money instead of them going down there and, letting people, give them a little dry rubber, $5,000 down on City Road. Sure, that one. You got me there, Pumpkinhead? So, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm just saying, if they want to make a little more money, there's other ways to make money.
Okay, so I'm going to need you to identify the item by number. I'm going to move you to general public comment.
Give out handies, $5.
71. Sir?
Okay, well, that's not what that item's about. You've also exhausted your 1 minute on that item. You have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you there, brother. Anyway, shout out to the smoke can community there, and as usual, fuck that nigga, hate Candido, and I just like to say, today is Christmas. There will be a magic show at 0930. Captain Charlie will tell you how free world will conquer communism with the aid of God and a few Marines. God has a heart on for Marines because we kill everything we see. He plays his game, we play ours. God was here before the Marine Corps, so you may give your heart to Jesus, but your ass belongs to the court. Do you ladies understand? Again, shout out to the smoke can community. We're having a good meeting today, Damon. You're doing your thing. I don't know what stinks is there, but coming up on Christmas, so y'all go out there and support these people down there on Figueroa there. It's hard out there when you're busting wide open for $5 a pop there. Y'all have a good one there. As usual, fuck that Candido because, he ain't about shit. Y'all have a good.
Next caller.
Caller ending in 8990. Unmute yourself.
Candido.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hi, thank you. Public comment, please.
You said just public comment?
Yes, sir, thank
So
you.
you have 1 minute. Go ahead. Smoke.
Okay, thanks. Okay, it was painful listening to our council member CD4 argue against the housing element draft yesterday, supported by Plum Committee, Planning Commission, Planning Department, and the state. It was painful hearing her claim that single-family neighborhoods are responsible for the homeless crisis. Seriously. It was especially painful hearing her spew desperate DMV rhetoric regarding racism in single-family neighborhoods and throwing the word equity around when she herself grew up privileged in single-family homes in suburban Massachusetts with nothing but space all around and lives in one now. While she ignored the South LA communities of color who fought all the Wiener bills, including SB 9 and 10, which she went ahead and voted for. And as one of the South LA beloved community leaders said, quote, politicians throw that word equity around to justify voting for Wiener's bills, but our single-family homes in our communities are our equity and our generational wealth. The YIMBY war on single-family neighborhoods will destroy all of that. Thank you, Ms. Warren. You are officially a warrior against the single-family homes. You are so misguided. You are actually downright dangerous, and you should be recalled.
Caller, your time has expired. Next caller.
Downright dangerous.
Call in user 3, unmute yourself.
Is he live? I don't know. We're watching from the helicopter here.
Caller user 3, this is your last opportunity to speak. Please press star 6
Watching
to
Stu
unmute
Mandel,
now.
the legend.
Okay, caller, we have to move on to the next caller.
Caller ending in 8015, unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon.
Robit.
Afternoon. Which items would you like to speak to?
Yes, items on...
Robit.
Anyway, I have comments on 3 items, 69, 70, and 71. For the removal of property at 13357 West Victory. Number 70, property 6242 North Beck Avenue, and property 25507 South Frampton Avenue. Property should be removed, all three, from the REAP account. The funds for this property should be used to assist the property owners for the incompetent, self-serving criminals of this corrupt government used to steal properties. I demand a no vote if the criminal Kern Price and criminally insane Sleazy Marquise Dawson are allowed to vote, because these items and all votes on these items like this is why we have 60,000 homeless people on the streets of L.A.
20 minutes ago.
Okay, general public comment.
It was a chase. We were listening to
1
it.
minute. Go ahead.
And he wrecked before they got there.
Okay, at first I'll say good riddance to racist Louis Vuitton Leon. The L.A. Sleazy Council is the most corrupt local government in the United States, where indicted criminal Kern Price and Sleazy Dawson vote daily. The black community has zero representation from these black criminals. Black faces occupy 20% of the city council and county, yet black people are nearly 50% of the homeless, the incarcerated, and the unemployed.
The old Monte Carlo.
Why is that? Sleazy Marquise Dawson is running.
Oh no, is that a Ranchero? I think it's a Ranchero, Ford
Man
Ranchero.
is currently behind the scheme again to sell the black community
Yeah, it's a Ranchero, I
state
think.
EDD unemployment office. Have a good afternoon,
God
everybody.
dang palm tree. Always the trees.
Caller ending in 3713. Unmute yourself.
Oh no, that's a Chevy. What is it? El Camino? It's an El Camino, yeah.
Hi, this is Ruth, Ruthless. I'd like to speak on the nuisance items and general public comment.
Ruthless.
You'll have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment.
Classic Camino, clean.
Okay, thank you. So the city is trying to take these properties from people. These are like houses and stuff, I think, with maybe
houses and
maybe like additions that aren't like the people of Los Angeles don't have an extra $1,000. These liens are small, and there are laws now that you can't do an unlawful detainer on someone if they owe less than like a month's rent. And some of these seem like
I knew it looked like a Chevy
where
front
the
end.
city is trying to deprive people of their property over small amounts of money rather than just helping them. That this would make people homeless. This could displace people. The city demolished
No, it's an El Camino.
hotel, the 108 Motel on Broadway and
Ranchero's Ford.
107th in October. It was a 21-unit hotel, I believe. I believe it was structurally sound. And there's a assembly bill. A new law went into effect on January 1st of this year that prohibits that. It prohibits
Speaker, your
the
time is up.
demolition or enforcement of abatement action
Sorry, Speaker, your time is
against
up.
hotels because of... Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Free Palestine.
Oh, sorry, your Free Palestine didn't get in there.
1881. Unmute yourself.
Sorry, we didn't catch that one.
Yes, item 66 and public
Candido.
comment, please.
You'll have 1 minute for
See if
each.
he talks about Jason.
Thank you. I have a right to speak on these things. To the brave workers who are there today, I'm amazed by your words.
Great
but
pander,
you have
everybody.
to realize that if it's going to cost jobs, it's going to cost jobs. But you deserve a better wage. It is so difficult to live in this city, and for those of us who cannot stand by and watch those of you who make this city run, who do everything to keep this city running, cannot live in this city. So I hope that this council will do the right thing. As a former businessman, a small business owner, I know it's tough. It's hard to make numbers work, but you have to also think about those that you employ and make sure that they can also live in this great city. Public comment, please.
You have 1 minute?
Public comment?
Yes, you have 1
I
minute.
have a right to speak. I have a right to speak. Yesterday, I stood there before the city council, hands up. I used 4 different names, and yet Mr. Dawson didn't call upon me. He's playing his little games. My question is to those of you members of the city council who are decent, good, and kind, how is it that you continue to allow and participate in that. It's like seeing a crime taking place, and you watch and you sit there and you say, oh, well, it's not me. But you folks do that. You stand by a simple, stupid little thing like public comment. What words can I say that could destroy or take away Mr. Dawson's power? But yet you let evil continue the same way you guys did with Martinez. And yet yesterday I was assaulted by someone who worked for a nonprofit. Why would he do that? Was he related to you, Mr. Dawson? Was he somebody you knew, Mr. Dawson?
Caller, your time is up.
Oh, he got dunked.
Caller ending in 4610. You mute yourself.
Where's Johnny G at? Johnny, where you at? I know you was backup.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Hell yeah. Valley Gun Club.
Yes, which item would you like to speak to?
Can you tell me what items are available for comment? I know there were a lot of changes, and also general public comment.
Items 2, 4, 6 through 11, and 66 through 82. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
Whole bunch, man.
All right, so there's a lot of weirdness going on when you see. I have to say it's about the LAPD because that is the item. But anytime you see an organization that is receiving gifts from a group that's made up of former members of the organization or even current members of the organization, you got to wonder what's going on here, especially when it's in small amounts like this. Now, this isn't a small amount of money to me. Thousands of dollars is a lot of money to me. But, to the city, it's nothing. So these kind of things kind of fly under the radar, and you got to ask yourself, like, who's paying who off? Who's doing who a favor? Who's paying for whose kid's teeth to get fixed? Who's putting whose kid through school? Because that's what's going on here when you have thousands of dollars going from, the friends of the LAPD to the LAPD. That's sketch. What's going on when the LAPD has no shortage of funds and it has no problem getting more money whenever it needs it? So why is this happening?
Please move on to another item.
Okay. World AIDS Day. Man, this is going to be unpopular, but I think everybody knows about AIDS already. And I think the victims of AIDS would rather you do something to provide health care for the people than, I don't know, light up the fucking building when most people can't even go see it. If you live near City Hall, sometimes it's dangerous at night to go look at some stupid fucking lights that for some reason now cost $38 more every time than it did like a year ago. And we never got an explanation for that.
Power bill went up.
Blumenfield, chair of the budget committee, he didn't know why it even cost $400 to begin with. He just knew it used to cost some more. Well, why does it cost more again now? What's going on? We don't have no answer for that. There's a bunch of liens right here. The city wouldn't have to go scraping money from all the homeowners if they didn't have to pay all these settlements because they can't fix the fucking sidewalks. Nithya Raman's old field deputy said that the city said it was going to take 500 years to fix all the sidewalks. That's crazy. Because if you think about it, that's 500 years of six-figure settlements every week. How many untold billions and billions of dollars is that really going to cost the city? If we're taking their word for it, if we're really going to believe everything they say, how many untold zeros is that going to be over 500 years of people tripping and falling on these stupid sidewalks that I know wouldn't take that long? This country's not even that old. Los Angeles isn't even that old. How is it going to take longer to fix all the sidewalks than it took to build them? That's ridiculous.
General public comment?
It's true.
General public comment. It's really despicable how people keep humbling themselves further and further and further, and the city council members stand up there and they don't fucking pay attention, and they talk amongst themselves and they laugh and they snack and they disappear.
Yep.
Katie Yaroslavsky didn't even know something had happened because she wasn't paying attention because she said she was in the bathroom. I thought they told us that they have speakers back there, so when you guys aren't in chambers, you know what's going on. Turns out that was a lie. So, fuck off with all that. Y'all just want to divide the city up further and further so you can collect all the pieces and pat your pockets. The people see through it. You're hearing defend, deny, depose. whatever. You know, you're hearing a lot of that. That's not my motto. I was warning you guys for a long time that the people were getting tired of it. And you're just sticking up the people with all these liens while you fucking shift money to new cops that you're paying to house to harass people.
Caller, your time has expired.
He ain't lying, though.
All right. That concludes public comment for this meeting, both in person and
let's
the
see the
phone.
vote. Let's see if they pass the vote for the
we took nearly
30 an hour.
An hour and a half of public comment for this meeting. Mr. Clerk, what's next on the agenda?
Mr. President, the council may now vote on items 69 through 76.
66 is the vote.
78,
We need to worry
79, and 80.
All right, those items are now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now vote on items 67, 68, and 81, called special by Councilmember
I'm guessing
Hernandez for a
66 will
separate
be
vote.
all by itself.
All right, let's open the roll if there are no comments on these
Notice
items.
they've skipped around
Close
it.
the roll, tabulate the vote.
Ayes, 2 noes.
They're not even up.
All right.
They didn't even show
What's
the
next?
public.
Mr. President, there are requests to continue items 4 and 19 to Friday,
I guess we'll
January
just take
10th,
your word for it.
2025.
Without objection, that'll be the order. What's next?
The council may now consider motion Harris Dawson Park to confirm the liens for items 8, 10, 13, 15, 17, 18, and to receive and file the liens for items 2, 6, 7, 11, and 14, inasmuch as the liens have been paid.
All right, those items are now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
I guess we're just
The
going to
council may
believe
now
you.
consider item 37, called special by Councilmember Hernandez. Please note there's an amending motion, 37A, Hernandez Jurado.
You
All
think
right.
it's not a
That
clown.
item as amended is now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll.
Wait till 66 comes up.
Pardon me, members, there is some further developments on this item.
Please.
All right, this item will be continued until this coming Friday, the 13th, 2024. Without objection, that'll be the order. What's next?
The council may not consider item 77, a substitute motion. Yaroslavsky Lee has been introduced. Please note there are 2 votes required. First vote is to vote on whether to substitute the motion, and second vote is to adopt the substitute motion.
All right, let's open the roll on substitution, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, and now the item is before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
Oh, I got it working again?
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Mr. President, the council may now consider item 66.
Oh, here
All
we
right,
go.
item 66 is now before us.
Here we go.
We have
Will you hear the
in
cheers
our
or
physical
boos?
presence today, the representatives of the Bear Group who did the economic study. I'll ask them to join us at the table.
Oh, great.
And we will begin our
Now these jerk-offs are going to have to talk.
deliberation on this item.
Show their study.
With a report from them, which should include addressing the questions that you all submitted submitted answers to us in writing a little over almost a week ago. So if you can state your names and your positions and begin your general presentations. Thank you to this CLA. Yes.
Good early afternoon, members. Dr. Henry Flatt with the Office of the Chief Legislative Analyst. If adopted, the item before you would revise the living wage ordinance, which applies only to airport workers at LAX, and the hotel worker minimum wage ordinance that applies to hotels with 60 or more rooms. As part of the original instruction that got us to this point now, Our office was directed to commission a study that evaluated the economic impacts of incrementally raising both wages to $30 an hour by 2028. After a competitive process, our office selected Berkeley Economic Advising and Research, also known as BEAR, to perform the study. And broadly, the study finds that the benefits of raising both wages far exceed the costs, largely because workers that receive these new earnings will spend that money in the city or neighboring jurisdictions. I am joined today by Dr. David Roland Holst, who is the founder and executive director of BEAR. He received his PhD in economics from UC Berkeley and is also a research professor in the Department of Agricultural and Resource Economics at UC Berkeley. Dr. Roland Holst is one of the world's leading authorities on economic assessment and forecasting. He's authored 7 books and over 150 journal articles and professional publications. Professor Roland Holst has also served in academic posts in the United States, Europe, and Asia, and has conducted research in over 40 countries, working with public institutions, including the state of California, federal and other state agencies, the Asian Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the World Bank, and several UN agencies. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished council members, good afternoon. I look forward to answering any questions you have about our study. As you know, it was made public 4 months ago, and I'd be happy to elucidate any of our findings and discuss your interest and concerns.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll begin our discussion with our committee chairman, Mr. Curran Price of the New 9th District.
Oh, Grady.
Thank you, Mr. President. And gentlemen, thank you again for being with us today. There is a recent hotel wage increase that we can look to regarding questions of how the higher wages affect the industry. In the city of Long Beach, voters passed Measure RW in March of this year to raise hotel worker wages to the highest minimum wage in the country. It was implemented in July. What has happened to hotel performance since then in Long Beach?
I'm sorry to say I have not done research.
Felony warrant suspect involved in violent 2-car crash after police chase ends in South LA.
I have time to examine the evidence.
Felony warrant
say
suspect.
about this narrative of wage increases.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holst. Can you pull the mic closer to you?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
There we go. Is that better? Thank you. A little closer. Okay, I'm not a sportscaster. I'm not used to this. In any case, I would be happy to look into that, the Long Beach experience, and give you a response in writing. But we haven't studied that, the legacy of that policy implementation. I can tell you, from the point of view of the narrative we've been hearing today about wage increases and layoffs, that the evidence in California completely contradicts that narrative. We've seen just in the latest Till report that was commissioned by the Legislative Analyst's Office of the last 5 years of LA City's minimum wage, new minimum wage 5 years ago. There's no discernible statistically significant reduction in employment in that sector. There's recent data that was just released last week on the state minimum wage, which, as you know, has been in force for almost 12 months, and in the food service industry for 6 months. Again, no statistically significant reduction in employment. So I'm quite optimistic, and on the basis of the evidence that I've seen, that the effects of this will be limited. Now, having said that, I'm talking about the industry as a whole, and we all know that this is a very heterogeneous service industry. Adjustment burdens will be different for different firms, and particularly smaller firms. And I can tell you from the experience of studying 19 municipal minimum wages in California and 7 California counties, that the exceptions for smaller enterprises have been
snowed a little bit
considered, and
St. Paul yesterday, apparently,
for you to consider in this situation. We were not asked to study that in terms of reference, but I can tell you that it's a pressing consideration for many municipalities. The burden for the smaller operators is obvious to most people. Maybe less so to disinterested observers, But let's be honest, small businesses don't borrow money on Wall Street. They borrow money with their credit cards. So they finance these kinds of adjustments at much higher interest rates. They're much more credit constrained. And so those kinds of considerations have to play a role. But unfortunately, we did not, this was not part of our remit to study. It might be a future study.
Well, if we could do a follow-up response, I'd appreciate that. Yes. I do have one more question, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
LA last substantially raised the minimum wage, hotel minimum wage in 2015. In the bare response to our questions from the last hearing, you noted that the historical experience shows that firms and workers both benefit from more equitable compensation. Do we know if this happened in 2015? And do we know what the increased wage impacts were on TOT, employment, hotel performance metrics, and hotel construction in the years before the pandemic?
That was not part of our remit, but you may have it on it. Yeah.
Hello? Hi. With regard to the tax revenues, I don't think we isolated just the impact of the citywide minimum wage on the effect of any of those tax rates. But what I can say is, compared to 2015,
Stinks is in
all
shrimp
of
mode.
those
It's doing the
revenues
triple
are,
lending right now.
higher than what they were. We can provide a chart
Smoke.
showing what those changes have been, but there are a lot of reasons why some they've all increased, but there are a lot of reasons why they may have changed. Some of them may have been a tax rate, some of them may have been a change in law, some of it may have been better collection, but there are a number of reasons, but we're happy to provide a chart showing the differences from 2015 to current year.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all at this time.
All right, Councilmember Lee.
I think, Rachel, because most of their mindset is anti-American and the other side is not.
Thank you very much.
And they don't like people who
so
are
in your follow-up
anti-American.
response to topics raised by Councilmember Park, who I don't know if it was you or one of your other employees, you state that the report did not consider the hotel worker protection ordinance in relation to the hotel worker minimum wage because other protection ordinances were beyond the scope of the original instruction. So when I asked that same question at the last meeting, you, meaning your company, told me that the hotel worker protection ordinance was included in your analysis. Which one was true?
The first statement was true.
The first statement.
Yes,
true.
I'm sorry for any misunderstanding.
Okay,
yes,
so
that's correct.
Got lying.
So
it's a very important topic, but it was not in our terms of reference.
okay, so you're aware that the hotel worker protection ordinance, which the city recently enacted just 2 years ago, that requires hoteliers to compensate room attendants double their rate of pay for the entire day in certain workload situations. So you're aware of what it is.
Yes, I'm aware that it would render some parts of the coverage redundant.
Okay, so would you agree that the law requiring double the rate of pay would have a significant effect on the hotel-specific minimum wage? Correct.
It would certainly change the coverage of the minimum wage ordinance. That would reduce the number of workers covered by that, yeah.
Okay, but you didn't think it was relevant to put that in your analysis? Or?
No, I didn't mean to say it wasn't relevant. Okay. I'm saying that we were looking at a relatively generous assumption that a larger number of workers would be covered, just to give an upper bound to the
that's
cost
your
to the
report.
industry.
Got it.
So, do
There's
you
a
know?
lot of it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Do you know how much, like a hotel's workforce is made up of room attendants that could be subject to this double rate of pay? Do you
I don't have that number myself, but I'd be happy to respond in writing.
Councilman, in the report, it's approximately 3,100 room attendants across the city.
Which could be eligible.
Could
That's
be
right.
eligible.
They could be, but we don't have exact numbers on whether they are not that eligibility would be.
So we don't know anything, basically.
Okay, and so just as a reminder, everyone, doubling this proposal would increase the rate of pay up to $60 per hour. So this, do you believe that this will have an impact on hotels where more than, I believe you had a 6% room increase over 4 years. You stated in your report that number may change a little bit.
That number is uncertain, but the reason it's uncertain is because we have been unable to obtain the necessary data from industry. And we haven't asked we've
So what are
talked
we
to a
even
few
talking about
representatives
here?
of the industry, but the Legislative Analyst Office has done most of the outreach to the hotel industry to get enterprise-level data. This is not an enterprise-level assessment because we could not get that response. We got responses. You can explain this.
So it's all your report is all your assumption and not any fact, is what
there
you're
are
telling me. Not only
approximately
now,
500
but what you
hotels
did a
in
month ago
LA
when you
City,
came
depending
in.
on how you
Got
define
it.
a
Just
hotel.
making sure.
And we received responses from less than a dozen. So
less than how many?
Less than a dozen. You can't base a responsible.
Told you, give them 50 an
empirical
hour now.
assessment
They'll
on a
be out
sample
of
like that.
business in 8
We'd be
months.
happy
We're
to
all
try,
done.
but that would require a survey and disclosure, which we haven't seen from the industry, frankly. The state and official sources that we use don't have access to that information.
Did your company get data from the CLA's office? Because I know the hotels were working with the CLA to provide additional information.
The data that we received from industry simply wasn't usable in this analysis. It was aggregate estimates. It was not individual level data. So to test the assumptions about the hotel worker protection ordinance, the consultant would have required to have internal estimates of, in order to test this hotel worker protection clause in regards to the certain number of square footage that's cleaned, and room attendants are compensated beyond that square footage, the consultant would have needed internal records and internal employment data to really accurately test that.
So hotels were unwilling to work with? Is
Yes.
that your statement? You're saying
Yes.
hotels were unwilling? Okay. In your follow-up response to the bear, to another question, you stated, quote, most LAX and large hotel patrons are non-residents with limited options for substitution. This makes a significant assumption that visitors will continue to stay in Los Angeles hotel regardless of price increases. But was there ever an analysis on the price-sensitive displacement showcasing what level of price increase leisure, business, and group visitors are willing to accept before they decide to move their conferences, business meetings, or vacations elsewhere?
There's been no such study by us. It was not included in our terms of reference. It's a very interesting question, but again, we need disclosure at the enterprise level, which has not been forthcoming.
So in your follow-up response to question number 2, you stated it's noteworthy that the impacts are net positive in all jurisdictions of Greater Los Angeles, more than offsetting the initial cost impact on targeted LA City employers. But at the last council meeting, you couldn't name a single hotel that you met with, and now it's limited. How are you coming up with that information?
I think I should clarify this study a little bit. The estimates for jurisdictions are based on aggregations of the industry. We know where the hotels are, but we can't see their balance sheets. So we divide according to basic assumptions about the scale and revenue. What we find very simply, everyone, is that policy is a very robust catalyst for regional growth of the economy. But all being adults in the room, we know that economic choices entail trade-offs. So this would entail higher costs for the hospitality sector, no question, but it would entail benefits for workers in these sectors and anyone associated with their expenditures from increased incomes. The benefit to cost ratio in the study is 3 to 1.
Fresh
It's
pow,
a very
bro.
substantial potential gain for the regional economy and for the lowest paid workers in these sectors. Who's going to finance it? It would be the employers that finance that. I'm being very honest about that, but it's not an enterprise level assessment. We can disaggregate it to the census tract level, but we don't have enterprise level information.
So, colleagues, I mean, shouldn't this be information that we have available to us? This is yet another example of this body undertaking a policy which is a feel-good policy that will ultimately end up, what I believe, end up hurting the very people we are trying to help. I believe that this will hurt the industry's ability to provide the same amount of jobs, that they won't make other choices, or that we won't have hotels leave our area. We know that there are amendments pending before us right now that make this a better proposal for both sides, and yet this body, it sounds like, is not even willing to consider those options. Like so many other things that come before us, I believe that we should explore the unintended consequences of actions that this body takes as policy.
Damn, that
before
fool
we
just
just
got air
take
right there. Did you see that?
The easy way out. We all want to help
got
the
some
workers.
good air
we
right
all
there.
want to help people be able to live in the city that they work, but we also need to ensure that those jobs are still there for them, you know, after we make these changes.
Keep
By
an eye on
passing
the big jump right here. Here he
what
comes.
I see as the amending motion to
I guess
before
he
us
went the other
today,
way.
I just feel that we are going to, you know, to be taking an axe to the local economy, and you know, to our city. I strongly urge all of us to either consider getting this information before we take this, what will be an incredibly important vote to our city of Los Angeles, pending not only, we don't want to build hotels for just because we have the Olympics coming. We want to build hotels to help the economy of the city of Los Angeles. We want to build hotels so we increase the amount of tourism to the city of Los Angeles so that when people come here, we want to increase the amount of hotels so that we have the TOT that we can expect into our coffers so we as a city can do the amazing programs that all of you, this entire body fights for every single day to help the residents of the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Meat Stash.
Mr. President, I know I'm over, but I will come back if I have additional questions.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee, I think, for really helping to highlight some of the challenges that we're experiencing right now through even procedurally how this has all happened. My question is, have you ever evaluated, you talked about other municipalities that have adopted similar approaches. Los Angeles, as was reported by our Convention on Tourism, has reported that for Los Angeles, in
Bro, that
terms
flower's
of,
bigger than her
visitors
face.
and tourism,
Just
we
saying.
basically
Hold on.
are just shy, and we're chasing San Francisco to be dead last. Have you seen other municipalities?
We actually are dead last, Councilwoman. I want to be clear.
I can't hear you.
We actually are dead last. Actually, we.
Oh,
we
so
are-
now we're dead last. Oh, congratulations, folks. We're dead last in recovering. So now that we're dead last, have you seen other municipalities propose and adopt increases to the bottom lines of what some of these establishments are going to have to now implement when we know that tourism has not recovered? What has been the outcomes of the economies for those cities as a result?
Several of these municipalities have implemented their the minimum wages during the COVID period because they wanted to protect the lowest income workers, and that was taken. All employers took a hit who were eligible to increase those wages. It's a difficult decision. I think the most important thing that I've seen in my experience studying these is to recognize the heterogeneity of the sector. These are very different firms within the hospitality sector, from the largest in the world to the smallest in the neighborhood.
Because they've not been aggregated in terms of recognize. I mean, to your point, you
Yes.
indicated, for example, and I think, you know, we have similar conversations when we talk about rent increases in the city and who we affect in terms of trying to protect the small mom and pop versus the big corporate. And they're both being conflated. Because it goes back to the conversation, and again with Mr. Lee, we all want to pay workers more. You have employers that want to pay workers more. But in an environment where the economy has not recovered to our pre-pandemic levels, which everyone was basing this off of a conversation that we have fully recovered, that was already a false start for the commencement of this proposal. But as we are currently recognizing that we're not there, even by our own numbers, looking at what LAWA has provided us, indicating that we are still not even at 100% recovery from 2019, to as well as the hotels. Now you're going to tack on a 30% increase. To your point, it's the lower echelon that ends up getting the biggest impact, because let's be honest, the same inflationary pressures that residents are experiencing are the same inflationary pressures that the business owners and operators are experiencing.
There you
So
go.
now the difference is that now we're proposing and tacking on a burden of 30% increase to their bottom lines to operate. I don't understand how that's sustainable.
It isn't.
And to your point, you had indicated previously,
And
or
you
at least in
paid
the conversation
our
that
money
we
for
had,
this stupid report.
We expect at that level that we're going to actually see job loss. And for me, my biggest concern is that are you really only, you're declaring winners and losers. The losers are going to be the business owners that can no longer maintain their level of employment for those individuals. But by the way, it's a false promise for the people that are fighting for these increases, because they're going to be the ones unemployed because there won't be a job available for them.
I can only say that the data in California and in many other places very strongly contradicts those statements. May I? Very strongly contradicts
Shut up,
these
Meg.
apocalyptic job loss scenarios. There's no precedent for that, especially in a place like Los Angeles.
Shut up,
Nothing.
Meg.
Give me an example. Since the Second World War, there hasn't been a single adverse cycle like that in response to wage increases. I'd also like to clarify that a wage increase of 30% does not change the firm's bottom line by 30%. Labor costs in this category are only about 20% of operating costs. So you're really talking about 0.2 times 30%. On average for the industry, as I said, the industry is very heterogeneous. Small firms will face higher costs. But you've got to recognize that these adjustments are fractional. For workers, it's 30% of their livelihood that you're talking about.
It's not fractional.
Distributionally, it's quite different. That's all.
It's not fractional. However, it's not fractional when you're talking about the cost associated, to your point, which you already indicated, is that on the lower, the smaller entities will borrow at much higher rates and costs in order to implement and realize that. And this is all compounded by the fact that we also know in Los Angeles, we've got areas like Burbank that won't be implementing something like this, Pasadena, Santa Monica, all of the other surrounding municipalities, but we're going to now saddle this here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, so they'll go to other places to stay and drive
That's the increased pressures that we're going to be experiencing. Not also withstanding when we talk about where so many of the events that we're proposing, we're talking about an Olympic wage. When so many of the events are now starting to look like they're not even going to be in the city proper because they've been distributed across the region, we're actually potentially saddling more of these operators with, again, the increased cost and burden, but the likelihood that a lot of the attendees, because of where the events are happening, in Inglewood at SoFi, in Long Beach, and some of these other areas, could very well not be,
where, Manny?
By and large, here in the city of Los Angeles. And so those are some of the other factors that are very real that we need to be considering when we talk about these increases, because those bottom lines really matter to the survival of these businesses actually being able to provide the very jobs that we want to continue to care for these workers. So again, my hope is that we're not creating the best paid unemployed workforce in the country by creating an environment that doesn't allow these businesses to continue to sustain a level of employment for these very same workers. And I'm concerned that what we're making, we're getting very shallow information, and I'm really troubled by procedurally how this has all occurred as well. Because I also asked some questions specifically about TOT that I was very disappointed with the lack of real clear response on.
Shit, I'm allergic to the bullshit.
In the response in the report.
That's why I'm sneezing.
But just very disappointed overall that we're accelerating this conversation, and I understand people's frustrations on both sides. But the workers, I think, in many cases, are being they're going to be adversely impacted by this false promise, because we aren't really taking again, the scope of the conversation has been very limited at this juncture. And it's unfortunate, because I also know that a lot of these businesses
I think you're living in the past,
that will
Manny.
be most heavily
that
impacted
one already happened.
are minority-owned,
I don't know. Maybe there's another one that
are
just kicked
small
off.
business owners
Ended in a car wreck.
who have been struggling
Porsche.
to make it. And they're the ones that are going to be the front end of hurting the most by this policy. And I think it's unfortunate that we're having this conversation, colleagues, in a manner that has, in a substitute that has already eliminated the ability for each of us to have a more robust conversation.
I think we should have a sock check, homie, on this dude and the other one.
That we're all working
Sock
on.
check, homie. Oh, there he
But
goes.
essentially,
He showed us.
this substitute motion is silencing any other part of the conversation. And I don't understand why.
Shut up, Meg.
Councilmember Park.
Big waste of time. Here we go.
Thank you, Council
Marilyn
President.
Monroe, everybody. Oh,
I'm
Marilyn.
going to start with a couple of questions for Bear. Thank you for being here in person. this
Taiji's
time.
in love right now.
In your letter at page 3, which concedes that no other jurisdiction has implemented a wage increase of this size, you write that, and I quote, our analysis
Come to LA just to hit Meg.
assumes that the hotel industry adjusts prices to offset the wage increases, increasing revenue and maintaining profitability. These price increases will reduce demand initially. We already know demand is down. We know that average daily rates are down. So with vacancies driving market competition,
They got you, Manny.
there's no room to raise rates. So given those facts, why are we making this assumption?
We need an assumption to understand what the ultimate cost to the industry is. And our assumption was that they raise prices to neutralize the profit impact in order to recover revenue. And that increase, by our estimation for the average across the industry, because again, it's an average treatment of the industry, would be a 6% increase in prices. And from demand estimates that we have in an extensive economic literature, that would lead to a very modest change in demand.
Shut your mouth, Can you tell me which hotels you spoke to confirm that your assumptions were accurate?
Oh, boy, here it goes. He's looking down. That's not a good
the
thing.
Greater Los Angeles Hospitality Association, Camelot in the city of Anaheim, and I think Bear interviewed Ray Patel.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Ray
heard you that
Patel.
you spoke to one hotel in the city of Anaheim. Did you speak to one hotel operator anywhere in the city of Los Angeles?
I just said that Bear interviewed Ray Patel.
So one.
So one.
Out of how many hotels?
Some 150 odd hotels.
Did anybody call a hotel in Venice and ask how business was? Did you call the small ones to ask how the vacancy rates and the larger ones are driving price competitions? They have nowhere to move their rates. Did you ask any of them about any
He
of
is
that?
nervous.
We did not, but we reached out to the Hotel Association very early on in this process.
Getting glossy.
And asked if they could provide data from the smaller operators, and they were unwilling to do so.
Starting to sweat.
I've heard you blame the Hotel Association several times, but I've still never heard an answer that anybody responsible for preparing the analysis picked up a phone and actually talked to hotel operators across any size or jurisdiction in the city to make any meaningful conclusions or assumptions from.
I could have done this
What
report.
am I missing?
I could have
As
done this
Henry
report
mentioned, we got very limited feedback.
for a quarter of the cost.
Almost no usable data from them. All of our research is based on publicly available official data. And we made assumptions in order to do the scenario analysis. You have to make assumptions. And we can adjust those assumptions and see the consequences. For example, I talked about the prospect of having a small business exemption. We've seen this in many municipalities. We evaluated this. Basically, it reduces the cost, yes, but it also reduces the benefits. And in this particular policy, we see a 3-to-1 benefit-cost ratio. So, fine, you can defer the costs for a category of firms that you feel might be disadvantaged. I'm agnostic about this. I'm just trying to be objective. But if you do that, you're going to defer the benefits too, for the communities, for the workers. You just have to accept that. If you want to make those exceptions, it's fine. But But these are all the business of scenario work. Just look at these numbers and you will get a feeling for what the salience is. And the salience is, as I said, this policy, as it was originally stated, is potentially a robust catalyst for growth in the region, a potent catalyst for economic growth across the region. We're looking at the prospects for
shady for sure, Jimmy.
7,000 additional jobs by 2028 in LA City, 5,500 jobs in the rest of the proximate region, the county and, well, the neighboring cities and the states. $700 million in additional local income for local enterprises and individuals.
Shut your mouth, essay!
$550 million, that's in LA City alone. $700 million by 2028 annual benefits, and $550 million of additional income for neighboring economies.
Shut the fuck up,
These are not at all trivial benefits. So in any case, you have in your hands a very potent tool for economic growth. How you want to administer and implement it should very much be informed by the distributional consequences, no question about that. But how you decide to do it is up to you. I feel it's our responsibility to tell you that reducing the costs for any stakeholders is going to also reduce the benefits for the overall economy.
Could have done this for a quarter of the price, Frank.
For the workers, too, inevitably.
I could have told you what I thought.
I hear you, and I think that those
and got no information at all.
Assuming that the assumptions were accurate would make some sense.
Sorry, I'm really sorry, but I wasn't able to hear you.
I think the benefits, to the extent they have been described in the report, would make some sense, but again, they are assumptions that haven't been vetted against actual reality in the city of Los Angeles. So let me ask it a little bit different. If your analysis made different assumptions, given low hotel occupancy, low average daily rates, low domestic and international passenger levels at LAX and in retail, would your results be different?
Yes, of course they would. For example, if the Olympic event were incorporated in our scenarios, you would see a tailwind for the entire hospitality sector that would overwhelm these results.
And did you talk
and
to...
we don't see, as I've said, we don't see any empirical evidence of massive layoffs in response to minimum wages anywhere in California.
So
what is so special about LA in this respect?
I'm going to come back to layoffs in just a minute, but did you speak to anyone at LA 28?
Folks, pardon me, Councilmember Park. Pardon me for a second. Look, folks, when you all spoke, you all had the attention of the body. We want to make sure that council can have this discussion.
Don't be lying on me,
We
Marquise.
appreciate your enthusiasm, but please keep the interruptions to
Stop the cap,
zero.
Marquise. He wasn't
Did
paying
you
no
speak
attention.
to LA 28 or
Eating
the
a
hotel
granola
industry
bar.
about the caps
Fuck
on room
outta
rates
here.
related to the Olympics?
We did not evaluate that.
Okay. In your report back, you also...
Councilman, we did reach out to LA 28. They do have some contracts that are pending. There has been some discussion of those, some of those hotels pulling out. At the end of the day, it's going to be a business decision for those hotels whether they decide to stay in the Olympics contracts or not. As I've said, there's only a few that have indicated that they might pull out, but because being part of the Olympic program is very lucrative for some of the hotels because there is a good 100% occupancy during an entire time frame. It's not just a few days at a time, and so it is rather significant and be part of their business decision. And LA 28 was also very clear that they did not want to weigh in on a policy issue such as this. They did not want to influence that policy.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that you asked those questions, but my point here is that none of that is reflected in the assumptions made or in the analysis provided. So I'm going to move on to a different question. The report also responded to my letter from May of 2023 asking for impacts to workers at different hotel types and sizes, including limited service hotels, boutique hotels, and chain hotels. And your response in your letter back is, hotels in this industry are modeled as a homogeneous industry. So I want to make sure I'm totally clear. Your analysis makes no distinction between an independently owned and operated limited service hotel with no wedding venue, no spa, and a Ritz-Carlton with luxury amenities, right?
I think I was clear about this at the beginning. This study does not capture the heterogeneity of either the hospitality sector or the air transport sector. And in the context of hotels, we approach the industry to get the data needed for such granular assessment. They are not forthcoming.
I'm giving them the keys to everything, and they don't want it.
Without objective, representative data, and it's not been made available by the industry.
So your answer is yes. You make no distinction between a limited service hotel and a Ritz-Carlton with a full suite of amenities.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes,
So-
these are average results for the industry. Yes.
Okay. So then I assume I'm correct also that it makes no distinctions between hotels that are carrying heavy debt mortgages and struggling to meet debt service levels and those that
Absolutely
aren't.
not.
Haven't looked at that.
It's an
Okay.
aggregation of the industry.
Just an aggregate.
Okay, so this
Off
analysis
of
again does not
false
factor in
stats.
operating costs, profitability, revenue generation
How
across
would we do
hotels,
that
type and
without
size.
the data? It's not. It hasn't been made available to us,
Thank you,
even
Tommy.
though we requested it.
So they're just all the same. Is that right? That's the assumption.
Thank
All
you, Juan.
hotels are the same?
The industry is
Hoosier.
treated as a homogeneous
Chris.
entity. And as I said in my opening remarks, it's very important to recognize the heterogeneity.
Tom
And you have
Hanks,
the capacity to
lady
do that with your
sneezing.
policy.
Okay. I think it's pretty clear that all hotels have been treated as the same and no real work went into making or understanding or analyzing the distinctions across hotel type, size,
The
or
information was not
geographies.
available. It's not about the effort that was made. We can't invent data that's being protected.
Stinks woke up and went straight into the bath.
We have heard repeatedly throughout public comment over the last year and a half that there are real differences.
Yes, of
between
course there are, and I was
hotels.
emphasizing
Okay,
this in my opening.
so
It's
there
true.
are
Wait, this
differences,
is true
we're
of
just not
every
factoring
industry in the economy. And in fact, we're using the same methodology that was used for the original work 10 years ago by 3 consulting firms did independent assessments of the minimum wage policy in Los Angeles City. There was a peer review of all 3 of those studies. They were all based on the same methodology.
All right, so I'm going to switch over to a different
He's
subject
angry
and
now.
ask about our concessionaires. In your letter back to the council, you indicated that passenger travel hasn't recovered because of air travel from China. What about domestic air travel?
So, Councilwoman, we did speak with the LAWA representatives. That answer to that question was a little bit overly simplified. Obviously, international travel is down, but domestic travel is also not recovered as well at LAX compared to some of the other regional airports in the city. And according to LAWA, there are a number of reasons for that. There isn't a single reason for it. It could be, just because of business practices by the airports. It could be passenger facility charges. It could be the contracts that they have. It could be more beneficial route changes or routes to other regional airports. It could be a number of reasons.
Okay, thank you for that, and I appreciate that. Because
Come on,
we
let's
tend
get to the
focus on
goddamn vote.
international
We know it's a
travel.
bullshit report.
And in fact, domestic travel is down too, and all of that information is contained in a report that will be heard tomorrow by our Board of Airport Commissioners. In fact, according to that same report, our concessionaires have seen their labor costs rise 80% since 2010, while their sales are still lagging way behind 2019 levels because of lagging employment growths. I also wanted to point out, because I don't know how many people have read it, but the LAWA report points out that the post-COVID lag is creating, and I quote, unsustainable economics for the food and beverage and retail concession operators at LAX.
That's what happens when you
So
force
the
businesses
proposed
to
policy
close
is going
down
to
for a
produce
shamdemic for
substantial
years,
increases,
while the rest of the
in a
country
very
opened
short
up.
amount of time.
You're now
So
seeing it.
Does your analysis on this include the
And you
sort
guys
of
forced 'em.
lackluster revenue and labor costs?
I don't really quite understand what you mean by lackluster, but we've calibrated this, as I said, to publicly available data up to a baseline of 2022 We've extended it to 2023.
The next
but
Summer
again,
Olympics
does
bill will
not
be here,
capture the
2028.
heterogeneity within the sector. And I
They're
know
just
that's
early talking
unsatisfactory.
about it.
That's why I opened
Super
with,
Bowl
those
coming
comments.
here. The
isn't
FIFA World Cup will be here.
I've heard you say, this will be my final question
Some
on
big
this
events.
topic.
They
I've
use that
heard
for
you
the
say
grift.
There is no precedent for job loss due to wage
No,
increases.
that's not what I said.
Okay.
For substantial job losses, meaning in excess of 5%, that's pretty modest, I would say. The only variation we've seen in jobs in these hospitality sectors in the state since the minimum wage has passed, state minimum wage, has been between 1% and 3%, but you can't attribute it to the minimum wage alone. We know that COVID has had a much longer tail than expected, particularly in the food service industry, and that's put an enormous pressure and continuing sustained pressure on those sectors. That's not the minimum wage. Has nothing to do with the workers in that sector. It's a systemic problem that lasted much longer than expected. In the year 2000, Chris Thornburg, colleague and competitor, said, the effects of COVID on Los Angeles will last for 1 year.
In 2000, he said that?
Sorry. Particularly in the food service sector, COVID has had a very long tail because it's changed behavior in fundamental
19 years
ways.
before it happened?
Work-related behavior, the lunch trade, after-hours businesses have been hammered, and small businesses have been at the end of that, at the receiving end of that hammer. It's still going on. Small businesses try to hold on. They just recruit more family members or try to find other ways to reduce costs and stay in, but they're still failing. The food service sector is still suffering from the consequences.
Alex, I'll take
And the
men
food
that
service
can't
sector
stop
is
live for
suffering
200.
From not just the significant macro impacts generally, but also from the same inflation that drove out an incumbent party last month. Okay, very serious systemic inflation for the last 3 years has been affecting.
He
these
said in
sectors.
2000,
Again,
right? Am I wrong? Did I hear that wrong?
The lowest paid workers' wages have not contributed to that inflation. But
COVID,
it's definitely
the
contributed.
shamdemic
to
happened in
undermining their
2019,
purchasing power,
November of.
because that's 100% of their paychecks that are
When it started
affected
happening
by that
here.
cycle of inflation. Many factors are putting stress on these sectors. Many factors.
So I know you didn't because I actually read the report, but did you talk to hotel owners
Liar.
in West Hollywood about what percentage of their workforce has been laid off?
Caught him.
I read two presentations that were commissioned by West Hollywood. These were not responsible research products. I'm sorry. But they were opinion polls that made no statistically defensible link between layoffs and the minimum wage.
Again,
Absolutely
Alex,
not.
I'll take guys who can't stop live for 500.
Wage ordinances?
We don't have any definitive evidence linking the minimum wage to layoffs, and there's no anecdotal evidence either, because as I said, if you look at the job data, look at it for Los Angeles City, look at it for the state of California, you won't see a significant reduction in employment that can be identified with the implementation of minimum wages. It's just the evidence is not there.
Well, you say this, and on page 8 where you're talking about this research from UC San Francisco, you write, yes, Virginia, losing your job increases the risk of becoming homeless. What's missing here is evidence of any causal link between minimum wage ordinances and unemployment. I've heard you double and triple down on that. So let me just ask you, have you talked to a fast food worker who has been replaced by a kiosk?
What would one worker tell me about that?
Wait till the robots come.
That they lost
my
their job
research is based
because
on
of a wage ordinance.
It's on objective representative data, not opinion polls.
Well, those job losses are real, and I would encourage folks to talk
Job
to
losses
people.
are real, but so far, thank God, they've been extremely minimal. What you can tell workers today is, yes, we'll give you a chance to get 35, 55% higher compensation, and you've got a 95% probability of keeping your job. That looks like a pretty good bet.
I don't know, when I walked into Fat Tomato
That
in
looks
Mar
like a
Vista,
pretty good bet.
and
And
the
actually, it's a
entire-
97% chance of keeping your job if you look at the layoff data. There's just nothing there. I'm sorry.
when I walked into Fat Tomato in Mar Vista and the entire front of the house staff is gone, when I walk into the local sandwich shop in my
Fat
neighborhood
Tomato.
in Venice and you order at a kiosk, those are real people
And that's
who
because of
really
the minimum wage?
lost their jobs.
No, it's not because of the minimum wage.
Fat
That's because of
tomatoes.
the post-COVID the tail of COVID, and it's because of other inflation.
Can you show me where that assumption
Who
is
started
coming
the
from?
inflation?
Much more. That's not
Your
an
party
assumption. You
did.
can see it in the data.
There we go, ladies and
All
gentlemen.
right, colleagues, I have shared before that we all want
This
the
is
same
this
thing.
is the Spider-Man
Thriving
meme.
tourism economy
This
that
is Spider-Man
pays
pointing
fair
at Spider-Man
wages
right
to
now.
workers, and also encourages entrepreneurial spirit and sets businesses up for success. People need to earn more, they should earn more, and no one questions that. But these decisions can't be based on a vacuum. They shouldn't be made in the absence of meaningful data or information, and they shouldn't be made on false assumptions that no one even bothered to test. We have to be deliberate, we need to be thoughtful, and we need to prioritize a policy that strikes a balance. Going too far in one direction can hurt our workers. Going too far in another direction is going to hurt the very industry that keeps thousands of these people employed.
That's right. Keeps them
And
from
I fear
being
that
homeless.
Today's substitute motion,
You kill the business, you kill
as
everybody.
it is before us, is going to cost people their jobs. We are going to lose our small businesses. We are going to lose our small and medium-sized hotels and our boutique hotels and our limited services hotels. And today's action is only going to further fuel a decline in our essential tourism sector, which, by the way, is an essential source of our city's general fund revenue. There's going to be consequences to hurting people who we want to actually help and support, those people who are going to be cut, who are going to be replaced with machines. I think that it is irresponsible of us, based on the record that we have in front of us today, to move on any of this.
Robots are coming, I told
Thank you so much, Councilmember
She
Jurado.
sees it. She sees it.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council President. It's my first time hearing this matter as a council member, and so I have a couple questions. First of all, I think, hearing today, you repeated a number about the regional growth. Can you please repeat what that ratio of regional growth would be?
Our findings, which are summarized in the report in table ES4, the general findings, just big picture findings, about 700 million, this is by 28, in 2028 compared to doing nothing, right, no policy. There'll be 700 million more in added private income in Los Angeles City, about 600 million more in its neighboring jurisdictions. There would be about 6,000 additional FTE jobs in the city across, and they would be distributed. Let me make clear about this. These are spillover effects as a result of higher incomes among the lowest paid workers in these sectors. Those spillover effects would create jobs across all 22 occupations and occupation categories in the state, because these households spend money on everything, particularly services, which are much more labor intensive.
I think you mentioned, sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
sure.
Also, what's your name? I'm sorry.
My name is David.
Oh, okay, I was going to call you Mr. Bear, but
Damon?
I realized that's your company. Okay, David, I think you mentioned a ratio of like 3 to 1 being a benefit.
Right.
Can you say that again and repeat it?
The benefits are about 3 times the cost of the policy. The cost of the policy is basically the burden on employers and some foregone fiscal revenue, but the benefits in both for the regional economy, for workers to start, and then for anybody who benefits from worker spending on any category. Then on the fiscal side,
Yeah, she hates
the
cops.
government, I'll
She
finish
hates
these
the
numbers in just
LAPD.
a second, but
Oh.
basically it's 3 to 1.
She was busy
The-
getting
the-
caught saying, fuck the police, this, that, and the
income
other.
that's generated is 3 times the magnitude of the costs that are in
So our regional growth for our economy will benefit 3 to 1.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
And
second thing,
should I just
I
finish
think the
you don't want
numbers
to-
I read it, so it's
Okay,
okay.
sure.
That
I
is
just
De
wanted to
Leon's
make sure that
replacement
3 to
blushing.
1 ratio was repeated, and I
Beach
heard
Bum.
it clearly that is the growth benefit of
That's
our
right.
economy
That's
if
right.
we implement this ordinance as it
It's
stands.
all coming from the expenditures of low-income workers, because they don't say very much. But
Okay,
they're gonna
amazing.
translate
Low-income
all that
workers.
increased income into expenditures, which will spill over to other employment, other jobs, other sectors, other jurisdictions, small businesses all around their neighborhoods, and most of which are inside of LA City.
Yes, thank you, David. And thank you to the CLA. I should have said that up front. The second thing is, just so that I'm clear on this, there were repeated attempts at speaking to the hotels in order to get their information in order to make this study.
Yes, the CLA office knows what about this.
All right, everybody.
I can't hear you.
Turn it on.
How about now?
Yes.
Correct, Councilwoman. In the beginning of this year, our office has approximately 3 conversations with the Hotel Association seeking data such as an average wage, a minimum wage, a maximum wage across the city.
Mm-hmm.
I received a call a few months later from a lobbyist in the from the Hotel Association after not receiving those data, and I said I need to get that ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
It has not been provided to this date.
Oh, okay. So there were more. Yeah, go ahead.
And then the written requests that also went to the Chamber of Commerce and for the
So now it's
California
the
State
lobbyist
Lodging Association
for the
asked
hotels.
basically 3 things. First was
Spider-Man.
a list of hotels in the city with 60 or more rooms.
Mm-hmm.
The number of workers at each of those locations and the types of workers at those locations, along with their hours, and along with mean and median wages. To this date, that information has not been provided, and that is what has largely hamstrung our consultant.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that despite repeated attempts, the hotel industry has failed to provide pertinent information that could really inform this study. Now, Mr. David, I have a question for you. In your probably many years of doing research, in the absence of very important information, isn't it customary that you make assumptions in order to conduct a study?
It's unavoidable, actually. If you
Yeah.
want to inform policymakers, there's always uncertainty, number one. And we try to deal with that by creating scenarios, but we want to improve visibility for policymakers. So we use what information is available and try to be clear about what's not available. And right now we're working at the industry level, which, as I've said, is unsatisfactory in some ways, but we literally can't fabricate data. That's not a substitute.
Yeah,
for
you
it,
can't fabricate data, and with the information and the efforts that you made, thank you so much for doing that. You've shown us evidence that the regional growth is 3-to-1, which is pretty amazing.
It is, and it's driven by this thing, which is called low-income expenditure. It's kind of ironic in a way that stimulus.
Yeah,
is
when we
coming
support low-wage workers, they can contribute to our economy and bolster the city. And so the other thing is to switch gears. You know, I have a very expansive district. It has downtown, it has Northeast LA. In Northeast LA, we have a large number of small business owners, primarily minority owned. Just to confirm, the rooms that this applies to, hotels, what number of the rooms do
hell's
this,
going on
how
here?
many rooms does a hotel have to
What's this guy
have in order
doing?
for this ordinance to apply?
Currently, it's 60 or more rooms.
Okay, so let's
Bruh.
say I have a small business minority owner who owns multiple hotels in, let's say, Eagle Rock. Eagle Rock has a lot of these hotels because of the proximity to the Rose Bowl. It's a really quick drive. Let's say that they're all owned by the same entity. We'll just call, which is unlikely, right? Because they usually keep it separate. But let's say the entity is called Good Housekeeping. And they have Hotel A that has 30 units and Hotel B that has 35 units. In that instance, will this small business that is minority owned, that unusually maybe
He's
will
getting
keep it
roasted
under
in the
one
chat right now. Hopefully he's not watching.
Will that cumulative count of those hotel rooms, make this
Straight
ordinance
roast.
applicable?
No, neither of those properties will be impacted directly by these increases, these proposed increases.
So small business owners, a lot of whom are in the Northeast, that maybe only have 30 on the premises, owned by just one corporation, and this minority-owned business will not be affected by this ordinance.
As long as those individual properties have less than 60 rooms, they will not be directly affected.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
President, thank you so much for being here and joining us today. Thank you, Sharon, as well, and thank you so much. Can you please share your name again?
My name?
Yes.
Dr. Henry Flatt.
One more time?
Dr. Henry Flatt.
Thank you, Doctor. And David, thank you so much.
I don't think he's a
would
doctor.
like
I think he has a
to,
doctorate, but
just say that
Kinda
I
like
appreciate
Jill
the work
Biden.
of the CLA and everything y'all have done.
She ain't an
and
actual
especially to the
doctor.
workers who have shown
She has
up
a
repeatedly,
doctorate.
regularly, consistently, coming into the chambers to tell us about how an increase like this will support your livelihood. and you not letting us forget until we're getting to this point. And so I really appreciate your commitment. There are 28 people out there who haven't eaten in 3 days, that have been fasting for 3 days for us to make sure that they know that this is a priority for them. They're tired, they're weak.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
They've had to get
All right,
check-ups
everybody.
with doctors to make sure that they're physically okay, because that's how committed they are to making sure that everybody that they work with, all the tourism workers, get a wage that finally allows their families to not just try to survive in Los Angeles, but to try to thrive in Los Angeles. So thank you, workers, for your commitment and all the work that you've done to get us here. I think all of us can recognize the importance of giving raises here in the city of Los Angeles. In fact, this body has voted several times in the last year and a half to give raises to our city workers, because we know having a higher wage means that you might be able to own a home, that you'll be able to take your family to the doctor, to Disneyland, to do the things that right now are so unattainable for folks because their wage doesn't allow it. And so I just want to remind us and ground us in that we recognize the benefit of increasing wages, and that it should also benefit our tourism workers. My question is, and I have a couple, but you talked about low income expenditure. Can you please share a little bit more about that? Because there's an idea that this will impact our tourism, tax revenue. I think from what you're saying, and what low-income expenditure will do is, in fact, increase the tax revenue that we generate as a city overall, because we will have more people in the city of LA spending more money. But can you clarify what that is?
Thank you.
If I was going in the right direction?
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Yes, I'd be happy to do that. I want to make it. I want to clarify from the beginning that
I don't know, Adam.
the
Can't
growth
confirm nor
benefits that
deny.
come with this policy, the so-called 3-to-1 policy, apply to all the fiscal accounts of the economy, both the local, city, state, and federal taxes. And our estimates are that this ordinance would, by 2028, create $15 million in additional local, that's LA City tax revenue, $22 million in state revenue, and $83 million in federal revenue, some of which you might be able to bargain back in your relationship with the feds. But they're very,
With
very
your
strong
relationship
positive
with the
fiscal benefits,
feds.
most coming from local sales taxes, where low-income families spend their money supporting the retail sector, and the small retail sector particularly. There may be some challenges for adjustment in the hospitality sector at the small enterprise level.
We're almost at 4
Small
hours.
enterprises
Come
are
on,
gonna
man.
benefit
Can we get to the fucking vote?
handsomely from the redistribution to low-income families. Those are their primary patrons, are those populations in their own neighborhoods. So, but at the same time, they'll be generating retail sales tax. Also, on the TOT, we did, after some consultation, do some estimates of the TOT. We'd like to do more of that, but for the time being, I can say without reservation that the TOT effects in these scenarios will be very negligible, like less than 2%, plus or minus 2% change in TOT, far outweighed by the local tax benefits and the state tax benefits. So the ratio of local fiscal benefit to TOT changes would be about 12 to 1. TOT is important in its own dedicated fiscal category, but the benefits to the local public coffers are going to be very substantial if this policy is adopted.
Great, thank you. And 2 more points, Council President. I'm done. I'll be okay. Thank you. So you talked about this 97% chance of keeping your job, and you mentioned that earlier. And based on your research and the research you've done around here and other jurisdictions, can you talk a little bit more about that, please?
Yes, I'll give you the simplest example. If we look at California employment in these hospitality sectors, that's state employment since the state minimum wage was enacted, the variation in that employment for those sectors is plus or minus 1 to 3%. And as I said, there are many other drivers of that employment rate. COVID, late COVID, especially in the food sector, as I said, the tail of COVID, which has been really persistent there. Also, overall inflation has been very hard on employment. But the fluctuations there are less than 3%. So that's why I say you have a 97% chance of keeping your job, even if the minimum wage is implemented. That based on the state data. And also the retrospective study, the TIL study, maybe you can talk about that.
So after the city passed its minimum wage standard in 2016, it instructed our office to commission a study every 3 years to examine the economic impacts of that study on the local economy. About a month and a half ago, we released that study. It has been posted to the file. It was done by Till Von Wachter, who's one of the world's leading labor economists at UCLA. What his study largely shows that there were no detectable employment losses in the food services sector after the wage increases.
Thank you so much. And I will end it here, but what I just like, the last thing I would like to say is that I would hope that as a governmental body that we can be consistent and equal in our application of elevating people's wages. They don't need to be all the same across sectors, right? But if we're gonna give wage increases in one area of the city and not do it for another, that is not equality, and we need to move towards that, right? I just think it's so important. We need to be consistent on that. And today I stand, and I just want to say thank you to Council President Marquis Dawson for getting us to this point where you've gotten us to a place where all people have spoken. We've heard them all, and we've gotten to a place where people aren't going to lose out like they would have. So thank you for allowing conversation, but also thank you for getting us to the finish line.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we got Councilmember Rodriguez one more time, and we got Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Gorlock the Destroyer.
And I want to thank you,
roasted
Mr.
everybody
Hernandez,
today.
for bringing attention to the fact that, yes, as a city, we did
Shut up,
provide a
Meg.
number of substantial salary increases. We're also currently experiencing hiring freezes as a result of that. So thank you for helping to underscore what the detrimental effects could very likely be to the very same business owners that we as a city are currently experiencing. In fact, our Bureau of Contract Administration has also just indicated that in order for them to even conduct the oversight in the roles that they have for BCA with respect to honoring this ordinance, that they would need an additional 5 positions in order to be able to provide that monitoring. So we know the consequences of what happens when you increase your overall costs for labor, but you don't increase your revenue. And that's what we as a city are currently experiencing. And so when you now assign that to private sector entities that, again, not government dollars, but we're saying people that have invested in developing businesses to operate in the city, to provide those good jobs, now overnight we're going to increase 30% of their bottom line. It will have the same, I don't understand, because we're living through it right now, so we are our own test case on this as far as I'm concerned. We already know what the effects are. And so, so I recognize the potential impact to these very same operators in that same manner. One of the questions that I had, we talked about, you're saying, you know, it's, we haven't seen the unemployment. Have you seen underemployment of individuals, thereby the redaction of hours for what people work as a result of these? Because, and I ask because I want to thank you for acknowledging how the pandemic has still affected. You know, LA Times just finished talking about the 65 restaurants that have just closed this year. We continue to see additional restaurants. I know in many of the areas that have historically sustained a lot of
yeah, because you forced them to close down. You guys did. Then all of a sudden now they've got a huge increase to $20 an hour. Now it's going to be $30.
Like Silver Lake and whatnot.
How could they survive?
I continue to see the number of restaurants, because restaurants obviously,
and thanks to the idiot in charge, the inflation on top of all that,
operate on margins that are substantially far more lean than even
What'd
to
you
be
think was going to happen
with general hotel operations. And so I want to thank you for acknowledging that you recognized that those the food industry has been adversely impacted still and is still lagging in its recovery. I want to thank you for that public acknowledgement, because what we have not aggregated in this conversation, colleagues, for policy, is the proposal to ensure that we don't adopt policies that have adverse implications for the very same operations in the hotels. We've not aggregated it because the council president decided to eliminate the opportunity for us as a policymaking body to consider some of those amendments that many of us proposed. And that's unfortunate because it will have very dire implications for the sustained operations for a lot of these businesses. So silencing the conversation does not help us to have a robust policy conversation. To cherry pick certain amendments to be included in a substitute motion is not responsible policymaking. And it's unfortunate that this is where we find ourselves right now.
Me too, Texas.
And so I'm very disappointed
Take some more
procedurally
zinc
how
and-
this has occurred, because it has shut down a lot of the proposed amendments that many of us were trying to help
Think the flower squirts water?
make adjustments on so that we could ensure the success of both the operators and the workers. But we are being shut down from that. So I want to make it clear for those of you who are advocating on whatever side you're on. Everyone has a perspective, and our job is to make sure that we have policy making that is respectful of all of those parts of the conversation. But that isn't what's happening right now. That part is being silenced. And we're living currently as a city right now, learning for the very reeling from the very same adverse impacts of those same salary increases. And, by the way, not expanding our workforce, limiting it, and not even allowing the opportunity for departments to currently restore the hiring that we so desperately need. That is a reality. So we can talk about all the theories, but we know what the true cost of making these decisions is, and we're living with it right now. And so for that, I have a really big problem with the substitute motion. I think it does a complete disservice to everyone that has a vested interest in this conversation.
Just vote already.
Councilman Soto Martinez.
Fucking vote.
Thank you so much, Council President. I just want to start off by thanking Dr. Henry Flatt for working on this, and Professor David for coming in here and just really bringing data-driven, studied evidence to this body. It is why we asked for this study almost 2 years ago, because none of us in this horseshoe are experts. But we have an expert here who has looked at this countrywide, internationally, has written many books. And this is what I heard today from your answers, Professor. This is going to increase, but because what we're really talking about here is putting more money in people's pockets. And what's the effect of that? That's what we studied. What would this living wage have an effect on the city of Los Angeles? And what I've heard today is that it's going to create thousands of jobs, because when you put money in people's pockets, unlike the very wealthy who hoard that money, our communities go out there and spend it. That's going to create more demand on jobs. When that money is spent, we capture a sales tax, which goes into our city coffers. And it's going to create 6,319 jobs. It's going to increase our tax revenue. And there's been some concerns about our TOT and what that will look like, and the professor said that it's going to be either plus or minus 1% to 2%. Very negligible amount, even in the worst case scenario. But in fact, if you look at the TOT revenues over the previous years, we've seen that it's consistently gone up, and in this last year, it was at record levels, especially for hotels. So it's not the first time we've done this policy, so we can also look at the past to see what we can predict, so we can try to predict the future. And there's been lots of comments about businesses closing and job loss, and I get that moves a lot of folks, because we see that every single day. A restaurant in my district is going to close at the middle of this month, and that of course worries me. But when you look at the evidence about these policies, you see no direct evidence that this will create jobs loss. And so I think what we have in front of us, it's a pretty amazing policy. And what is not described in your study is how is that going to, the workers' testimony, real life testimony about how their lives are going to change. Now, luckily, the workers who have come here consistently and have fought for this policy have given us that, have given us that evidence. They're talking to us about how they can't pay rent, how they can't save enough to take their kids to college, how they are suffering under the very policies that we've created in this city for many years. And so what I'm seeing here today is a slam dunk for everybody. This policy is exactly what we need in the city of Los Angeles.
Idiot.
And again, I want to thank everyone who has brought this forward. And I thank the council president for really ushering us to this
it's
moment.
going to be all yeses.
And, you know, I
These
think
idiots are going to
I
get
speak
their
for
money, and
the
then you're going to
majority
wonder
of
why
people
you're
in Los
paying
Angeles that they want to see this.
$100 for a piece of
Impossible
shit
council
fucking,
president, would like to take a vote on
TV dinner on the plane.
All right. Mr. Soto Martinez has called the question. I have Mr. Lee on the board for a second time. And Mr.
time.
Price was on the board prior to that, so I want to give both of them an opportunity to speak before we go.
Again.
Mr. Lee?
Just say enough the first time, Mr. Lee.
Just so I understand, you know, when I've heard you say it over and over. I've heard some of my colleagues say it about how when wages increase, there's no correlation to job loss. So help me understand. What are you basically? Is that like when all federal minimum wage goes up, or like why don't we pay everyone $100 an hour? Or like why don't we in the city of Los Angeles? Why do we not pay our very own employees? Why do we not pay them the same exact amount that we are proposing? Why? Colleagues, I'll tell you why. Because we can't afford to. Because when we do that, make that choice, then we have to make cuts in other areas. We have to lower the amount of jobs in other areas to make up that pay. So can you explain to me why, if we were to raise them, everyone in the city to $100 an hour, that won't, there has to be some sort of curve that you're trying to explain to us. Can you explain to us what that means?
The law of gravity has not been repealed. The demand for labor does change with the wage, but the question is the degree to which it changes. I'm sure you'll all remember this from taking an introductory economics course. There's a fiendish concept called elasticity. That's the magnitude of the change. The direction is not, it's not controversial. Remember, you're absolutely right. Your intuition is correct. If you raise the wage, you will reduce demand for labor. How much is the question? I can tell you that by looking at the evidence that we've seen for California, both the last minimum wage legislation 5 years ago and the most recent state minimum wage, there is no data that would validate a significant relationship. You just can't identify the role of a minimum wage implementation, so it's very small. One mitigating reason for that is when you increase wages for workers, there are many benefits for employers. Workers are more loyal. You increase retention, reduce turnover costs, training costs. They also tend to be more productive. That's why the tech sector works the way it does. People seem to have absurd compensation there, but they're also absurdly productive. So the productivity effect and the retention effects are not insignificant. And for that reason, employers will often look for offsetting savings in order to finance higher wages.
I agree with you. So, but your studies show an across the board, state of California minimum wage increase. Does your study show when one particular industry, like the hotel workers that are be making more money, they're not then staying in the hotels. We're raising the prices for the rest of the country to come and spend those higher prices. That family, you know, when we talk about the limited, he made a statement earlier that this, you know, when we're talking about the larger corporations, the limited service hotel workers, the minority business owned hotels here that are limited in services, they don't have valet parking, they don't have banquet services, that those families that provide those affordable rooms that when people want to come over to, you know, from another state to come see Universal Studios, they stay there because it's affordable. they're basically, you said that's just a policy thing where whether we affect them or not. So you do believe that those small mom and pop, they will be hurt by this?
They're more vulnerable. There's no question about that. And I said that in my opening remarks, that the heterogeneity in that sector is very important to take account of. And indeed, we did estimate a short-term unemployment impact, but it was about 1.5% to 2% from the direct policy. But then the indirect consequences, as I said, 3 to 1 benefit to cost. Those overwhelmed that. And the hotel sector ended up better off after all this 3 years later because of the growth of the regional economy, driven by payrolls.
So am I just forgetting, or am I wrong when we raise the minimum wage just for the specific sector of manufacturing, that this city didn't lose manufacturing to other states? When we, and look, I'm not in the business, I get no satisfaction of saying, ever standing up here and saying, well, I told you this is going to happen. Like when we did the increase in the grocery store workers, we said there are going to be underperforming stores that shut down because of this, and those people are going to lose their jobs. And everyone said, no, that's not going to happen. Well, businesses still have to make profit. I agree when they say that, like, the CEO's pay. I was just talking to Councilmember Harris-Dawson. We were talking about...
Yeah, I know, meat.
I think it was in the 70s where a CEO made 7 times the amount of the average worker's pay, and now it's like $7,000. I agree with you. It's too much. But I don't know if that changes the behavior of these hotels on whether to decide to employ people or decide to make that investment into our city.
Airbnb going to pop because they're going to vote yes on it.
I believe it's 11.
So the hotels are going to raise their rates.
That are
Airbnb's going to pop.
The loan watch list, meaning that they are in danger of closing. I don't know, and this I don't know for a fact. If one of you tell me differently, I believe you. But I don't know of a single hotel, new hotel, that is currently in construction. Now, that's an issue for us when we talk about, we are making this investment in our convention center. We want to bring more conventions here to provide more TOT so the city can do more good things, that we can provide a better economy here in the city of Los Angeles. We are number 20, somewhere in the mid-20s. We're the second largest city in this country, and we're in the mid-20s. We have to be more competitive and bring more hotel rooms around this area. This is about looking at the whole economy and how this affects our ability to do the jobs that we want to do. So I just hope everyone, when I hear my colleagues speak, that we take a look and we look at this policy thoughtfully. We all want to help the workers of the city of Los Angeles, but there are reasons why we here in this horseshoe are not. LAWA now has to make a decision to say to its workers and say, you know what, you're not as valuable as them because we can't pay you that much, the same amount we are paying now, that this ordinance is now going to be paying for the employees that it affects at our airports.
Back it up.
This has then an effect on LAWA's ability to do their job. So I have a motion in front of us.
24-inch
I have a motion that was in front of us that I will introduce again.
These
But it's
24
something that's
inches.
thoughtful. We want to get them to $30. It gets them there to $30. But it does it after our economy comes back. We are last place of major cities in recovery. Airlines don't have to, it's a very easy move for airlines. They don't have this big sort of structure. They can just, if there's not a demand for the city of Los Angeles, they just move planes.
ROADs.
Their inventory is meant to move easily. They just move their planes out. We are losing routes here at LAX. We have less people coming here. We have less tourism. I just hope that as a city we can just take a step back and say, look, we want to get these workers as much as we can, but we have to do it in a thoughtful process so that it makes sense, so that we can make sure that we keep and save their jobs. And that's something I hope when looking at the motion that I'm going to reintroduce, that you think this is something that the hotel worker, it gets them to $30, it just starts right after that recovery happens. The latest it gets them to is 2030. Do we want this expiring July 1st, 2028, right in the middle of the Olympics? No. We have to be thoughtful about when this process is happening. We have to think about those things, and I hope you consider my motion that gets them to $30, but it gets them in a thoughtful way so that everyone has recovered, our economy has bounced back, our tourism has bounced back, and that those hotels can provide the wages that we so desperately want our workers to have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Mr. City Attorney, the question has been called by Mr. Price. I do have one speaker on this queue that hasn't spoken.
Come on.
You're not here. I would love you to advise in this regard.
Jesus Christ.
The question has been called by Mr. Price.
Hustle up, Grote.
We have one speaker on the queue who hasn't spoken.
Grote was busy out back smoking a joint.
I'm sorry, Mr. Soto Martinez. My apologies, Mr. Soto Martinez.
Okay. So if the question has been called, it is not debatable. So we would vote on that now. I believe, has everybody had the opportunity to speak twice?
Head.
It doesn't appear to be so.
No.
His hair's combed nice today.
All right. So the question has been called.
Old puppy.
Let's open the roll on taking a vote now. Is a yes. Continuing the conversation is a no. Is that right? All right. Let's open the roll.
He's pumped Kim.
Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
Oh, here we go.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
All right.
This motion passes. And for the record, is there a second to Councilmember Price's motion?
There it is.
Second.
It passed. So now they're going to get their
All right,
money
what's
up
before us,
top.
Mr. Clerk?
They're going to get their
Mr.
money up
President,
top.
I believe Councilmember Lee has introduced the motion.
Get ready for them prices to go up. All y'all motherfuckers coming into L.A.
He said he's going to introduce a motion.
Don't we have to take substitute?
Now you're going to have to stay on a fucking
Yes, so the
a
council may
hotel
now
on
consider
Fig.
substitute motion. Please note there are
At
two
least the
votes
pussy
required
be
for
right
this,
out front.
substitute motion.
Hey,
The first question,
don't be scared.
first vote
It's
is
only
to
pussy.
vote on the question whether to substitute.
Saying, you're going to get that.
All right. Let's open the roll on substitution. Close the roll.
About to get off
Tabulate
right
the
now,
vote.
Mike. Yeah.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
All right. What's before us now?
The council may now vote on the substitute motion itself.
All right.
Oh,
let's
so,
open the
okay,
roll on
now
that
here's
item.
the motion. Those are the substitute
Park.
motions. So, okay, this is the motion here. But we know it's going to pass.
He
What
has
is it?
copies.
I'd be surprised if it doesn't. Airbnb, hell yeah, Airbnb going
the
pop.
amendments are as follows.
Then they ain't finna get their monies. City getting fucked for their money.
So the first one reads, I move that item 66 on today's council agenda be amended to the following. I move that the substitute motion relative to the matter of the Economic Community Development and Jobs Committee report relative to the living wage ordinance and hotel worker minimum wage ordinance, item 66 on today's council agenda, be amended to the following. 2, request the city attorney to prepare a revised LWO in accordance with the recommendation 2A through recommendation 2E, and to draft a new ordinance to be added to the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, that applies recommendation 2A through 2E to hotels with 150 or more rooms. And is there a second to this motion?
All right. So they're going to
All
separate
right.
it
That
the way
item is
the,
before us.
the way the little ones wanted it.
Or is there a second
At least
one?
there's a motion to.
There's a second amendment as well.
So they want to change it now.
So the second amendment reads, I move that the substitute motion relative to item number 66 on today's council agenda be amended to the following. 2, request the city attorney to prepare a revised LWO and HWMO that, D, adds a hardship exemption clause to the LWO for concessionaires at LAX under a lease in effect at the time of the passage of the ordinance, applicable only to the proposed amendments and the HWMO, similar to the Hotel Worker Protection Ordinance Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 182.04, subsections B and C. The ordinance rate at the time of the application will remain in effect for employers who qualify for the hardship exemption. And is there a second to this amendment?
Mm-hmm.
So I believe Councilmember Rodriguez.
I think you got us, yeah, over here.
Well, we'll see. They're carving. They want to amend it to carve out the little ones that just go after the big corporations. I guess the Marriott, the Hilton,
from
those
Councilmember
folks.
Rodriguez. And the amending motion reads, I move that the substitute motion for item 66 on today's council agenda be amended to request the city attorney to draft an ordinance to be added to the Los Angeles Municipal Code, LAMC, similar to LAMC Section 186, granting the following wages and benefits identified in the amended Economic, Community Development, and Jobs Committee report. 1. Includes a definition of hotel worker to mean any individual whose primary place of employment is at one or more hotels, who is directly employed by the hotel employer, or by a person who is contracted with the hotel employer to provide services at the hotel and who performs housekeeping, security, building and amenities maintenance, or front desk service at the hotels. 2. Raises the hourly minimum wage to $25 an hour, effective February 1st, 2025, or upon the effective date of the ordinance,
2 months.
whichever comes later, to $26.25 an hour on July 1st, 2025, to $27.50 an hour on July 1st, 2026, to $28.75 an hour on July 1st, 2027, and to $30 an hour on July 1st, 2028.
So it'll be a huge
3.
spike right before the
on
Olympics.
July 1st,
Great.
2029, and annually thereafter, the hourly wage rate will increase based on the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers, CPI-W, for the Los Angeles metropolitan area, which is published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The designated administrative agency, DAA, shall announce the adjusted rates on February 1st and publish a bulletin announcing the adjusted rates, which shall take effect on July 1st of each year. 4. Provides a health payment of $8.35 an hour beginning on July 1st, 2025. The healthcare benefit payment for hotel workers shall be applied in the same manner as applied to airport workers under the living wage ordinance. 5. On July 1st, 2026, and annually thereafter, the healthcare benefit payment provided shall be adjusted by the percentage equal to the percentage increase, if any, in the California Department of Managed Healthcare's large group aggregate rates report, as measured from January to December of the preceding year. The DAA shall announce the adjusted rates on April 1st and publish a bulletin announcing the adjusted rates, which shall take effect on July 1st of each year. 6. Adds a hardship exemption clause similar to the Hotel Worker Protection Ordinance, Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 182.04, subsections B and C. 7. The Office of Wage Standards, OWS, shall be the DAA responsible for the administration and enforcement of this ordinance. The administrative ordinance scheme, penalties, fines, and available remedies, including a private right of action, shall be consistent with the minimum wage ordinance, MWO. And is there a second to this motion?
Ms. Park.
Layoffs incoming for sure.
We have 3 motions. We have 3 amendments before us. Mr. Clerk, I'm asking you to call the roll on the last
You better call the
amendment that
roll.
was made.
Yes, Mr. President, and that would be amending motion Rodriguez Park to the substitute motion.
You better
All right.
call the roll. Call the
Amending
roll.
motion, the clerk has, the city attorney has the
All
language.
right, so we're in the middle of a question. We're going to open the roll on this question,
one.
and then we'll come back to it. Thank you, Councilmember Padilla. Councilmember Rahman.
Come on, man. What the
Can
fuck
you
are
read
we doing here?
again the motion that the amendment that we're voting on?
Let's fucking vote already. know you gonna fuck the businesses like you done the last 4 years with the shamdemic. And we the people are paying for it all.
Okay, the amending motion, this
Then
is
they'll be
Rodriguez
back here
Park,
by
reads as follows.
2028 saying they need
I move
50
that
an
the
hour.
substitute motion for item 66 on today's council agenda be amended to request the city attorney to draft an ordinance to be added to the Los Angeles Municipal Code, similar to LAMC Section 186, granting the following wages and benefits identified in the amended Economic, Community Development, and Jobs Committee report. 1. Includes a definition of hotel worker to mean any individual whose primary place of employment is at one or more hotels, who is directly employed by the hotel employer, or by a person who is contracted with the hotel employer to provide services at the hotel and who performs housekeeping, security, building and amenities maintenance, or front desk service at the hotels. 2. Raising the hourly wage to $25 an hour effective February 1st, 2025, or upon the effective date of the ordinance, whichever comes later, to $26.25 an hour on July 1st, 2025, to $27.50 an hour on July 1st, 2026, to $28.75 an hour on July 1st, 2027, and to $30 an hour on July 1st, 2028. 3. On July 1st, 2029, and annually thereafter, the hourly wage rate will increase based on the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers, CPIW, for the Los Angeles metropolitan area, which is published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The designated administrative agency, DAA, shall announce the adjusted rates on February 1st and publish a bulletin announcing the adjusted rates, which shall take effect on July 1st of each year. 4. Provides a health payment of $8.35 an hour beginning on July 1st, 2025. The health care benefit payment for hotel workers shall be applied in the same manner as applied to airport workers
Yes,
under the
Josh.
living wage ordinance.
It's good to see you, bud.
5. On July 1st, 2026, and annually thereafter, the health care benefit payment provided shall be adjusted by the percentage equal to the percentage increase, if any, in the California Department of Managed Healthcare's Large Group Aggregate Rates Report, as measured from January to December of the preceding year. The DAA shall announce the adjusted rates on April 1st and publish a bulletin announcing the adjusted rates, which shall take effect on July 1st of each year. 6. Adds a hardship exemption clause similar to the Hotel Worker Protection Ordinance, Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 182.04, subsections B and C. And 7. The Office of Wage Standards, OWS, shall be the DAA responsible for the administration and enforcement of this ordinance. The administrative enforcement scheme, penalties, fines, and available remedies, including a private right of action, shall be consistent with the minimum wage ordinance, the MWO.
In the WWE.
Mr. Blumenfield has an announcement.
Oh, fuck me, man.
Budget was scheduled for 2:30 p.m. Obviously, Budget Committee is not going to happen at 2:30 p.m. My goal is to have it about 15 minutes when after the council adjourns, is to then have Budget Committee at that point. So I wanted all the departments to hear that, because otherwise they'd be coming down for the FSR.
Shut your mouth, SA.
All right, so we have an amendment before us from Councilmember Rodriguez.
I matter.
Ms. Rodriguez is asking for a yes vote on this amendment. The Council President is asking for a no vote on this amendment. We're hearing an amendment at this moment. So when we...
This is an amendment.
We're hearing an amendment now. So we're going to open the roll.
Oh, what a clown show.
Close the roll.
What a
Tabulate
clown
the
show.
vote.
6 ayes, 9 noes.
Wow.
This amending motion fails.
Never seen
right,
it so never seen it so mixed. I know you haven't either. We've been watching this shit for 2 years.
Could that be recorded as a no vote on this one?
Yes, sir. And for the record, that would be 5 ayes and 10 noes.
Thank you. Next.
Ruh-roh.
The council may now consider
What do we
amending
got here? We
motion
got a
Park
quagmire.
Rodriguez. And I
All right.
can read that into the record.
All right.
I move that the substitute motion relative to the Economic
Maybe
Community
some of them got
Development
red
and
pills
Jobs
after
Committee
this
report
election.
relative to the living wage ordinance and hotel worker minimum wage ordinance and related matters, item number 66 on today's council agenda, council file number 14-1371-S13, be amended to the following. Request the city attorney to prepare a revised LWO and HWMO that D, adds a hardship exemption clause to the LWO for concessionaires at LAX under lease in effect at the time of the passage of the ordinance, applicable only to the proposed amendments and the HWMO, similar to the Hotel Worker Protection Ordinance, Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 182.04B and C. The ordinance rate at the time of the application will remain in effect for employers who qualify for the hardship exemption. And for the record, this would be amending motion number 2.
All right, this is amending motion number 2. Councilmember Park is requesting a yes vote. Councilmember Harris Dawson is requesting a no vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll.
Tabulate the votes.
Mr. City Attorney?
Oh, getting spicy up in here? I'd like the same, but... Girl, you want that, you got to roll the R. You need to roll it, so we didn't pay
Councilmember
attention.
Park.
President, colleagues, like our hotel economy, our airport concessionaires continue to struggle as well. I want to summarize once more. Our passenger counts at LAX for both international and domestic travel are well below 2019 levels. While labor and operating costs for our concessionaires have increased by more than 80% since 2010, their sales are down from pre-pandemic levels. LAWA has advised us that this has created unsustainable economics for the food and beverage and retail concession operators at LAX. Of our 23 DBE concessionaires, only 11 are under 50 employees. Even the Bear Report concedes that concession sales are still recovering from COVID. Most small businesses have tried to weather the cycle, cutting costs and increasing debt in the hope that the lunch after hours trade would return to work adjacent venues, but this has not happened as quickly or as extensively as hoped. This has already resulted in a steady stream of small business failures. The amendment before you addresses these challenges by creating a hardship exemption for concessionaires. This would not exempt every concessionaire, but those that meet the stringent threshold of financial hardship. LAX has made huge investments in people and opened LAX to businesses and individuals who have been historically shut out through airport concessions disadvantaged business programs. We must support them, and this amendment gives us the ability to protect this very special business community within LAX. I urge your aye vote.
Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Happy birthday back in the
Thank you so
bus.
much, Council President.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
First of all, I just want to sort of express
birthday, you
frustration that I'm
thing
feeling
from
right
another
now.
world,
We
you.
have literally discussed this item for many hours. We were one vote away from
Sorry, back the
doing
blue.
this thing,
Sorry, back
and
the blue.
very
Happy birthday, back the
coordinated
blue.
way,
Sorry, it was going
a flurry
fast.
of
I
amendments
couldn't
have
read it.
come in. And personally, I am offended by
Back
that.
the blue,
and
thank
it's
you.
embarrassment
Happy
that
birthday.
we're acting this way, considering that we've had so much time to talk. These amendments could have been introduced at the beginning of the meeting. They were not. And I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
It's getting
Thank you so much.
spicy.
And yes, we've had numerous meetings about the LBEs at the airport, and that's why I introduced with Councilmember Price Amendment number 4 that speaks to this.
Happy
And
birthday,
I want to
back the
repeat
blue.
this.
Sorry.
It's to create a financial distress concessionaire in LAWA that with options for rent relief, modifications to hours of operations, facade improvements, permit fee refunds, technical assistance, and assistance securing low-interest loans. It's because we heard from those businesses and see what is the support that we can give them. And I think the fundamental difference here is I believe that we should be supporting those businesses. I just don't think that support should come off the workers' backs. The workers should not be the ones taking a pay cut in order to support this. The city has enormous amount of resources and energy and talent, and we can find that support in other means. Let's look for the low interest loans. I think it is unfair that our local business enterprises are having to compete with multinationals and can't secure the same loans. So let's go find those loans for them. Let's go find the things that we can support them, but it should not come off of the workers' backs. And so I'm asking to not only for this amendment, to be shot down, but all the amendments we should be voting no. We have a policy that takes into consideration many of the opinions, and so I'm asking for a no vote on this one and a no vote on all the amendments that are being brought forward at that last minute.
All right, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify for the record, Mr. Soto Martinez, many of us actually introduced these amendments, and yet a backroom deal that eliminated and received and note and filed all of our amendments is what came before us. So to be clear, we actually procedurally honored that and respected that in respect to all parties that are affected by this policy. However, the council president and select individuals were informed on a backroom deal that basically silenced all of our substitute motions. And procedurally, each one of us should have the opportunity to present our motions and our amendments and have them voted up or down. But that was denied. So yes, procedurally, and my colleagues, unfortunately, are currently being denied additional amendments. And by the way, I was also denied an opportunity to speak on my amending motion because the council president chose not to acknowledge me.
Oops.
So procedurally, yes, this is a mess.
First day of the work.
But by design.
His first
and
day on the
it wasn't
job.
by the colleagues that are trying to actually responsibly honor the rules and procedures to have good policy making and dialogue. And that is the problem. So, colleagues, again, I know Ms. Padilla and Mr. Lee still have additional amendments for consideration. All of us are trying to get to a place that makes this policy functional for everybody, because no one's trying to deny it. We're just trying to make it work for everybody so that they can continue to operate in the city of Los Angeles.
Shut up, man. Councilmember Padilla.
Boo, they're booing her.
Okay, so I know this has been a long meeting. I know that people are incredibly interested in what is being discussed here. When I ask that you please keep
they're booing
the
your
noise
girl.
to a minimum while the members are trying to speak. Sorry. Councilmember Padilla?
Tell him, Pumpkinhead.
Yes, so, you know, it's fine to be offended that a ton of amendments come at the end. But I have said it multiple times, what is even more offensive is the lack of collaboration with all of our teams ahead of today to figure out what would be a true compromise. So I know that I've been very vocal about that. I've been very vocal about that. I wish that we would have considered the hotel workers differently than the LAX workers, but this is where we are today. But to say that we worked collaboratively to reach a compromise is not accurate. I was ready to be a yes vote today, but what is not cool with me is that the final language was put in front of me minutes before a vote. And now that it has been put in front of me minutes before the vote, yes, I'm looking at the language, and even what I thought was a compromise to what I wanted completely is opposite of what I was trying to do, which just shows the importance of why we need to engage often and not just here. So with that, this is my amendment. I move that the council replace recommendation 7 of the substitute motion for item 66 of today's agenda with the following, because this is language that truly gets to what I wanted versus what was presented to us. In December of 2025, or when the Department of Tourism verifies that the city has reached 2009 annual hotel occupancy levels, whichever comes first, council will consider the economic conditions and assess whether it be necessary to implement a public housekeeping training ordinance. I never said, tell me in 90 days whether it be appropriate to start in December. What I wanted to know was to figure out whether it be appropriate that we even need it. So therefore, this is my new language.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. Soto, I apologize that you're offended by it. My amendment is listed on the screen as 23A. This is not something that is brought up. This is something that was brought up the meeting before. And so I would like to bifurcate 23A to be considered, and also move that the substitute motion for item 66 on today's council agenda be amended to request the city attorney to include the following language in the draft LOL, just seeing the new amended substitute motion being put in front of us just again today. Notwithstanding any other provision or requirements of this article, the provisions of this article shall not apply to employee of an airline that is subject to the Railway Labor Act, who are represented by a labor union and have been subject to a collective bargaining agreement at any point since the effective date of this ordinance, or B, become subject to a collective bargaining agreement after the effective date of this ordinance. Such collective bargaining agreement contains any provision addressing wages and hours of work. And 2, define and exempt limited service hotels so we don't ruin the mom and pop industry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Mr. Nazarian.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. First and foremost, I just want to not speak out of order, and I want to mention that I still have questions from the CLA and the author of the report, and if you don't mind, I would very much love to be able to ask those questions now if I am not breaking your protocol or the institutional protocol.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So,
Mr. President, for the record, amending motion 2 is still pending a vote.
He sounds like Richard
And that would be
Serrano
Park
kind of.
Rodriguez.
And
Richard,
really
if
quick,
you're in there, he
so
sounds
on
like you
the
kinda.
motion from Councilmember Padilla, two
A little
things.
bit.
First of all, okay, so to be clear, the year would be 2019. Second, so in December of 2025, or when the Department of Tourism verifies that the city has reached 2019 annual hotel occupancy levels, whichever comes first, Council will consider the economic conditions and assess whether it be necessary to implement a public housekeeping training ordinance. And is there a second to this motion?
Rodriguez, second. Park. All right. Mr. Nazarian.
thank you. Thank you to CLA and to Dr. Holst for being here. I wanted to go back and ask a couple of questions just to clarify. So first of all, if all the hotels are treated the same, they're homogeneous, as you were mentioning, then
homos,
do we
all
have
right.
data on consumers' preference of hotels and whether they would make the trip, for example, to come, for example, for major events, if the hotel of their choice is no longer providing services? Have we looked at individual preferences and considerations?
Thank you for that question. To be honest, we don't have the detail on either the supply or the demand side to answer that very interesting question. This is what we call matching theory, and I mean, basically you're absolutely right that people self-select for certain categories of products and services, but as far as we know right now, only Google has that information. We can't really get the data on the demand
We paid
side.
you for it. I don't want to go. I could have Googled it myself. The fuck?
Such preferences
Huh?
play into these decisions.
To be honest with you, I believe the destination is the ultimate determinant of
going on?
people's preferences to visit, rather than the hospitality that's featured
You're a
there.
homogeneous?
And a place like LA, which has extraordinary diversity in hospitality
Genius,
services. Basically, people will be coming because it's Los Angeles.
Okay,
Yep.
so then let's go back for a minute. Then if there are 88 cities in the county, 4 of which, if I'm correct, have wage ordinances in place.
88 within the county of Los Angeles.
Has your study considered what will happen if this wage increase does pass?
We don't.
Professional
and
Googler.
We don't have the information needed to really conclusively
Go on to
show
YouTube,
how
you'll figure it
there might
out.
be migration within the sector, but these are industries with huge fixed assets. They're very unlikely to move across borders because of price differences or cost differences of this magnitude. Generally speaking, labor cost differences are not great enough between the jurisdictions to drive investment. or certainly not relocation. Maybe new investment might be attracted to lower wage areas, but of course, those employers are going to run the risk of losing employees to the higher wage jurisdictions. So I think LA could probably benefit from a spill-in of new talent and more productive workers if they offer wages
be more
that are higher
productive.
than in a neighboring jurisdiction.
Y'all
I don't
underperforming.
think a race to the bottom is anything that we've seen in higher income hospitality.
My question is,
You know he
about the race to
Googled
the
and put it in
bottom.
the
I
report. You know he
obviously don't
did.
want to see that happen. I support this, but at the same time, I want to make sure that the steps we're taking forward are not going to lead us to regression. I want to make sure that when the city has made the mistake in the past of passing something and then having to rescind it.
Right.
I don't want to rescind this.
Yes.
If
Yeah.
we go ahead and move forward on this, I want to make sure that it's in solid enough of a ground
I think
so that we are not rescinding it. So that's where my concern comes from.
I think you can take comfort in the fact that 19 municipalities and 7 counties have done this in California without reporting any significant secondary effects like the ones you described. And at the same time, I actually really support the idea of a look back in 3 years just to see how the
Come on, man.
this,
Let's get this
policy is
motherfucker
performing.
going. I don't waste
When the
5 hours
evidence
of my
that,
day on this
gathered
shit
by
today.
my 2 colleagues
And we've
here
gone this far.
indicated that what was the decision that was made
No
5 years
turning
ago
back
did
now.
not have significant adverse effects on the labor market, but there could still be a more detailed study of how the industry adjusted to that. And that's usually a good idea. That's what we call adaptive policy.
Lights are on.
But one of the impacts, as you mentioned just a minute ago, is that new investments of hotels might go to other places.
That's easier because there's no fixed commitments to write down. But the benefits of proximity are really important in the hospitality sector, as you're well aware, I think. So it would take, I think, probably more significant cost differentials for them to locate significantly further away. But we have seen this in large sporting events. That is often more driven by policy. For example, in the Olympic category, developing countries tend to move, they tend to build in several different cities in order to distribute the economic benefits of the event.
They're getting a
And
hold
you
on
might
it,
see
Bill.
Some incentives from
It's at,
competing jurisdictions. That won't be driven by wages.
I think it
though,
was
because,
3,000
they're just
acres
not big
last
enough, to
checked
provide a
morning.
sustained competitive advantage. Taxes
Grew
yes.
overnight a little
Land,
bit.
Concessional land.
Not too
that's
much.
Really attractive, but I don't think wage differences will drive any unexpected adjustments like
This
that.
is Highland
Council
Hills
President, I have 2 more quick
in Minnesota,
questions, if you
Randy.
don't mind.
It's a little park they
maybe
build
a
every
third
year that we watch. Man, this place
a
on
little
Friday
while ago,
night, oh
earlier
my
you had
God.
mentioned that the
That little,
benefits are 3-to-1,
like the
correct?
ski lift, the
in
rope.
aggregate, right.
On
Dude,
the
you
aggregate,
can't even see the
And
rope.
that's
There's that
based-
many kids
so
on it at
thank you
the
for that.
same time.
So when you say on the aggregate, I'm assuming that's
It gets
based
so
on
packed.
what we do know, which is the wage that we're proposing.
Right.
And I think
also
they're working on
figured
the other
into it
side. Yeah, you
the
can see the.
potential net job loss.
They're
that's gonna
grooming the
come
other
from
side
this.
right now.
Correct.
The direct
Normally
job
both
loss,
sides are
yes, there will
going.
be some, but our estimate was about 1 to 3%.
Sorry, what was that
Short
again?
term, about 1 to 3% short term.
Your next X-Gamers
employment
are right
adjustment
here.
in the sector, directly affected sector.
Next
on
to
average,
Olympic gold
again,
medalist.
There's no question. The heterogeneity is going to lead to
In the Winter
more
Olympics.
significant job losses in some firms than other firms. We can't identify that with the data we have available, but we have for an aggregate average 1 to 3%. And
What trips me
that's
out is
subject
how
to
many
uncertainty,
are
but
actually on
the
skis
most
versus
important point is
snowboards.
that over a 3
It's
to
like
5
more
year period,
skis than
the
dude.
growth
That dude just
dividend
fucking
of the 3 to
launched
1,
off that ramp. I know you
expenditure
saw
effect,
it.
The growth dividend expenditure effect overcomes all of those disadvantages.
It's like more
So
skiers
of
than
the
it is
multiplier
snowboarders
factor.
now.
That's right. The multiplier basically
Amplification.
overcomes the cost disadvantage, and even the
True.
hospitality sector is better off by 2028.
Skiing's
So then,
back.
My follow-up question was going to be, what were the job loss assumptions in
After
this study?
snowboards
So
took over.
It's 1 to 3% direct.
In the first
related.
year. In the
First year.
That's right. Yeah. But
Yeah,
then
you gotta
the growth-
practice.
But
You
then
can
the
see they're
growth of the regional
blowing
economy
snow
raises
in
the
there.
demand for everything,
And it
especially
just snowed.
services, and the hospitality sector
Been watching
recovers.
Bob. It snowed yesterday, I bet.
It gets back on trend and
I
actually
got
goes
some
above.
fresh powder out there.
Okay.
Because, as I said, it's a 3-to-1 effect, so it doesn't take long for that to come back to important sectors like food
It's a good thing
service
for the
and
kids.
hospitality.
Get out,
Not necessarily
stop
the
playing
same
video
firms, though. We gotta
games,
be
and
really honest about
get some
that.
good
Can't
exercise.
identify the individual firm. I guess.
Well, dude, you see that? See
So
that
you-
fool
you
just
also
fucking
brought up
launch off
state
the
minimum
ramp?
wage and the fact that that has not had a significant impact.
Right.
I just wanted to, I appreciate that. I support, I voted for that.
Yeah.
I do want to
Amazing.
bring up, though, just a bit of a comparison. The state minimum wage.
called Highland Hills
obviously
gear.
California, 40 million population, much different.
It's in Minnesota.
Regional.
They open it
area
up every year. We
issues.
watch it every year.
And so when you're passing something for the entire state, it needs to be much more malleable to absorb. But that minimum wage increase is 50 cents a year.
It's cool to watch, and it's
Compared
nice because
to
it's a little
this
open
minimum
for the
wage,
kids
which
right
the
now.
substitute motion,
But on
which I
Friday, I'm
support,
trying to tell you, this place is
$2.50
packed.
a year. How
Like,
does
there's
that
no room.
compare? And do you see impacts from that coming that's going to have potentially a significant blow to the
Yeah,
local
no problem.
economy?
We do see an adverse employment impact in the first year, but it's still single-digit percentages.
Sorry, can you speak in mic?
I said we do see adverse employment impacts in the first year directly, but those are single-digit percentages of the relevant labor force. So they're not drastic or catastrophic. Nothing like you've been hearing about today, with massive layoffs or large companies going out of business. They're quite modest. And the reasons for this are twofold. One is that as a percent of total operating costs, the wage change is much smaller. I mean, the percentage
cool how
is much
he's out
smaller
there
than the
grooming
wage
it
change.
on the other
The
side
wage
right
change
there.
benefits workers directly, 1-to-1, 50%,
Reshaping the
30%,
ramps.
whatever it is. But as a percent of total operating costs, it's usually a fraction
Uh-oh,
of that.
everything's on hold.
The cost effect on the industry
Pause.
is not 30%.
There it goes.
It's more like 6 to 10%. And that's something that they
Yeah,
can
it does
generally
look fun,
accommodate.
Walter.
So layoffs would not be significant, and that's consistent, as I said, with the observed
good
data.
exercise, you know.
See massive
Mental,
layoffs
it's
in response to
physical.
minimum wages.
It's
Yeah,
great
you're
for
right
your
that the
core.
State wages are smaller
You know, you're
increment
constantly turning.
than the Los Angeles wage, but excuse me, it's applied to a much larger category of workers.
Not to mention, it looks like it's super fun.
So it's
you know?
reasonable to expect that it would have
You don't have to have this big old mountain with these long ass runs on it. The triple black diamond, bro. You know, you don't have to have that.
say that.
Put some rails and a
tell you
good
the
jump,
truth
and you're
about
good to
it.
go.
We don't see evidence that there'll be significant job losses.
You know, and I bet you most of
There'll be
these kids are
significant to
skaters.
individuals, of course, and to
It's
individuals.
winter time; they can't go out and skateboard like they want to.
For the economy as a whole, the benefits.
So
are
this
3
is the
times
time
the
to
cost. So
get
this
that
is a
skating feel.
potent
You know,
catalyst for growth. I'll say it one more time. This policy is a potent catalyst for regional growth.
why? What
We're
mask?
talking about trade-offs. It'll be
I'm not
between
wearing
those
a mask.
industry costs and the benefits for the entire
hat.
economy, including many workers across the economy who will benefit from the expenditures of the lower-income workers who get higher wages.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nazarian.
Some fresh pounds,
desk
some
is
gnar
clear
pipes,
of,
bro. Just get fully
requests
fucking
to
pitted.
speak. I am calling the question on the amendments before us. At this time, Mr. Clerk, what is before us?
All right, here we go. I think they're finally gonna fucking do it. Can we finally just get to the no nonsense mess? Someone in the industry probably
Mr.
gave some
President,
loot to not
the
pass.
council may now consider the motions introduced by Councilmember Lee. However, seconds are needed for both of those motions.
They gonna strike Lee shit
Second by
down.
Ms.
They don't like
Rodriguez.
Lee.
Okay, and we will call this amending motion 6 to reintroduce amending motion 23A as listed on the council
Sonny,
agenda.
they have another meeting
All right.
after this. They've just ran this one so
uh,
goddamn long. They're
Amending
idiots.
motion
So
number
now they
6
have
is
another
now
meeting
before
after
us.
that.
Mr. Lee is calling
Like
for
economics
a yes vote.
and something else.
I am calling for a no vote on this amendment. Open the roll.
Oh, call up for the no vote. The president on his
Close the roll.
first day
Tabulate the vote.
being a dictator.
All right, what's next?
This amending motion fails adoption. The next is motion Lee Rodriguez.
Is
read
it
into
coincidence?
the record by
Day one of
Councilmember Lee.
his
right.
tenure.
Mr. Lee
Things
is
start
requesting a yes
changing.
vote
Not
on this
everybody's
amending
agreeing.
motion. I'm requesting a no vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll,
What's
tabulate
up,
the vote.
Edgar?
5 ayes, 10 noes.
All right, what's next?
Either of ayes,
This motion
go.
fails adoption. The next
Never seen it.
motion, amending motion is
Not in probably
Padilla
2 years of us watching this stuff.
Rodriguez.
All right, this motion is before us. Councilmember Padilla is requesting a yes vote. Let's open
Where's
the roll.
Mr. Herman with the big dildo?
Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
LA sucks a big one, just like
6
this
ayes,
one.
9 noes.
All right, what's
Motion
next?
fails adoption. The next motion is Park Rodriguez.
All right. This motion is now before us. Councilmember Park. Pardon me? Oh, thank you so much. I'll request to
What a
change my vote
DEI
on the
sound
last
guy
one.
who didn't even put her
This
mic
next
on.
motion that's before us, Councilmember Park calls for a yes vote. I'm calling for a no vote. Let's open the roll.
Council President, I'd like to be heard on my amendment, please.
Oh boy, here we go again. After this vote, we're done. We're pulling the ripcord because nothing else
I called the
matters.
question.
Like Metallica says, nothing else matters.
All right. Can we hold? I've called the question. There needs to be a vote on calling the question.
unless it goes
If you
to
want
a riot.
Continue conversation.
In the chambers.
You vote no. If you want to continue to vote, you vote yes. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 4 noes.
All right. What's next?
The council may now vote on amending motion Park Rodriguez, which
All right.
is the first one introduced.
Enough
This
amending
amendment
motion.
is now before us. Councilmember Park is calling for a yes vote. I'm calling for a no vote. Let's open the roll.
Who cares what you're calling for?
We just took a vote to call the question, so a vote is before us. We're going to open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 10 noes.
All right, what's next?
Mr. President, if we take a few moments just to reiterate the amending motions that were adopted for the substitute motion.
Mixed opinions today, ladies and gentlemen. Mixed opinions. Oh, come on, man. Get out of there. Blue, 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 blue. Oh, I forgot we're back amount of minutes. Hold on, might as well go a minute up. Oh no, wait. Did they just start it? No. Let's see how. Oh, we're 45 seconds back because I paused it. So, oh, here we go.
2. Request the city attorney to prepare a revised LWO and HWMO that D. adds a hardship exemption clause to the LWO for concessionaires
forgot that
at
I paused
LAX
it to talk.
under a lease in effect
Once.
at the time of the passage of the ordinance, applicable only to the proposed amendments and the
Yeah, it
HWMO.
sucks. I want it-
similar to the Hotel Worker
It's
Protection
important to
Ordinance,
see what goes
Los
on with
Angeles
this
Municipal Code
one
section
vote.
182.04, subsections B and C.
I haven't eaten
The
anything.
ordinance rate at the time
Had
of the
coffee, and
application
that's it.
will remain in effect for employers who qualify for the hardship exemption.
Coffee and weed.
All right, this item is now before us. Councilmember Park is calling for a yes vote. I'm calling for a no vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
4 ayes, 11 noes.
This
All right.
motion fails adoption.
All right, what's next?
Mr. President, the council may now consider the substitute motion without any amending motions
He
which
didn't
all
get
have failed.
harumphed out of 4 of those guys.
All right, the amending motion is now before us.
Mr. President, 2 votes are required for the substitute motion.
All right, there's a motion to substitute on the floor. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
All right, and now the item is
Liam
before
Park
us. Let's
didn't give
open
no
the roll.
harumph.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
I was supposed to be registered as a no. My button isn't working there.
Councilmember Rodriguez registered as a no vote.
And for the record, the vote is 12 ayes, 3 noes.
All right.
my button to make a quick remark.
Okay.
Colleagues, I just wanted to say I've been incredible. I've already voiced my incredible disapproval for the procedure and lack thereof with this process. It is completely disregarded everybody that is affected by these policies. And in fact, it's been so egregious in the way that this was all conducted and the way that it's all been jammed through, trying to silence any of us and our proposed amendments. Just to have an honest conversation about it. It's
happens to us every
wrong,
day with you guys.
and it's a failure.
Welcome to our
of
world.
Process and
Shut
a
up,
failure
Meg.
to include the voices of everyone that is affected by this.
Dose of their own medicine.
And it's for that reason that I actually was prepared. We were talking about it yesterday. I said, you know, with some amendments, with some thoughtful conversations, I was prepared to be a yes on this. But this, the way that it's been handled, is so foul and so disrespectful that I just unfortunately now can't even be any part of it. So I'm just incredibly disappointed by procedurally how this was handled, the lack of respect for the colleagues that have all proposed a variety of amendments just to be included. We were attempted to be silenced from the very beginning. And that's unfortunate because that's not what good leadership looks like. And I will be casting, unfortunately, a no vote.
Councilmember Park.
Shut up, Meg.
Councilmember Park.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to reiterate my concerns and my
Her mic's not even on.
You pull your mic up.
and detail off of what Councilwoman Rodriguez said. You know, there were a lot of people that worked very hard who spent countless hours meeting with interested parties and stakeholders to try to understand the reality.
Catfight?
Since we weren't provided with that information in the report that we paid for. It's unfortunate that so much work went into this and we were deprived of the basic opportunity to speak on our amendments and presented with a package that most of us had never even seen or had time to discuss or discuss with stakeholders. And to present it as a compromise suggests perhaps that some skilled negotiator mediated between the parties through a series of concessions and gains and resulted in agreed upon outcome. That is not what happened here. The substitute motion isn't agreed upon by any of the stakeholders in the room. I'm a no. And for the city of Los Angeles and our tourism industry as a whole, we should be all a no. We have an opportunity to do this right and to be thoughtful about it and to protect both our businesses and our workers. I wanted to be a yes today, and there was a pathway to do it, but it is not this substitute motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Padilla.
Where's the down-ass kids at?
No, I just, again, I voted yes because to me this is about the workers, and it was always about the workers for me. But I also wanted to be able to proudly say that we compromised and that we paid attention to all stakeholders because we really did it. So I just want to make sure that I say that I hope this never happens again. I know that I have been very vocal about how unfair it was, and it felt like it was a backroom deal because every time I would ask my team, so what's the update? So what's the update? There was never an update. Our legislative teams were not brought to the table one by one the way good citywide policy is supposed to be done. So I just want to make sure that I just hope this never happens again.
Thank you so much. The question is now before us. There are no speakers on the queue. Item 66, as the substitute motion for 66 is now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
The substitute motion passes.
I guess they got it. Get ready for your room rates to go flying up. You get ready to pay for people's mistakes.
Folks, if you can quiet down, we have business still before us. Mr. Clerk, what's before us?
Mr. President, and for the record, substitute motion, the recommendation.
You knew it would pass.
Recommendation
You
11
knew they
receives and files amending motions 66L.
Anything to
Nazarian
destroy
McAllister,
little
and
businesses.
66M, Nazarian Lee Blumenfield.
Folks, you got to let us
lumped in.
continue our business. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there is a request to continue item 82
Without objection?
to Friday, December 13th, 2024.
All right, what's next?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
They are posted and referred.
The desk is clear, sir.
All right, announcements, members. Mr. Lee?
That's it. Wow.
President, we are going to be,
Folks, as you're exiting, we still have business. We'll encourage everybody who's exiting, we still have business. If you could
See how-
exit quietly, thank you.
How considerate they are of you when you're just voted in their favor to give them the raise.
15 minutes after council ends.
All right, so about 3:35.
And don't worry, my friend. They'll be in there when they need their health care and their free education and their free college and their free car. Everything's all
I'd
right.
like to make it this time. I'd like for us all to greet Genevieve Philmar Dorosian.
Yeah, he didn't
Yes,
even get that
easy for
name
me
right.
to say.
All right,
She's
so
the new president of the South Central Family Health Center in South
I don't
LA,
really care.
in District 9. Let's
I think
give her
we're
a
gonna
hand,
pull the
please.
cord here, guys, because the vote that we waited so
Under her
long
guidance,
for.
the South Central Family
It
Health
was
Center has
there was a
significantly
few
improved
people that
operational
didn't give their
effectiveness,
harumps.
expanded its program and services, and has experienced a
You know,
positive
there was a
cultural
few that didn't
transformation.
give the harump.
Under her leadership, the
But,
Health Foundation has become a
It is what it is. We kind of knew, at least I knew they were going to do it, you know. Yeah, so now you know when you come into town and you people from out of town and your room rate is through the roof. It's for that, you know. And it's I'm not so people have to work like slaves for low wages either, but you got to do something more gradual. And like I said, every hotel room that's rented has a certain fee on it that you may not see when you pay your $200 that goes to the city. Okay? The city, if they love the people so much, should take all that tax money and then give it back to the people that are working, that want this raise, keep them where they're at, give them that money, since the city's just going to squander it or steal it anyways. Okay? Everybody's happy. The employer doesn't have to give them that raise and go out of business. You're happy because the room stays at a same moderate whatever kind of rate. They're happy because now they got money coming in, and the only one who really isn't then getting the money is then the city. But fuck them anyways, because all they're going to do is steal or squander it, like I say. It's the reason why 4 of them were federally indicted. Tons of fun. Thank you so much, Tons. They could do that. Again, with the rent, I told you, why don't they go to the landlords and say, hey, landlords, instead of us having the highest fucking property taxes in the entire nation, why don't we just make it the second highest? And that little adjustment, you can adjust on the rent. So that way it's like a wash anyways. We're still at the same point. And now the people are paying a little less rent. Yet I'm paying a little less tax, and we're all fine and dandy. But they don't look at things like that, because again, they're not about to give up their cut, because it's all about being gangster, and they're the gangsters, and to keep the grift going, they don't think about things like that. Again, it's all about crushing out little businesses, little mom and pop landlords, and all that shit, because these big corporations are always giving them envelopes filled with money on the side. I'm sure of it, you know, and that's how all that works, ladies and gentlemen. That's why politics is just disgusting. All in all. Okay, and these people are all rooting and si se puede when they got their 30. Well, they'll see in the long run how everything else it'll trickle down effect to every other industry, and then they'll realize, hold on a second, now 30 isn't enough. I need to go back and ask for 50. Then they'll start printing the money and giving it to you, and then you'll need a wheelbarrow to fill up with all the cash you have to go buy a Big Mac. Because money will just be worthless at that point. The dollar, at least, won't matter about any other currency around the world. So, I guess that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you guys on Friday, early morning, 10:15 a.m. for the LA City Council meeting. I will not be on, of course, until then, unless there's a police chase. So please keep the notifications on. Make sure it's clicked to all. Happy hump day to each and every one of you. Happy holidays. On behalf of Stink Bomb and myself, I'm out of here for now. Thank you for the likes, the love, the donos, the thumbs ups. They work and they're free. Have a great day, and I'll see you on Friday.
Thank you for your cooperation. Good night.